Hey guys, this is Fiction Life, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see, second part what if Harry Potter and Hermione were sent back by the goddess of. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here is short summary. After the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry and Hermione are given one final chance by the goddess of, to travel back in time and rewrite destiny itself. Together, they'll face betrayal, rekindle hope, and prove that can change fate. Miranda was chuckling as she poured herself another glass of her favorite beverage and continued her watch over her current favorite soulmates. I'm glad I didn't stop the youngest Weasley now. This could be fun, she thought. Now time to make some popcorn and sit back and enjoy this. The goddess thought of one last thing and a quick request to Harry and Hermione followed. Well done you two, she said. Just one thing to think of. Make sure you protect Lavender Brown. She is innocent in this, and if you have two people who don't care about other people jealous of Ron, they might try something against her. Yes Miranda, we'll do our best, Hermione replied. Though Ginny and Ron should know exactly what's coming and hopefully won't show their faces outside of Ron taking his owls. In the boys' dorm, Ginny and Ron were having a different discussion. What did you do, Ginny? Ron whined. How could this happen? Are you sure Malfoy and Parkinson ate the sweets? That's what Harry and Hermione said, Ginny replied nervously. Bulstrode ate the tart that Harry was supposed to eat. Damn those Slytherins, Ginny growled as she thought of her perfect retribution against the bookworm reduced to a state that was worse than ever. She mentally shuddered at the thought of Millicent Bulstrode confessing for her. Bile rose in her throat as other images came to mind that never ever should be thought of when it came to the Slytherin hag. What about the antidote? Ron asked. How can we get it to them? I didn't make the antidote, Ginny admitted. Why would I? It only lasts for a couple of days and it was for Harry and Hermione. How was I supposed to know the SS would get it by accident? No antidote. Ron asked and he looked at his sister. How in the bloody hell could you be so stupid? Stupid. Ginny screamed before continuing in a quieter voice. Who are you calling stupid? You couldn't even make the potions if someone gave you a 3-ingredient head start on them. Ginny took a couple of breaths to calm down. It was just bad luck. All we have to do is avoid them for a couple of days. You know, stay in the dorms until it all blows over. I can't, Ginny. I have owls tomorrow, Ron spat. Owls in the same bloody room as Malfoy and Parkinson. I can't avoid them. The next morning a rustling noise near his bed awoke Harry with a start. His glasses were on and his wand in his hand within seconds, only to catch his ex-best friend trying to open his trunk. Once again Ron Weasley found a wand under his chin. What do you think you're doing? Harry asked coolly. Harry, mate, I wanted to know if I could borrow your cloak. You know your father's, Ron asked. And you think trying to get into my trunk and taking it is a form of asking? You were still sleeping and, I didn't think you would mind. I mean I apologized and everything, Ron replied, still feeling the point of Harry's wand under his chin. I'm hungry and need to go to get breakfast. What's going on, Harry? Hermione asked groggily. Just someone trying to take my invisibility cloak so he can get food and avoid Malfoy and Parkinson. Ron can't eat. Hermione mentally chuckled. It gets better and better. Harry's eyes stayed focused on Ron as he spent just a couple of seconds with the chat with Hermione. Why would you need my cloak to go to breakfast? He asked innocently as he pulled his wand away from Ron's chin but kept a firm grasp on it. Ron's mouth opened but he had no reply. If he mentioned he needed to avoid Malfoy and Parkinson, Harry would want to know why. Finally he thought of an answer. I have an admirer and, well, she's been staring at me. Really? That's great, man. Who is it? It's well someone I'm not interested in. So you have someone staring at you and you don't like it? Yeah, I know that feeling, Harry said. But just think of it as a taste of the fame you've always wanted. So go enjoy it. Ron realized he was not getting Harry's cloak and slunk off to his bed. Harry pointed his wand at his trunk and whispered, "Colloportus." A squelching sound came from the trunk lid as it sealed itself shut. I'll be down soon as I have a shower. 15 minutes later Harry left a disgruntled Ron in the dorm as he went to meet his wife. What about Ginny? Harry asked. Supposedly she isn't leaving her bed, Hermione replied with a grin. People throughout the hallways to the Great Hall were wondering what Harry and Hermione were chuckling about as they walked arm in arm to breakfast. They later discovered that a first-year witch had let Millicent Bulstrode into the Gryffindor Tower and showed her where to find Ginny. It was only after the burly Slytherin had pinned the smaller Weasley against the wall and given her a full-on mouth after proclaiming her undying that Ginny had been able to break away and run for it. When their class was called to enter the Great Hall to start the Charms Owl testing, Harry and Hermione still had not seen Ron. It was only after everyone was fully seated and testing was about to begin that he came rushing in, taking a seat at the very back. "Excuse me, Weasley," came the familiar Scottish burr of Professor McGonagall, who stood at the front of the hall. "Why are you late?" The last thing in the world Ron wanted to happen was happening. Every eye in the room turned toward him. "Oh well, you see," stuttered Ron. His reply was cut off as two people were scrambling to their feet. Draco and Pansy both had started walking toward the back of the room. As they walked, they glared at each other and each started walking faster. McGonagall just looked on in stunned silence as the two Slytherins were almost running by the time they got to the back of the hall. Each taking a table next to the now ashen-faced Ron Weasley, who looked nervously from desk to desk. "What?" she started, but decided she really didn't want to know unless it disrupted the testing. She shrugged and then turned around. She had just grasped the large hourglass that sat on the desk when she heard tables move. Looking back, she scanned the room until she finally noticed both Malfoy's and Parkinson's tables were now much closer to Weasley's. "What's going on?" McGonagall asked. When Draco leaned over and whispered something to Ron that caused the young Weasley to turn bright red, she presumed it was some kind of harassment and started toward the back of the hall. She thought her suspicions were confirmed when Ron moved his desk sharply away from Malfoy. She stopped dead in her tracks at what happened next. When Ron had shoved his desk away from Malfoy, it had come to rest against Pansy's. As Ron continued to stare at Draco in disgust, Pansy reached a finger out and gently stroked his cheek. At the touch, Ron spun around and came face to face with the pug-faced Slytherin, only to have her lean over and him fully on his lips and saying very loudly, "Weasley, you're my king, will you marry me?" "Ah!" Ron screamed as bolted from his desk and ran from the hall. Malfoy and Parkinson rose to follow him but ended up fighting each other, trying to get out of the door first. "What in Merlin's beard is going on?" McGonagall yelled. Malfoy, Parkinson, 30 points each from Slytherin and detention for the rest of the week, but neither of the potion-induced struck teenagers made any indications they had heard her as they finally made it out of the room. "No one move or talk," McGonagall said to the hall filled with students as she followed the other three out of the door. It was a full 20 minutes later before she returned, muttering to herself. She took a couple of minutes to compose herself before starting the testing. Harry and Hermione were the first to complete the written part of the exam. Though by a mental agreement, Hermione laid her quill down well before Harry did. When they both were finished, they sat quietly waiting for the other students to be finished. Hermione mentally nudged Harry to look at Neville. Harry was pleasantly surprised to find his friend had already laid down his own quill 10 minutes prior to the end of the testing time and was only reviewing his answers. In those minutes he only picked up the quill to make minor corrections twice. Later in the summer, when test examiners were grading the results, they found Millicent Bulstrode's answers quite interesting. For example, the question which asked, "What would be the correct wand movement and incantation be for changing an object from red to blue?" She had written, "Who would ever want to change anything from the color red? It is the most beautiful color there is, as it's the color of my true's hair." In fact, most of her answers referred to Ginny Weasley in some fashion or another. The test examiner who graded her paper was thoroughly amused, but still wrote a D for her L results. "How'd you do, Neville?" Harry asked as they filed out of the Great Hall. I think I did fine," Neville said with a nervous smile. "It seems like now that I can do the charms better, I'm more confident about the wand movements and things." "That's great," Hermione replied, giving him a smile. "Well, I owe it all to you too," Neville admitted. "Just glad to help, Neville," Harry said. "Now let's see what happened to Ron, Draco and Pansy." "I can tell you," a voice came from behind them. Recognizing the voice, they turned to find Luna had managed to sneak up on them. "They are all in the hospital wing." "What?" Hermione exclaimed. "How?" It seems that Ronald ran up the steps trying to get away from the two people chasing him. He forgot about the step in the third floor you have to jump in because he was running so fast. When his foot sunk into it, he hurt himself. Someone who was nearby when he was helped out of the step thought his ankle might have been broken. Harry looked at Hermione. Better him breaking an ankle than we ending up with the two of them under the influence of potions, Harry said finally. True, Hermione replied. Besides, Madame Pomfrey will have him up and around in no time. She then asked Luna. What about Malfoy and Parkinson? How did they end up in the hospital wing? Well, it seems they started fighting over who would help Ronald out of the step and ended up hexing each other. Parkinson stunned Draco and he fell down the steps while she was knocked down the steps when Ron started flailing around with his arms when she ate him as she tried to help him out of the step. Hopefully that will keep them out of our hair for a couple of days, Harry said. After lunch back, Neville, Harry and Hermione found themselves sitting in the small chamber off the Great Hall waiting for their names to be called for the practical examinations. Hermione was pacing, not in concern for the test itself but about the possibility of her name being called as Potter. She was both saddened and relieved when Hermione Granger was called right after Gregory Goyle. It was only 5 minutes later when Neville was called. As he got up he looked over at Harry who gave him a smile. You have this covered, Neville, he said. Good luck. Neville smiled back and then he steeled his shoulders and walked confidently into the examination area clutching his new wand. It was another 5 minutes when Harry Potter was called along with the Potter sisters. Harry realized that Pansy should have been called at the same time, but noticed she was not there. He was directed to Professor Marchbanks herself. Mr. Potter, is it? She asked in an overly loud voice. The Harry Potter. Harry could only nod under the piercing eyes the ancient petite witch had upon him. Yes, I remember your father standing in front of me as well. She held her gaze for a second longer before continuing. Well, let's get on with it. She waved her hand toward an egg cup. Please make this do a few cartwheels if you please. After Harry had made the cup do 2 cartwheels he made it toddle onto a spoon that was on the table. The spoon flipped the egg cup another 3 flips the other way where Harry had it land softly. Your father couldn't resist similar antics, Mr. Potter. Though they could be termed amusing, as I told him, I prefer if we could keep this to what I request. Yes, ma'am, Harry replied with a look of chagrin. Not to say the landing wasn't very good, impressive in fact, Marchbanks said with a look that might have been a smile under all of her wrinkles. Now since you seem to like levitating, make that bottle pour its contents in that glass while both are in the air. Harry worked through the various charms completing each of them with ease. Finally Professor Marchbanks said, for the last thing, I'd like you to turn this rat, she nodded toward a caged rat sitting on the table. Any color you desire. As Harry considered what color to turn the rat into, an old Sunshine Daisy spell that Ron had tried to so many years previous on a train to Hogwarts came to mind. He waved his wand and cast the proper spell and watched the rat turn bright yellow. With another cast, the nose of the rat turned red. Very nice precision on the nose color, Mr. Potter, Marchbanks said. She gave Harry an appraising look before she said, that is all for your charms practical. You will receive your OWL results during the summer. I think though it's safe for you to not worry about these results. At dinner Neville told of his own exam. I only had problems at the very first. I accidentally hit my examiner with the egg cup, he explained. I was a bit excited, you see. But I then settled down and think I did okay. Excellent, Neville, Harry exclaimed and then watched his friend turn beet red as Luna gave him a on his cheek. They were all sitting around the table when the most horrible sound in the world interrupted them. Hem hem. Harry rolled his eyes slightly before turning around to face Umbridge. Mr. Potter, you're to come with me, the High Inquisitor said. You are under suspicion of dosing fellow students with illegal potions. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry lied as Hermione's in went into gear. I have a plan, she said to Harry and then to Umbridge. Who is accusing him? She asked. I am, of course, Umbridge spat. And frankly it's none of your concern, Miss Granger. She grabbed Harry's arm and started to pull him up. What type of potion do you think he used, Professor? Hermione persisted. Not that it's any of your concern, but the school nurse found the victims to be under heavy influence of a combination and jealousy potions. By now many people had gathered closer to listen to what was going on, including several professors. Potter make a working potion, sneered Snape. Not without Miss Granger's help. Umbridge's eyes immediately focused on the bushy-haired witch. You do know how to make potions, don't you? There was the article last year in the Witch Weekly. Her eyes flashed menacing at Hermione. So you're up to your old tricks again, are you? Harry was about to say something when Hermione said, Harry, I want her to accuse me. Let me handle this. Are you accusing me? Hermione asked Umbridge. Of course, and I'll have you expelled by the end of the day and your wand snapped. Actually, you can't have my wand snapped, Hermione replied calmly. As I've taken my first owl, my wand cannot be taken without a full trial by the Wizengamot. Dear, I am the senior undersecretary of the Minister of Magic, Umbridge said, sickly sweet. I do not need a muggle-born child telling me what I can or can't do. Actually, she is quite correct, said an overly loud voice of Professor Marchbanks. Once a student. Nor do I need some old. A red-faced Umbridge started and then remembered who she was speaking to. I mean, yes, of course. Though, Hermione said quickly, I am willing to forego such a trial and submit to full questioning under Veritaserum if I am allowed an advocate to protect my privacy and my accuser submits to the same. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Harry asked his wife. We have a lot of information to protect. That's why I stated having an advocate, Hermione explained. Their purpose would be to ensure only the questions I agree to answer are asked. Besides, I will bet she will withdraw her accusations now. She knows she really has no case against you or me, and the possibility of being questioned under Veritaserum would frighten her too much. Umbridge looked around the Great Hall and found every single person focused on her, including the entire OWL examination team. Finally she turned back to Hermione. Nonsense, dear. That definitely will not be necessary. But for your disrespect of my authority, 50 points will be taken from Gryffindor in detention for the next 2 nights. I didn't mean any disrespect, ma'am, Hermione replied. I was only pointing out a mistake you had made. Though if you feel detention is required, of course I will attend. Those people who had served detention with Umbridge gave a collective gasp. But Hermione wasn't finished yet. She turned to Professor Marchbank. Professor, though the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts is fully within her rights to request me to serve detention, could I ask one or more of your examiners to monitor the detention? Whatever for? Marchbanks asked. Professor Umbridge has shown a penchant to punish in a way that would be detrimental to my completing additional owls in a timely manner. Nonsense, Umbridge said at once. What happens during my detentions is none of their concern. Again, I must suggest that you are in error, Hermione replied. Examiners have full authority to prevent any action that is deemed detrimental to the completion of the testing. She turned to Marchbanks. Would you say a requirement to use a blood quill for extended periods of time would be detrimental for the completion of my testing? Blood quill, several of the examiners exclaimed. Many of them had pulled out parchments and were scribbling notes. One old bald gentleman asked, what exactly does she do with the blood quill? This has gone on long enough, Umbridge broke in. Everyone, leave. She turned to Hermione. I don't think there is a need for you to have detention, but the glint in her eyes told Hermione the issue was far from over. After giving everyone a sickly smile, she turned and stormed out of the Great Hall. About that blood quill, the old examiner said after Umbridge left. Harry. Hermione looked over at her husband. Harry held out his hand to show the back of it where the words, I must not tell lies, were clearly outlined. But to leave a mark, a quill must be used. Hours per day, weeks on end, Harry finished for the man. I am very aware of what it takes. The next morning a new notice had appeared on the house notice boards. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. No student may speak to or otherwise engage any OWL examiner for any reason except for the actual OWL testing. All examiners are required to stay in their assigned quarters when not actually completing OWL testing. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 29. Signed, Dolores Jane Umbridge, High Inquisitor. Approved, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic. It's time for her to go, Hermione said. I just wished we could discredit her before we do something. Hermione didn't realize her wish was about to come true. Hermione couldn't help noticing Umbridge's eyes on her during breakfast. She knew the High Inquisitor would be around soon to continue what had been started the previous day. As she was planning ways to use the detention that Hermione were sure she would be given to lure the toad-like woman into the Forbidden Forest, Her thoughts were interrupted when the doors of the great hall burst open and a monocle-wearing short gray-haired lady strolled in, followed by 4 people in aura cloaks. "Dolores Jane Umbridge," a booming voice ranged out from the lady. Everyone in the hall at the time turned to look at Amelia Bones. "Amelia," the Toad Woman answered back. "By what right do you burst in here? As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, it is my job to personally investigate any criminal complaints against senior government officials," Bones replied. "I have received such a complaint against yourself in regards to the possible torture of students in this castle." "Rubbish, Amelia," Umbridge replied. "Obviously you are either mistaken or this is some ridiculous plot one of my political enemies has dreamed up." "Nonetheless, I must investigate," Amelia replied. She then looked toward the Gryffindor table. "I understand Harry Potter can provide." A man in a lime green bowler hat came rushing into the Great Hall at that time, followed closely by a young man with red hair. "Madam Bones, what do you think you're doing?" "I am doing my job, Minister Fudge," she answered curtly. "I received a complaint against Senior Undersecretary Umbridge and I am investigating it, as my note to your office stated. I can assure you that Dolores is innocent of any kind of complaint." "Then she has nothing to fear from this investigation," Madam Bones replied tersely. She turned her attention back to the hall. "Harry Potter, please." "Potter," Fudge answered with almost a snarl. I mean he filed the complaint." "No he didn't," Bones replied. "But I have it on good authority he can provide substantial evidence in the case." "Anything he has to say cannot be believed," Fudge said indignantly. "He's nothing but a self-absorbed attention-seeking boy. I am not asking for testimony from him at this moment." As Harry came up to her, she asked, "Mr. Potter, I have a complaint that Dolores Umbridge utilized a blood quill in her detentions in an extent that equaled torture. The complaint says they have seen proof on the back of your hand." "May I see your hand?" Harry looked at Fudge and held his grin to himself. He lifted his hand and rotated it to display the outlines of the words he had been forced to carve into his skin hour upon hour and days upon days. Madam Bones looked at his hand from several different angles and then looked up at Harry. "Mr. Potter, was this a result from the use of a blood quill?" "If you're referring to a special quill that makes you write in your own blood, then yes, ma'am." "Punishment by Professor Umbridge?" "Yes, ma'am," Harry replied again. "How often?" Harry had to think back 2 years and calculate what he remembered. He finally said, "At least 50 or 60 nights, with 3 to 4 hours each night over the school year. Usually a week or 2 in a row. It would probably be worse if a friend hadn't prepared Murtlap essence for me afterwards." Madam Bones and 2 of the Aurors paled at the thought. "Would you be willing to testify to the accuracy of that statement under truth serum, Mr. Potter?" "Remember, only with an advocate and the questions they may ask," Hermione reminded him. "Yes, ma'am. That's presuming I may have an advocate of my choosing present and a list of the questions that would be asked of me," Harry replied. His eyes flickered to the Minister of Magic before finding Amelia's again. "I would not want certain people to take advantage of the situation." "That is understandable," Madam Bones replied. "Do you have time now?" "My transfiguration owl is supposed to begin in an hour," Harry replied. "Will it take that long?" "I can assure you it will not." "Who do you want for your advocate?" "This has gone on long enough, Amelia," Fudge exclaimed. "Must I remind you that I can have your job? Dolores Umbridge is my most trusted undersecretary and I will not have her accused by some glory-seeking tea." Amelia's eyes narrowed to a point where the monocle in front of her eye dug into her skin. She whirled around to face Fudge. "And may I remind you, Minister," her voice filled with disgust. "I cannot be fired when I am investigating a member of the Minister of Magic's staff except by the Wizengamot. Even then it requires a 70% vote in favor of the termination." She nodded to Percy Weasley, who was standing next to Fudge. "You can ask your young assistant on the accuracy of that law." She shook her head before continuing in a much quieter voice. "Cornelius, if these allegations are proven true and you continue to support your undersecretary, it will be disastrous for you. Politically speaking, the best thing you can do is fully support the investigation without comment on how you want it to end." Fudge glanced at Percy, who was now only nodding at whoever was speaking. Then his eyes moved to his undersecretary as he considered his options. He knew Amelia was correct and that he didn't control 70% of the Wizengamot. With a glare at Harry Potter, he turned back to Madam Bones and snarled, "Very well, but I expect a full briefing each day on your findings." I can't do that, Cornelius, Amelia replied. Again, because this is your staff, I have to conduct this investigation entirely away from your influence. Fine, Fudge huffed and turned to leave the room. Come Weasley, he said and walked out of the hall. Dolores Umbridge was stunned. When the minister had shown up she had been sure he would dispatch these ridiculous accusations quickly, but she had just watched him leave while the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement remained. Madam Bones turned again to Harry. Who do you wish to be your advocate? Harry first thought of Professor McGonagall, but then realized that if Dolores was forced out of her position, he wanted her to step in as headmistress of the school, and if it appeared she was too close to him, she might not be allowed. He thought of each of the adults in the room. Madame Pomfrey, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, and then he knew what he should do. I would like to, if possible, Madam Bones, Harry said. I would like Professor Flitwick, and he let the sentence dangle knowing everyone who could hear him was listening. Professor Snape, he finished. When he mentioned the potions master, an uproar started from the area near them as his decision reverberated around the room. Snape, Hermione asked. What are you doing? I don't want McGonagall linked to me since I want her named headmistress when Umbridge leaves, Harry explained. Everyone presumes Snape and I hate each other. Though we do, I also know he will not betray me in this. He has no of the ministry. Besides, if he testifies to what I say is correct, then no one can claim a bias anywhere. True, Hermione agreed. Though you know if Umbridge goes down now, we won't be able to let her meet Aragog. But she will be discredited and Fudge will have one more thing he will need me for. Would you help Umbridge? Are you nuts? Harry asked. Of course not. I'm talking about his political career. If one of his senior officials goes down, then he will really be desperate in a couple of weeks when Voldy shows up. Okay, Hermione replied. Are you going to invite me? Severus Snape. Madam Bones asked, disbelieving. Yes, ma'am, Harry replied. He looked over at the man before continuing. We do not have the best relationship, and this will assure everyone that there is no favoritism or anything else going on with my testimony. Snape once again tried to lock on to Harry's thoughts when their eyes met. He wanted to know what prank the son of his dead nemesis was pulling, but again he faced what was an impenetrable mind when he tried. Soon he was seething at the idea that James Potter's son had mastered a skill in less than a month that he had spent years perfecting. He was only brought out of his thoughts when the head of the DMLE was asking him for the third time if he would agree to advocate for Harry. Yes, Madam Bones, Snape agreed. I will do as requested. Excellent, she responded. Do you by any chance have a supply of Veritaserum at hand? Unfortunately no, he replied. Our current headmistress acquired my last bottle in trying to interrogate Mr. Potter on a previous occasion. Madam Bones' head snapped around so quickly at Dolores Umbridge that her monocle flew out of her eye. The monocle was obviously charmed as it stopped at the end of its chain and returned instantly to its previous location. As you know, Madam Undersecretary, Veritaserum is a level 3 controlled substance with guidelines that must be followed, especially when it is to be used on a minor. I am the senior Undersecretary Amelia, Umbridge replied pompously. I do not have to follow those rules. I will agree that under certain situations the Minister of Magic may give permission for such things, Amelia replied. Can I see his written authorization? He didn't put it in writing, Umbridge stated as signs of nervousness appeared in her voice. But he implied that I sue. Then should I ask the minister if he provided you with specific instructions to do the questioning? Umbridge's face had turned red but she did not reply. Madam Bones turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, were you notified of the Veritaserum before it was administered? Were you allowed an advocate? I didn't know. Well, I suspected, so I didn't. Well, I didn't actually drink it, Harry stammered as if he was nervous before continuing. I think it was the day after Professor Dumbledore disappeared. Professor Umbridge summoned me to her office and offered me a drink. I had seen Veritaserum used last year when Barty Crouch Jr. was questioned and suspected that she might try it. Once I pretended to drink the tea she offered me, she started questioning me about Dumbledore and other stuff. Two of the Aurors were busy writing down the new information when Amelia turned to a different one. Edward, will you go flow the office and have someone bring a bottle to use? Yes, ma'am. You might need a password or something, Harry said. Professor Umbridge has someone at the flow regulation or whatever monitoring all of the fireplaces here. Thank you, Bones replied. That's something that is outside of my control. But Auror Campbell will not have any difficulties. Once the Auror had disappeared in search of a fireplace, Amelia escorted Harry to the room off of the Great Hall. As they were going, Harry turned to her. "May I have my girlfriend join us as well? Hermione P. Granger. Since this is only a preliminary questioning, she is more than welcome." Harry silently let her know to join them but waved his hand as well in her direction. Amelia, Harry, Hermione and Professors Flitwick and Snape entered the room. While they were waiting for the Veritaserum to arrive, they went over the questions that were to be asked. Another Auror disappeared into the castle and reappeared a few minutes later carrying a small box he'd found in Umbridge's desk. When opened, it contained the blood quill in question. Finally, the Auror who went to request the Veritaserum returned after meeting the delivery person at the gates of Hogwarts. Hermione pulled Harry aside and explained the last thing she wanted to do. She quickly wrote something on a parchment and had Harry sign it. The Veritaserum was administered and Amelia started the questioning. "Is your name Harry Potter?" "Yes." "Did you serve detentions with Dolores Umbridge?" "Yes." The questioning continued, implicating Umbridge in the torture by blood quill that had occurred. Harry also had requested to be questioned on whether he had ever brewed or purchased a potion. Since it had been Dobby who actually had given the potions to Slytherins, Harry was able to answer the question on whether he gave a potion to anyone truthfully. Finally, Amelia said, "That ends the questioning. I'll administer the antidote now." "Wait," Hermione said. She handed the parchment that Harry had signed to Madame Bones. "He authorized these questions as well." Amelia took the parchment and her eyebrows shot up as she read the questions. She looked at Hermione. "He knows. He discovered who since his trial. This shall be interesting," Amelia said as she turned back to Harry. "Mr. Potter, did you authorize 2 additional questions to be asked that were in the possession of your friend?" "Yes." "Very well." Amelia looked down and read the first question. "Do you know who was responsible for the Dementor attack that led to your trial last summer?" "Yes." Amelia rushed to ask the last question, though she already had a pretty good guess what the answer was going to be. "Who was it?" "Dolores Jane Umbridge." Everyone in the room started speaking at once. Professor Flitwick, remembering his duty as advocate as several things being said were close to questions, quickly cast a silencing charm around Harry's chair before turning to the head of the DMLE. "Madame Bones, I think you need to administer the antidote now before questions are asked that Mr. Potter has not agreed to answer." "Yes, of course," Amelia replied and administered the antidote. As she waited for the potion to flush the Veritaserum out of Harry's system, she gave an order to the Auror who had brought the Veritaserum. "Mr. Campbell, arrest Dolores Umbridge this instant." Based on this testimony, which, she looked at everyone in the room, "I will need all of you to verify you witnessed. She will need to be questioned in front of the Wizengamot." While what she was accused of doing to students was horrendous, we are now talking about attempted murder of a student. The Auror left the room immediately with his wand out of his holster. "Ma'am," Hermione said quietly. "I think she tried to kill Harry because of the disagreement between the minister and him. Have there been any other political rivals Fudge might have had that have disappeared or died of accidents since she became part of his administration?" "Corrigan," another of the Aurors exclaimed. At the questioning look by Hermione, Amelia explained. "Matthew Corrigan was the head of the DMLE before me. He was considering running against Cornelius in the last election when Minister Bagnold retired. He was extremely popular and most likely would have won. In July that year, he was investigating the possibility of wizarding influence in the London Stock Exchange when an explosion occurred, killing him. The Muggles blamed the Ira, who gladly accepted responsibility, but there appeared to have been a magical signature to the explosion. Erumpent horn fluid, to be exact. Of course we investigated, but never got any serious leads." "So you think she might?" Hermione began. "I refuse to speculate," Amelia replied determinedly. "It will be a question given to her during her questioning, but until an answer is given, I will not form an opinion one way or another." "I think we need to get to our transfiguration testing," Harry said as recovered from the influence of the truth serum. Beginning of transfiguration testing was delayed as the most despised professor in the history of Hogwarts was arrested and led away. Peeves, still following the orders given to him by the Weasley twins, pelted her with water balloons filled with bright-colored dyes that left Umbridge looking like a tie-dyed clown as she left the castle. Lee Jordan let loose the entire box of supplies, Fred and George, and sent him in solution. Outside of making sure the fireworks did not interfere with the owl testing, the remaining professors allowed the solution to occur for many hours before corralling the fireworks with very little effort. Flitwick removed the swamp that took up the east wing of the 5th floor in just a few seconds, though he left a small portion under a window in tribute to the Weasley twins. Many students after that day would stick their feet in the mud and track it down the hallways to the annoyance of Filch. Shoe cleaning spells prevented the caretaker from finding out who was doing it. Transfiguration exams went extremely well for Harry and Hermione. Again, they both finished ahead of the time limit. Neville didn't quite finish within the time, but after they had left the room, he let them know he felt he had done reasonably well. They also passed the practical exams easily. McGonagall as deputy headmaster stepped into the role of headmistress. Unfortunately, she could not overturn the educational decrees without official ministry support. To no one's surprise, she easily accessed the headmaster's office when she attempted to do so. Hermione awoke the next morning to two very large eyes within inches of her own staring at her. The year of being on the run didn't fail her as she rolled off her bed and snatched her wand from under her pillow. She had it raised with a hex on her tongue within a second of hitting the floor. "Winky is sorry, Miss Grandgie," the house elf apologized. "Winky didn't mean to startle you." "What is it, my own?" Harry frantically asked through the bond. Hermione knew he was already scrambling down the steps to try to get to her as he had felt her panic. "Nothing, Harry," she replied to calm him down. "Winky is here and she startled me when I woke up." Her own heartbeat was starting to slow as she got off the floor and sat on her bed. "It's all right, Winky," Hermione said to the little elf. "Dobby said that." "Well, Dobby said you might know of a family who would bond with a disgraced elf," Winky explained. "Winky has had no butterbeer in 2 days, Miss Grandgie. Winky wants a family." Hermione sighed to herself as she looked at the house elf. She remembered how miserable the elf had looked in the cupboard, and now, with just a promise of bonding, of enslaving herself, she was perky and full of life again. "You're not a disgraced elf, Winky," she started gently. "I was there when your old master freed you. I know the whole story of his son. I know how you followed the orders given to you even when it required you to go up high when you hated being there. A good house elf always does what she is told, Mrs. Winky said. And Winky always tried to be a good elf. Let me get dressed and we'll go find Harry," Hermione said quietly. "Then we'll tell you about the family who would like for you to join them." Winky was so excited that as soon as Hermione pulled her clothes out of her trunk, she found herself wearing them thanks to the little elf. "Mrs. is dressed, we can go now," she said as she took Hermione's hand and started pulling her out the door. "Well, that can definitely be a time saver in the mornings," Hermione mused. "Harry, it's time to bring Winky into our family if she wants to bond. Can you meet us in the room of requirements soon?" "Of course," Harry replied. "You got ready quickly." "I had a little help," she replied as she sent the experience of being dressed by the elf to her husband, who couldn't help but chuckle. Hermione turned to Winky. "Let's go to the come and go room and discuss this further." "Come and go room it is, Mrs." Winky replied as she gripped Hermione's hand tighter. A second later they were outside the room of requirements. "I meant we should." "Oh, never mind," Hermione replied. "Did Winky do something wrong, Mrs.?" "Of course not. I was just not expecting to apparate." "Winky is sorry, Mrs. You didn't do anything wrong. I was just surprised." Hermione paced in front of the wall several times requesting a small room to talk in, and a door appeared. She and Winky entered and they found 3 chairs in a small circle waiting for them. "Sit down, Winky," Hermione gestured to a chair as she took another of the chairs. "Winky should not be sitting," the little elf replied. "Winky needs to get to her new family and start working." Hermione sighed as she realized how difficult this was going to be for her. "Your new family will want you to be their friend as well, Winky," she said finally. "They are going to want you to sit with them, and eat at their table when they have dinner." She stopped when Winky started getting a nervous look about her. Fortunately, Harry slipped in the door at that time, followed closely by Dobby. "Where did Dobby come from?" Hermione asked. "He was standing outside the door, so I invited him in," Harry replied. "Dobby was waiting for Winky," Dobby explained nervously. Dobby has been worried about Winky and wanted to know what family Winky would bond to and hoped Dobby could, if Winky would let Dobby visit. "Only if Winky's new family allows it," Winky replied earnestly. "But Winky will ask." I don't think that will be a problem, Hermione said and smiled as Dobby's nervous look brightened. Then Dobby will leave now, Dobby said. You don't have to leave, Harry said. Will Mrs. tell me who my new family will be? Winky asked impatiently. Winky did all that Mrs. asked. Yes you did Winky, Hermione agreed. You look much better, she hesitated for a second. Before continuing. Winky, would you like to bond with a young married couple who don't actually have a house yet? No house? Winky asked. What would Winky do without a house to work in? What we are going to tell the both of you next is a secret, Harry interjected as he looked at both Winky and Dobby. Winky, even if you decide not to bond with the family in question, you have to keep this a secret. Can you do that? Dobby would always keep Harry Potter's and his life mate's secret, Dobby replied nodding his head so vigorously his ears flapped. Winky just wants to know who her family is going to be, Winky replied. Winky will keep you's secrets. Harry reached over and took Hermione's hand. Dobby, Winky, Hermione is actually my wife and it's us who would like to bond with you Winky. We'd like you to be a part of our family. Hermione couldn't help noticing a look of sadness that crossed Dobby's face for a brief moment before his normal exuberance re-emerged. It was at that moment when she realized what everything he had said the other day meant. Dobby wanted to be your house elf Harry, she said. He just had a look of sadness when you told Winky it was us. But, he likes being free, Harry replied. Finish up with Winky and then we'll talk to Dobby. Yous are married, Winky said. Yous are too young to be married, the little elf had developed a remorseful look as her ears drooped. Winky should have stayed in her cupboard. House elves know about soul mates, the voice of Harry and Hermione's favorite goddess sounded in their minds. Elves understand bonds better than most witches and wizards. Winky, do you know what soul mates are? Hermione asked. Winky of course knows what. Winky started and then her tennis ball-sized eyes lit up in understanding, uses soul mates. Uses bonded. Hermione smiled at the small elf. Yes Harry and I are soul mates. We just found out recently but we now know we are considered married. Winky eyes were alight with glee now. Winky would to be your elf. Being elf to soulmates is considered to be special amongst house elves, then the fire went out of her eyes as she said. But you wouldn't want a disgraced elf. Winky is a disgraced elf. Winky is not deserving. Hermione couldn't help but mentally shake her head at the irony that she was actually going to have to convince a house elf to bond with her. Winky, you are very deserving. I will tell you one reason why I think so. Harry and I have some secrets that no one can ever find out about. We know you can keep secrets. We know you would never tell our secrets to anyone. Winky looked at the witch hopefully. Winky does keep her family's secrets. Winky would never tell any secrets. So you'll be our elf? Harry asked. If Master and Mistress wants Winky, Winky will be your elf. We want you, Hermione replied. But until we have our own house can you work here at Hogwarts? Once we are bonded you will find out why it's very important. Hermione couldn't help noticing Dobby's ears were now much lower than they normally were and she mentally nudged Harry. Are you suggesting two elves my wife? Hermione explained to her husband the conversation she had had with Dobby while he had been looking a Winky the past Sunday. Dobby gave his life for us Harry. If he wants to bond to our family of course I will let him. Dobby, Harry started. Can you answer a question for me? Dobby will do his best Harry Potter sir. You are a free elf, but I would like to make you an offer, Harry said. The small elf's ears perked up hopefully. I would like to either hire you or bond with you and have you become part of our family as well. Harry Potter wants to bond with Dobby. If you prefer to stay a free elf we'll hire you instead. Dobby wants to be the great Harry Potter's elf sir. Dobby replied so quickly the words seemed to all come out at once. Dobby has always wanted to be Harry Potter's elf. You want to bond with us and not be free? Harry asked. Dobby does not want to be paid by Harry Potter sir. He wants to be Harry Potter's elf, the diminutive elf replied forcefully. Harry studied the little elf for a few seconds as the visions of the elf dying in his arms once again passed through his mind. He knew he would do anything to make Dobby happy. He owed him that and a lot more. Then you will be mine and Hermione's elf. The happiness that Dobby felt was evident as his ears perked straight up and his eyes lit up. Dobby will not let Harry Potter down sir. Dobby will be the best elf in the world for Harry Potter. Harry looked at Hermione. He could feel the conflict in her. She was happy for the elves but still uneasy about actually owning them. It's all right. You know we are going to give those orders first. Hermione looked at Harry and smiled. She knew he was right. She knew these elves were now happier than they had been just minutes ago. She might not understand it, but she hoped sometime in the future, the closer interaction would allow her the understanding she needed to completely feel comfortable. For now, though, she would do anything to make these elves happy. She nodded and mentally agreed with her husband. Hermione and I don't know how to actually bond with an elf, Harry confessed to the elves as they looked on expectantly. To Harry and Hermione's mild disgust, they found out from the two elves that the bonding was a magical blood ritual. The witch or wizard had to provide blood, and the blood itself was subjected to two different spells that the elves taught Harry and Hermione. Then each elf was required to drink the spelled blood. If it's this complicated, Harry asked finally while they were waiting the required minutes before the second spell could be applied. How did you become bonded to the Malfoy family? Elves are usually bonded when they are still babies, Winky explained. It's an honor to elves when their child is accepted by their family. So your parents work for the Malfoys? Harry asked Dobby. Dobby nodded as tears came into his eyes. Dobby's old master's parents were not bad people. Dobby took off one of his hats and wiped his eyes of the falling tears. Dobby's parents were good elves and served them well. But the elder Malfoys passed on and they served Dobby's old master as well. But then they were killed by he who must not be named, Dobby explained. Voldemort killed them? Harry asked in surprise. Dobby's and Winky's hands went to their ears. Speak not his name Harry Potter, sir, Dobby pleaded. I'm sorry, but if you're going to be my elves you'll have to get used to it, Harry explained. I refused to be terrified of a name. Dobby always knew Harry Potter was Vey. But he has to be Vey to beat the Dark Lord, Dobby said. Dobby will try to speak his name. Finally the blood was spelled correctly and the elves drank it eagerly. Dobby drank Harry's blood while Winky drank Hermione's. Though since Harry and Hermione were married, the bond flowed through the marriage and the two elves were effectively bonded to both of them. Mistress, Winky asked Hermione excitedly when the bond took effect. What can Winky do for you? We have several orders for both of you which are going to be standing orders for you as part of the Potter household, Hermione said. She looked at both elves before continuing. First you must tell either of us if you ever want to be free. Do you both understand that order? When both elves nodded nervously she continued. Harry and I truly want you two to be members of our family. Though you are bonded to us, we always want us to be friends. As you know we were both raised in the Muggle world and in that world the idea of someone owning someone else is considered very wrong. That order was for us to know that we aren't going against the very moral code we were brought up to recognize. If you ever want to be free, we will free you, but only if you want it. The elves looked less nervous when she finished the explanation. Now the second order is very simple. You will never punish yourself without a direct order from Harry or me. If you think you have done something you think deserves being punished for, you will tell either Harry or me and we will decide if it is a problem and what the punishment should be. Again, do you understand that order? Both elves again nodded. They understood. The next order is that if we ask you to do something that you do not want to do, you will tell us, Hermione continued. We might still need you to do it, but maybe we can find some other way for it to be done. Dobby will do anything for Harry Potter and Mistress, Dobby replied. Harry smiled at the elf. I know Dobby, but maybe that last order should be phrased, if we ask you to do something you don't like to do, let us know. Harry looked at Winky. Winky, we know you don't like to go up in high places. If we ask you to do something similar where you don't like what we asked you to do, let us know. A good elf will still do what her master or mistress says to do, Winky repeated what she had told Hermione earlier. And Winky is a good elf. If you really want to do it still, we'll let you. Right, Hermione? Harry asked, smiling at his wife. But we will know not to tell them to do it the next time. We will, Hermione agreed as she also agreed silently with her husband. The final order is because you have to keep our secrets, Hermione said. We aren't letting anyone know we are married and would like to keep it a secret that we have bonded with you two. At the sudden look of distress from the elves she quickly explained. We definitely are proud to be bonded with you, but too many questions will be asked if it becomes known until we have left Hogwarts. Though because we don't want anyone to know, we have to ask you to keep calling us what you have always called us. Though both of you now know I am really Hermione Potter, you have to keep calling me Granger until we acknowledge the marriage, okay? Both elves nodded. And nothing that would acknowledge that you have bonded with us, Harry said. To anyone including Dumbledore, Harry looked at Dobby. You will need to still work for him for now so he doesn't get suspicious. When the elves had nodded and agreed again, Hermione started the final thing. It is very, very important to keep the secrets we are about to share with you. The only other people who know what we are getting ready to tell you are Luna Good, Neville Longbottom and Sirius Black. At the name Sirius Black, Winky made an audible sound of dismay. My old master said Sirius Black was an evil man. No, Winky, he isn't, Harry sighed. I don't want to say bad things about your old master, but I think he might have been one of the people responsible for what happened to Sirius. Harry paused for a few seconds before continuing. Sirius Black is my godfather. It was made to look like he committed all of those murders when he didn't do it. Then he was sent to Azkaban without even a trial. I don't know for sure who did it, but I do know your old master was in charging of the trials back then. He was innocent. Yes, Harry replied. You both will meet him soon. Not for a while, Harry, Hermione interjected. He is in a place under the Fidelius charm. We have no way for them to go there, and I don't think we'll be asking Dumbledore to tell them the address. I hadn't thought of that, Harry said. Hopefully he'll be able to come out of there this summer sometime. If goes according to plan, Hermione agreed. She then turned to the elves. As for our big secret, Hermione went on to tell the two elves about how they had lived 2 years into the future and all that had happened. Dobby, Harry said at the right point in the story as tears welled in his eyes. You gave your life saving us. Bellatrix Lestrange killed you after, if I had just been a few seconds faster apparating out of there. I had to bury you. His words were all jumbled as he tried to explain what had happened. I didn't know then you wanted to be my elf. I thought you had always wanted to be free. Dobby wanted to be free until Harry Potter had a family so Dobby could be Harry Potter's elf, the elf explained. Dobby is glad to know he died protecting his master's life. I wasn't your master, I was your friend, Harry replied softly. I will always be you a friend. Fortunately, Winky never asked what happened to her in the future, and the story finally ended after explaining how they had met the goddess of. We know how to beat Voldemort before he kills all of those people this time, Harry explained. And we hope you two will help. Though remember the order we gave about telling us if we ask you to do something you don't want to do. Hermione looked at her watch. Welcome to our family, both of you. We need to get to breakfast so we can start getting ready for our herbology exams today. The two elves insisted that they be allowed to prepare Harry and Hermione their breakfast this morning. Each rushed out of the room of requirements and apparated to the kitchens. 2 minutes later, Winky was back with the charmed plates, saying that Dobby was cooking breakfast for them and it would be on the plates very soon. Before she had even finished telling them, steaming piles of food materialized in front of them. They had barely taken 2 bites before Dobby reappeared, eager to serve his new master and mistress. As they were finishing breakfast, Harry remembered something from the 6th year and quickly turned to the beaming elves who were enjoying the food. Dobby, Winky, we would like for you to keep an eye on Ron and Ginny Weasley without them knowing it. If they mention doing anything against Hermione or me, let us know, especially if it concerns potions or threats. We can do that, Moss, Harry Potter sir. Winky replied excitedly. Harry and Hermione caught up with Neville and Luna and explained why they were not at breakfast. They both were excited for them and the elves. When they left Greenhouse 6 after the practical examination, Harry had to thank Neville for his help. Though Harry and Hermione remembered what was on the owl, Neville was able to show them the proper way to accomplish all the tasks needed. Even Hermione learned a couple of new approaches. Harry remembered the bite from the fanged geranium last time, but this time he knew that each of the fangs had to be stunned separately before he could repot it into a larger pot. That they were summoned to the headmaster's office that evening was not a surprise. McGonagall was sitting behind the large desk when they entered. Professor, Hermione started as they entered the office. Hello, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter. Please have a seat. What did you need to see us about? Harry asked. He and Hermione were planning another evening in the room of requirements and his mind was already there. First, Mr. Potter, I wish to return this to you. McGonagall reached over to a familiar broom and handed the firebolt back to its rightful owner. I've also rescinded the ban on you playing future Quidditch games. I expect to see you back on the house team next year. Flashes of memory threatened to overwhelm Harry as he touched his old broomstick. In his mind he was back on the flying motorcycle with Hagrid. Killing curses were flying everywhere while the sidecar slipped from his grasp with his broom in it. He finally shook the memories away. Harry's eyes moved behind McGonagall to the blank wall where he almost expected to see Dumbledore's portrait. A lot had been lost that night because of the headmaster's ridiculous plan. Hedwig, his broomstick, Mad Eye, George's ear. He continued to see that the headmaster until a mental nudge returned his thoughts to the present, or the past as it may be. He looked at his Transfiguration instructor and smiled. "Thank you, Professor," he said. "I look forward to next year." "I would also like to apologize," McGonagall said. "I should have reported Umbridge myself, but I was instructed by Albus not to." He might have been right though. It is likely that anyone close to Albus reporting Umbridge would have been ignored. It was a joint letter from Professor Marchbanks and Professor Toffee that got the fire lit under Amelia. "What is happening with Umbridge?" Hermione asked. "She is currently in a detention cell at the Ministry. She is to be questioned by the Wizengamot tomorrow evening." "What does that mean? Is her trial tomorrow?" "Sometimes I forget how little the government procedures are taught here," McGonagall replied. "No, since she is a high-level government official she will be given the truth potion and asked questions by the Wizengamot. When the questioning is complete, they will vote to remove her from office or not. Once she is removed from office, she can be formally charged and tried with the serum questioning being admitted as evidence. Usually if there is enough guilt shown to remove a person from office, they will plead guilty to a lesser crime and punished. I should also say that before her questioning she will be allowed to request the reason for the questioning and argue against the evidence that is presented." Harry and Hermione were stunned. "So it's possible she might never be convicted of her crimes." McGonagall shrugged. "Anything's possible. The minister might be able to prevent her questioning, but I doubt it. Presuming it does happen and she confesses to sending those Dementors last year, I doubt she will go free. We can hope the more crimes she admits to, the greater the punishment might be." She looked at Harry. "Albus is very interested in knowing how you found out it was she who did it." "Please let Professor Dumbledore know that we all like to have our secrets," Harry replied evenly. "Does that message supposed to mean anything?" "It means whatever he takes it to mean, Professor," Harry replied. "After a year of basically being ignored, I've realized the only person I can truly trust is sitting beside me. And Luna and Neville," he finished to his wife. "I'm sorry you feel you can't trust me." "Ma'am, it isn't I don't trust you, it's that I'm not sure I trust who you trust," Harry replied as he got out of his seat. "If that is all, we need to go study for defense owls tomorrow." "I do have one other thing," the headmistress said. "As you might have guessed, the Inquisitorial Squad has been disbanded. I am refusing to allow any Slytherins at the moment to have prefect powers outside of their own dorms. Until the end of the school year, I need 2 additional students who I can trust to patrol the hallways and perform other prefect duties." She held out a prefect badge to Harry. "I would like you to have it until the end of the year." She looked into his eyes. "I wanted you to have it this year, but Albus felt you already had enough things to worry about. Just one more thing he didn't bother asking me about before making a decision for me," Harry replied bitterly as he took the badge from her. "I adjusted the schedule so you and Hermione will be patrolling together," McGonagall added. "Please do not make me regret doing that," she smiled at the two of them. "Remember you're trying to make sure no one is in the broom closets, not trying to find an empty one." "Yes ma'am," Hermione replied as her cheeks turned red. She stood also and pulled Harry out of the office. Minerva McGonagall sat in her chair and looked out the large window as she replayed the conversation she just had with Harry and Hermione. She could definitely feel hostility toward Dumbledore from Harry. She immediately grabbed a quill and parchment and started composing a letter to Albus explaining the conversation, but she had only written the opening sentence when Harry's words came back. "It isn't I don't trust you, it's that I'm not sure I trust who you trust." Her quill stopped immediately as she gave thought to those words. She remembered a small child being left on the doorstep of the worst type of muggles. She remembered an irate Molly Weasley yelling at Albus about her sons having to rescue Harry from being locked in a bedroom with bars over the windows. She remembered Hagrid telling her about having sent Harry food during one summer because the muggles weren't giving him any food to eat. Her thoughts turned to events at the school over the last 5 years. From the Philosopher's Stone, which McGonagall still felt guilty to this day for turning the children away when they had tried to tell her someone was after it, to the basilisk, to the tournament last year, to being singled out by the Umbridge. It was almost like the poor boy was caught up in some ridiculous story plot that seemed to never end. "Oh Albus, what have you done?" she whispered to herself as she set down the quill. She then remembered something else that had nothing to do with Dumbledore. She banished the ink from her parchment and started anew. Later that evening, Harry, Hermione, Luna and Neville were enjoying a dinner in the room of requirements. Dobby and Winky were going all out to make it a feast for their new master and mistress. During dinner, Hermione brought up the subject of the soul containers that Voldemort had. "We know what they all are and where they are," Hermione was saying. "We've already made sure the locket is in Dumbledore's possession. Harry destroyed a diary in his second year. Rowena's diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem," Luna asked excitedly. "You know where it is. Daddy has been most interested in it for a long time." "We know," Hermione replied with a smile. "Has he started building his model yet?" "How?" Luna started before smiling. "Does he do it? Daddy has wanted to recreate Ravenclaw's diadem for a long time. He didn't get it quite right," Harry replied. "But he was trying." "What about the real one?" Luna asked. "We don't know of a way to destroy the soul within it without destroying the container itself," Hermione explained. "We only know they can be destroyed by the sword of Gryffindor, basilisk venom or fiendfire. All of those would destroy the diadem as well. If you can think of another possible way to destroy the soul, we'll be glad to listen." "How many of these things did he make?" Neville asked. 7 in all, but one of those was unintentional," Hermione replied. "We've already mentioned the diary, locket and diadem. There is also a ring, a gold cup, Voldemort's Essen." "Harry. What do you mean Harry?" Luna asked as her eyes protruded out further than normal. "When Voldemort tried to kill Harry as a baby, part of his soul fractured off and it ended up in Harry's scar," Hermione explained quietly. "Do you remember when I woke up saying Ron's dad had been attacked by AS?" Harry asked. "Yeah, that was horrible," Neville agreed. "The reason I knew it had happened was because the piece of soul in me connected to the one in Nagini or something like that, and I felt like I was the S who bit him," Harry explained. "But how did you? I mean, you said you beat Voldemort." Luna asked. "Part of Dumbledore's brilliant plan. He knew I had the bloody soul piece in me and never told me. He didn't even tell me when he was dying. No, he left that piece of information with Snape with instructions to only tell me when Voldemort was protecting the S." Harry looked at Hermione. "You know, come to think of it, that was really stupid of him. What if we'd killed Nagini in Godric's Hollow? I mean, how in the world could Dumbledore know Nagini would be the last hoe, a thing we hadn't destroyed? Would Snape never have told me?" "We were lucky," Hermione agreed. "Very," Harry said, then continued the explanation to Luna and Neville. "As we said, we were lucky. Voldemort killed Snape." Again Harry paused as he turned back to Hermione. "Even that was lucky. I mean, Voldemort kills everyone with the killing curse, but he takes this one time to actually kill someone differently. We'd never have gotten those memories if he'd died instantly. Maybe since he thought Snape was master of the Elder Wand, it might fight him. Maybe." Harry shrugged, then again continued. "As Snape lay dying, we were able to get the memories we needed. The memory basically said I had the fragment and I needed to willingly go and let Voldemort kill me." Harry's ire was starting to rise again at just the thought of that evening. Of being led around by Dumbledore. He didn't tell Snape that I would probably live because Voldemort took my blood. I walked into the forest expecting to die. I let S-Face kill me without raising my wand because that is what Dumbledore said I had to do." Harry ended up yelling the last of it. He took a deep calming breath before continuing. "When I was hit with the curse, I did die, but didn't as well. I was in a sort of afterlife middle ground and Dumbledore met me there. He explained everything and I believed him. Now though, after I've had time to think and I'm back in this time with knowing what he knew at this time, I can see how stupid his mistakes were." "Like what, Harry? You remember the memory of the battle in the Ministry we showed you? The battle with Voldemort? Well, if Dumbledore was so bloody positive I'd survive, why did he stop the killing curse from hitting me then? At first I thought it was the Elder Wand, but that couldn't have been the original plan," Harry explained. "He had meant for the power of that wand to die with him, so he had no reason to suspect I would be the owner of it and it would be in Voldemort's hand at that time. No, it was purely the curse and Voldemort having my blood that saved me. I would have survived it in the Ministry. Why'd he do it then, mate? Neville asked. We don't know, Hermione responded honestly. We have several ideas though. If Harry had survived another killing curse, then Dumbledore would have had to explain how it had happened. He couldn't use the blood protection excuse again. It wasn't until he was dying that he mentioned these soul fragments to Harry. Another possibility is he suspected that if Harry survived again, the populace would have put too much focus on Harry and uncovered a lot of the issues that had happened to him over the years. A third possibility was he hoped he could exploit the link between Harry and Voldemort on additional intelligence, like when Mr. Weasley was bitten. But truthfully, we really do not know. Luna and Neville sat there digesting this revelation. Opinions of their headmaster were dropping rapidly in both of their minds. A thought occurred to Neville and he asked. The killing curse killed the soul fragment in you, right, Harry? Yeah, and didn't destroy your body. Neville persisted. Of course not. Hermione's smile lit up the room as she realized where Neville was guiding them. If we can do a killing curse on the diadem, then maybe it will kill the soul piece without damaging the object. She looked at Neville. That's excellent thinking, Neville. Thanks. He blushed and his cheeks turned even redder when Luna gave him another on the cheek. The only problem is we can't do the killing curse, Harry said. It would get us put in Azkaban even if we could do it. We aren't going to do it, Harry, but we know people who can, Hermione replied. If, when we are ready to find it, we give it to Dumbledore and suggest that as a way to destroy it, he could have Snape perform it. We both know he is capable of it. A green flash from the end of Snape's wand hitting Dumbledore played again in Harry's mind. True, he quietly agreed. The only fragment we are going to have trouble with getting is the cup, Hermione said to Luna and Neville. It's currently in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. How'd you get it before? Luna asked. We snuck in polyjuiced as her, Harry replied. We had a few problems and left in an unconventional manner, Hermione snorted at the last comment. Unconventional. We rode a dragon out of the bank, Neville. Destroying half of Gringotts on the way, Hermione replied. Something I am not doing again, she said the last while looking at her husband. Yes, dear, Harry replied. After dinner, they studied for the defense owl that would happen the next day. Thanks to the DA and his new wand, Neville was really doing well. After a couple of hours, Neville left to escort Luna back to the Ravenclaw Tower before curfew. Harry and Hermione ended up with prefect rounds that evening. How seriously do you take cleaning out the closets, Hermione? Harry asked as they started walking hand in hand down the corridor. The last time, I was pretty serious, but this time. She stopped and gave Harry a small peck on his lips. I now sort of know what I was breaking up. Would it matter who it was? It shouldn't, Hermione replied, but it does. I'd to catch Ron in one of the closets. With Pansy. Oh Merlin, I doubt if I'd stop laughing before the end of the owls tomorrow, Hermione replied. Let's get the map and see who's in them. Harry pulled Hermione back to the tower and he quickly retrieved the map from his trunk and sealed it back up. By habit he still carried his cloak with him wherever he went. They started walking again and Harry watched the map. The closets they knew were occupied. They would knock on the door to get the occupants' attention and then disappear under the cloak to make sure they left the closet. Seamus and Pavarti, Harry whispered. You never did pay attention to who was leaving the DA meetings together, did you? Hermione asked. Not really. Finally they saw a name they both really didn't want to deal with but knew they had to. Turning the corner they came face to face with Draco and Pansy. They both had a couple of bandages on their body. A sneer immediately appeared on Malfoy's face. Potter seems to have forgotten about curfew, he said to Pansy. Harry cut off her reply with his own. It's actually you who has forgotten. Me, I'm a temporary prefect, he pointed to the badge attached to his robes with the P on it. You on the other hand, are not allowed out of the Slytherin dorms after curfew. We are both prefects, Pansy hissed. Harry pointed at their badges, neither of which had a P on it. Professor McGonagall said she is not allowing any Slytherin's prefect responsibilities outside your dorms. See no P on your badge. Planning on making me Potter? Malfoy said. Don't get mad, Hermione said gently in her mind. He's trying to irritate you and make you do something that he can take advantage of. Think of this as smiling at Snape. Since you are not prefects in the hall tonight, I will gladly take points from you, Harry responded evenly. Flitwick's office in right down that hall and I can summon him if necessary. If you truly want to be stubborn, I can always go see if Ron Weasley is willing to join you too. You three would make a wonderful family. Draco's wand was barely out of his robes before he was in a body bind and Hermione's wand was under Parkinson's nose. Harry knelt down beside Draco and said quietly, I am going to give you some advice which if I were you, I'd listen very carefully to. Harry moved slightly so he could look directly into Draco's eyes. You and I both know Voldemort is back. You and I both know your father is one of his Death Eaters. Now sometime soon you are going to have to make a decision about your own future. Before you make that decision, you should do a little research on a half-blood who went to this school 50 years ago named Tom Marvolo Riddle. In fact, ask your father what his current name is. Harry released the bind on Draco before continuing. When you get back to your dorm and that is where you are headed right now, take a roll of parchment and write out that name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Now, write out I am Lord Voldemort. You will find it extremely curious that they are an anagram of each other. Draco got to his feet eyeing Harry wearily but he didn't reach for his wand again. He and Pansy turned and walked back toward the dungeons whispering the whole way. Harry didn't pocket his wand until the two Slytherins were out of sight. Well, that pays my debt to his mother, Harry sighed as he and Hermione started walking down another corridor. A debt she will never know I owed her. If he still takes the mark, one will not take pity on him though. I will treat him as any other Death Eater. Harry thought of the fiendfire consuming the room of requirements and saving the ferret's ass that last time. He grimaced as he remembered the aftermath and he turned to Hermione. You know, if we hadn't had to battle those goons when we went after the diadem, we could have helped the others sooner and Fred would not have been standing where he was. That's one more possible death at the feet of Malfoy. I won't argue with you, Harry, Hermione said. I want you and us and our friends to live. The lives of the people on the other side seem to mean a lot less important when we've seen our friends dead. They ended back up in the room of requirements after their rounds. There was no shyness this time as they climbed into the familiar bed. Neither of them slept with a shirt on this time as they both reveled in the sensation of the skin-to-skin contact. Good night, Mrs. Potter, Harry whispered into his wife's hair as he put his arm around her. Good night, my husband, she replied as she put her own arm over his and snuggled into his body. Ginny Weasley shuddered once again as she pulled the covers over her head in an attempt to hide from her own memories. She remembered looking up from her bed to see Millicent Bulstrode staring at her from the dorm doorway. Of her confessing her as she pinned Ginny's body against the wall with her while insisting that it would reveal the hag could have at least brushed her teeth before Ginny thought as another shudder ran through her. She'd been fortunate that Millicent had loosened her hold during the allowing Ginny to duck out of the MC and escape. But soon those memories were replaced by the anger brought on by worst thoughts. Now Harry and Hermione are out patrolling together, Ginny fumed. Her brother had shown her the updated prefect's schedule. He had been ticked off to have been assigned to patrol with Anthony Goldstein. Ginny knew why, of course. She knew that Ron would now have to actually do something instead of waiting for Hermione to do it all. With each second that passed, Ginny continued to envision Harry and Hermione holding hands as they patrolled the halls. I've got to do something, but what? It can't be potions, not again. Not with the current suspicions in the air. Ginny remembered the feeling of elation she had felt when Umbridge had accused Hermione and threatened her expulsion. Even that had ended up going against me with Harry now being a prefect, she grumbled to herself. No, definitely can't use potions again at school, but an idea popped into the ginger-haired girl's head. What if I give him a potion as he is heading toward his relative's house again? She remembered how Dumbledore had prevented anyone from communicating with Harry the previous year. No one will be able to tell that Harry has been influenced for weeks, and by then. She smiled as she started thinking. I'll write to him and he'll be grateful, and with the potions, yes, that'll work. I can do something similar to Hermione. She'll be out in the Muggle world with no contact. No one will catch on to her being under potions. Ron can write her. I am going to need a much stronger potion though. Something that lasts for months, she finally thought after her mental cackle had settled down. Maybe the jealousy potion again as well, but then I will need a new boyfriend to write Harry about and make him jealous. Her thoughts turned to who she should ensnare this time. If it has to go on into next school year, someone in his dorm would be best. Someone he would have to see each and every day. Of course her brother was out. She thought of Neville and then remembered who he was currently interested in. Becoming the girlfriend of someone who can only interest Looney good would really not be good for my popularity, she thought. Besides, I don't want to be covered in that sap again. That left only Seamus or Dean. Ginny knew Seamus was currently seeing Pavarti Patil and she didn't need someone else angry at her. Dean it is then, she thought. With her plan firmly in mind, she turned over in her bed and quickly drifted off to sleep, where she dreamed of her Harry holding her in his arms. The dream turned into a nightmare when he morphed into Millicent Bulstrode right in the middle of a. She awoke from her dream coated in sweat and her heart beating rapidly. She was too terrified to return to sleep in case the nightmare returned. The next morning, Ginny set out immediately to get what she needed. First, she paid a trip to Hagrid's hut, where she easily convinced him that she needed a pass to the restricted section of the Leary to prepare for his end-of-the-year test. She remembered the book that Hermione had mentioned she had found the Polyjuice potion in and started there. As she perused Most Potenti potions in the back of the Leary, she came across several potions she could use. The Elixir of Devotion, Draught of Desires, the Elixir of Envy and Jealousy, and Draught of Disgust. The latter one piqued Ginny's curiosity since it makes a person disgusted with another. That will work to separate those two, she thought. I don't know what she did to my Harry, but I will show him I'm his heart's desire, no matter what it takes. She quickly jotted down the complex instructions of each of the potions, double-checking each of the steps to make sure it was written correctly, and then put the book away. She did not want anyone to know she had even looked at the book. She then studied the required ingredients and a feeling of despair sunk in. I can't get these ingredients, not here at Hogwarts. She was most of the way back to her dorm, lost in trying to find another solution, when a plan came to mind of how to get the ingredients she needed. I might not be able to get them, but I do have a large family. As long as I don't ask for all the ingredients from one person. With her heart lifted once more, she dashed back to her dorm and started writing notes. Mum, I am working on an end-of-the-year project in potions and I lost the fluxweed that was given out. I'd prefer to not tell Professor Snape since it might affect my final grade. Could you send me some? Fred, George, I am working on an end-of-the-year project in potions and I screwed up the stewing step of my lacewings. I am desperate. Snape will fail me if I don't get this done correctly. Can you see if the apothecary in Diagon Alley has some already stewed and send them to me? Percy, I am working on an end-of-the-year project for extra credit just like you used to do. Guess you made an impression on me. Unfortunately, I think I might have undertaken a project more complicated than I thought. The potion I am trying to make needs powdered graphorn and I didn't realize it until it was too late. If I don't add it within 2 days, the potion is going to be ruined. Can you send me some? Bill, how's my favorite big brother? I need your help. I am helping a friend complete an end-of-the-year potion and she realized she didn't have any Alahatsi leaves. Is there any way you can send some? After completing the notes, she quickly ran to the Ollery and sent each of them off to the various people. As she watched the owls disappear into the distance, she turned and smiled as she thought of her plan again. After breakfast the next morning, when Harry and Hermione were doing some last-minute studying with Neville for the defense owl, Winky popped in beside them. Master, Mrs., she said when she saw no one else was around. You can call us Harry and Hermione, Hermione said. Winky didn't acknowledge the statement but continued. Yous wanted to know if Mrs. Weasley did anything with potions. That statement made Harry and Hermione quickly pay a greater attention to the elf. What did she do? Harry asked. Winky only saw her reading potions book, Winky admitted. Does Master and Mrs. want to know about that? Winky asked nervously. Her schoolbook. Hermione asked to clarify. No, Mrs. Miss Weasley was in the other part of the Leary where students aren't normally allowed to go. The restricted section. Hermione asked but immediately knew that was what Winky was talking about. What book was she reading? It was this book, Winky replied, and with a snap of her fingers, Most Potenti potions appeared in her hands. Hermione's eyes flew open wide. She instantly recognized the book from their second year, but something far more important had just happened. You can take books from the restricted section. How? I mean, it. Words failed her as she stared at the book. Mrs. asked what book, Winky replied. Winky only doing what she was told. Neville explained. Hermione, you asked her what book. Now that you are her mistress, she will obey you. There is very little that can stop a house elf's magic in response to their master or mistress's request. Hermione was still staring at the book as a whole new world opened to her. The actual implications of what just happened were still being processed. In her mind, the restricted section of the Leary was now completely open to her without a need to get permission, but it was also against the authority structure she believed in. Harry could feel the conflict and decided to break her out of her thoughts. Just remember that we need every resource we can get, and we just found another. We don't have to go to a professor every time we need a book in the restricted section. But right now we have a bigger problem. He nodded at the book. We know the level of potions that book contains, and if Ginny was looking at it, I'm very concerned. True, Hermione turned to Winky. Did you see what she was looking at in the book? No, Mrs., Winky replied sadly. Winky did not do a good job. Winky, you did wonderfully, Hermione said softly. Besides, Harry and I are protected from war jealousy potions. Just keep an eye on her, and if she starts to brew anything while we are still at school, let us know where she is brewing it. Winky can do that, Winky replied. Winky will do a better job this time. As soon as she finished saying that, she apparated away. Hermione looked at Harry, but before she could speak he said, "It will take some getting used to having elves. We have to figure out how to talk to them. But now she thinks she didn't do a good job when she." "Time, Hermione, it will take time," Harry replied. "Praise her first the next time." The written portion of Defense Owls passed very quickly. It was a subject Harry got an O in the last time and still remembered everything he did for it. As they were leaving the Great Hall, Madame Bones herself was waiting for them. "Good morning, Mr. Potter," she said curtly. "Madame Bones," Harry returned the greeting. "Under-Secretary Umbridge is due to be questioned in front of the Wizengamot in 4 hours, Amelia said. But I suspect Fudge will try to manipulate the time of the questioning to coincide with your practical exams. Though you are not required to give further testimony, I would not put it past him to try something against your credibility to prevent Umbridge from having to be questioned. I want you there to prevent any possibility of that happening. But don't you have enough witnesses?" Harry asked. "With Flitwick and Snape in. If he moves it up, as I suspect he will, Severus and Phileas will be instructing classes," Amelia replied. "Even if I can successfully postpone it, it will allow more time for him to find another way to deflect attention away from her. But if I'm going to be in my owls..." Harry started. Amelia nodded toward someone to her left, and Harry realized Professor Marchbanks was standing there. "Griselda will conduct your practical now if you're ready." Harry nodded and then asked, "Can Hermione do hers as well? I would like for her to join me." Amelia looked over at Professor Marchbanks, who answered, "Certainly. Let me get one of the other professors." She was back shortly with Professor Tofty. Harry and Hermione worked flawlessly through the practicals. The defensive spells and counter jinxes came second nature to both of them by now. When they had finished, Madame Bones, who had been standing to the side and watching, said, "That was very impressive, Mr. Potter. Now I believe last summer you claimed you could perform a Patronus. Could I see it?" Harry smiled. The last time he had stood in the hall and performed it for his owl, he had to imagine Umbridge being sacked. Now he had the actual event that he could recall. Pulling from that and the he felt for his new wife. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag shot out of his wand and started cantering down the hall, only to be joined by a silver otter. Harry looked at his wife and winked as both of the silvery animals faded into a mist. "Miss Granger as well. Very well done," Amelia Bones replied. "Susan has been telling me about something called the DA." Before Harry could answer, Hermione spoke up first. "It's not something we should discuss. As I understand it, the educational decrees are still in effect." Amelia Bones nodded and smiled. "I understand. Now if you two are ready." When they both nodded, she led them to the headmaster's office where Professor McGonagall was busy looking over paperwork. "Madame Bones, Mr. Potter and..." She delayed for a second, "Miss Granger. Just need to use your flow to go to the ministry, Professor." "Of course," McGonagall replied. She turned to her 2 students. "When you return, I'd like a word if I may." "Yes, ma'am," Hermione answered. It was an hour later, while they were sitting in the well-decorated office of the head of the magical law enforcement, that a small messenger paper plane came through the door. Amelia opened the plane and smiled as she read the note she had been expecting. 20 minutes, she said, looking at the 2 students in front of her. She then looked up at the clock. Severus and Flitwick both would have had class starting right now. She called for her assistant and started giving directives. Make sure the following people have been notified. She reeled off several names. Also make sure courtroom 10 is available. Right now he has courtroom 3 being used, but it will never hold the entire Wizengamot. Yes ma'am, her assistant said and hurried out of the room. Amelia turned to Harry and Hermione. Just a bit of politics being played. Very much like you're hearing Mr. Potter. In this case though, he will have only his supporters there and just enough to make a quorum. She strolled over to the fireplace and after a bit of flow powder she said. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Yes Amelia, the voice of McGonagall said. 15 minutes in courtroom 3, she said. Can Severus or Flitwick make it? Phileas is right here. He rescheduled his class until later. Severus' class will be finished in 20 minutes. I'll instruct him to be there after that. Excellent. When they entered courtroom 3 10 minutes later, Amelia instantly noticed Cornelius Fudge sitting in the Chief Warlock's chair. She immediately raised her voice. Minister, she said and the room instantly quieted. Amelia became even more disquieted when she noticed Umbridge sitting beside Cornelius chatting with him. Minister, you must recuse yourself from this trial. I also must insist that Dolores take the position of the accused. I'm sorry Amelia, but if I were to recuse myself we would not have enough for a quorum. As you can see we have barely enough. Amelia Bones smiled. Fortunately you gave me enough time to ensure that would not be a problem. As she said those words the members of the Wizengamot whom she had notified of the change entered. Yes well my schedule is quite full now and I had to make certain changes to get this ridiculous questioning completed, Cornelius said. Madam Umbridge is an outstanding member of my staff and to have to face such a travesty of justice is absurd. As you say Minister, Amelia answered. But Dolores Umbridge does stand accused and we must question her. Accused by Harry Potter, a boy who spins fantasies of dead people coming back to life. Fudge snarled. Excuse me Minister, but it's crowded in here now. Shall we move to courtroom 10? Amelia asked while making no comment on the minister's accusation. I made sure it was available before arriving. Cornelius Fudge looked around and could see what amounted to the entire Wizengamot now in the room, many with no place to sit. Yes we should move there, he growled with a look of disgust. The delay allowed Severus Snape to arrive. Just as he entered courtroom 3, he immediately had to turn around and move to courtroom 10. It took every elevator to carry the entire Wizengamot to level 9. As Harry and Hermione exited the elevator, their eyes fell upon the black door at the end of the hall that led to the Department of Mysteries. We'll be back in a week, Harry said. I know, Hermione replied and Harry could feel the trepidation she felt. Just short of the black door, they turned left and walked down the staircase to the 10th level. Fudge looked around in frustration as the seats of the Wizengamot filled. As his eyes fell upon Harry, Flitwick and Snape all sitting next to Madame Bones, his shoulders slumped in resignation. He stood up and said, Since it is a member of my department who stands accused, I must recuse myself from these proceedings. I turn the matter over the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Bones. The look on Umbridge's face at those words was priceless to Harry. She looked like a toad who had just swallowed a very rotten fly. When Amelia took the spot vacated by the minister, her first act was to require Umbridge to sit in the chair of the accused. Harry remembered the feeling quite well of sitting in that chair. Dolores Umbridge, Bones started. You stand accused of several violations of the law. Today you have been brought before the Wizengamot. You can't do this. I'm the senior. Be quiet. Bones interjected with a voice that commanded authority and Umbridge shrunk back in the seat. You have been brought before the Wizengamot to determine if, under veritaserum questioning, there is enough evidence to remove you from office. The violations are attempted murder of a juven. I have done nothing wrong. Umbridge cried out again. Bones lifted her wand and a silencing charm was sent toward Umbridge. You will have your chance to respond, but I cannot permit you to keep interrupting these proceedings, she said. As I was saying, you are accused of attempted murder of a juvenile, one Harry James Potter by use of Dementors on August 2nd of last year. Harry was watching Dolores Umbridge and he could see her eyes widen in fear. You are also accused of excessive abuse to a juvenile that would equate to torture. Again that juvenile is Harry James Potter. She lifted her wand again and reversed the silencing hex. What do you have to say in response before we administer the serum? Lies, Umbridge replied in her girlish voice. Nothing but lies from a self-serving tea. Everyone here has read his delusional accounts about he who must not be named. It's just another one of his attention-seeking attempts. She smiled as she noticed a lot of murmuring start among the Wizengamot. Amelia quickly regained silence as she spoke. I personally witnessed the testimony given by Mr. Potter under Veritaserum, as did Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, and several of my Aurors. Dumbledore probably gave him an antidote, someone shouted from the crowd. I will admit we did not check him for counter Veritaserum. I had no reason to suspect it, Bones replied. The people started once again to murmur until Harry got to his feet. Ma'am, he started. I am willing to be tested for any counter serums and to reaffirm my testimony once again under truth serum if that is what is required. Hermione got to her feet as well. Ma'am, I was present when we found out about her attempt and I am also willing to be questioned. Severus Snape sighed. He couldn't believe he was actually going to help Harry Potter, but he knew he had to. Getting Umbridge out of Hogwarts was necessary if he were to continue to be useful to both Dumbledore and Voldemort. He stood as, well, members of the Wizengamot, he said, turning to make eye contact with as many of the Wizengamot members as he could. I am the potions master of Hogwarts. Most of you are familiar with my abilities. I can and will attest that when a counter serum is active in a person's system and they are given Veritaserum, there are certain indications that can be observed by a trained eye. I can verify that Mr. Potter showed no signs of those indications. He did answer those questions truthfully. Amelia looked at the Wizengamot as well. Members of the Wizengamot, do you concur there is enough evidence as it stands to administer Veritaserum to Dolores Umbridge, or do you need further testimony? May I see wands in favor of going forward with Umbridge's questioning? Harry breathed a sigh of relief and could feel Hermione do the same when a solid majority of the wands lit up. Again he looked at Umbridge, who now looked like a toad getting ready to be run over by a hippogriff. Her wide panicking eyes were looking over at Cornelius Fudge, who was looking anywhere but at his senior undersecretary. Her look changed to terror when Bones ordered the administering of the serum. No! Umbridge shouted and tried to run when the Auror who had the Veritaserum was next to her. A leg-locking hex sent her sprawling as she smashed her face on the stone floor. Two Aurors forced the struggling toad back into the chair and the drops of clear liquid were put in her mouth. She struggled for several more seconds, then ceased as her look of terror gave way to an unfocused stare. Is your name Dolores Jane Umbridge? Amelia started the questioning. Yes. Are you the current senior undersecretary of the Minister of Magic? Yes. Were you the one who sent Dementors to Little Whinging Surrey, a Muggle neighborhood, on August 2nd of last year? Yes, came the response, and an uproar started around the room as everyone started speaking at once. Quiet, Madame Bones bellowed, and again the room sunk into silence. She again turned to Umbridge. Why did you send the Dementors? Harry Potter had to go away, she replied. His lies were becoming too distracting to the Ministry. Did you intend for the Dementors to kill Harry Potter? Of course, Umbridge replied. You almost killed another person there as well, Bones said. Was that your intention as well? The Muggle. Who cares about Muggles? They can all die for all I care. As the uproar started up again, Harry noticed the panicked look on the face of the Minister of Magic. He remembered what Sirius had suggested, and Harry knew he had to act or the minister would face the backlash. He stood up and addressed Amelia Bones. Ma'am, when I found out about what she had done, I also found out that the minister knew nothing about it. Could you pose that as a question? He turned and looked at Cornelius Fudge, who had turned his gaze toward him with a questioning look. Of course, Mr. Potter, Bones said, and then speaking to Umbridge. Dolores Umbridge, did the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, know about this attempt on Mr. Potter's life? No. He was busy trying to find other ways to discredit Mr. Potter. Harry glanced at the minister and noticed the long breath he let out in relief. Fudge owes us one so far, Harry said to his wife. Have you killed or attempted to kill anyone else? Madame Bones asked Umbridge. Yes, came the reply. Over the next half hour, Dolores Umbridge confessed to the murder of 2 people, including Matthew Corrigan, and attempting the murder of another 3 people who had refused to support Fudge in one method or another. She cleared Fudge of any knowledge of the attempts. She also admitted to the abuse and torture of students at Hogwarts. Further questions gave the Names of 4 people throughout the ministry who had helped her, including one of the sitting members of the Wizengamot who had been in courtroom 3 but had not come down to courtroom 10. When the questioning had ended, Amelia Bones looked around the room at stunned faces of the Wizengamot. Members, I call upon you now to vote on whether Senior Undersecretary Umbridge should be removed from office. Those of you who believe she should be removed, please vote. The wands were almost entirely lit. Amelia turned back to the toad-like lady. Senior Undersecretary Umbridge, you are hereby removed from your office and will be placed under arrest for the crimes you have committed. She looked over at the Minister of Magic. Minister, do you wish to say anything at this time? Cornelius looked around as he swallowed hard. Only that my office supports the removal of the Senior Undersecretary, and I wish to point out that I had no knowledge of the things she did. Thank you, Minister, Madam Bones replied, and then re-addressed the Wizengamot. Based on this testimony, I would like to immediately take Oswald Baddock into custody. Since he is a member of the Wizengamot, I need a clear majority to allow me to do that. May I ask for a vote to allow the arrest? Again, almost every wand lit in the vote. Thank you, Bones said. She motioned for the Aurors nearest Umbridge to take her into custody. They confiscated her wand and led her away. It was a very happy Harry and Hermione who exited the fireplace into the headmaster's office. Once Flitwick and Snape had departed the office, Professor McGonagall asked them to take a seat. I presume by the happy expressions, there is good news. McGonagall asked. I think we can safely say she will not be back here anytime soon, Hermione replied. She confessed to. Harry turned to Hermione. 3 murders. 2, Hermione corrected. And attempted murder of 3. 4 if you include Harry last year. She also implicated a Wizengamot member and a couple of ministry workers who were helping her. Well, it seems Amelia will have her hands full for the next few days. Wait for another week and she won't know what hit her, Harry thought to his wife. I just hope she doesn't die this time, Hermione replied. Maybe Voldemort will kill Fudge instead. McGonagall shifted through some parchments on her desk. I took the liberty of asking the ministry for an updated list of Muggle-born students currently attending Hogwarts, she said as she handed one of the parchments to Hermione. I thought you would be interested in it, Miss Hermione. Hermione looked puzzled at the headmistress, and then started to read the names on the list. At first a puzzled look came over her face and then her eyes lifted to look at the headmistress. If it is in order, I will offer my congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, McGonagall said with a smile. It seems I was wrong last week. Thanks, Hermione replied. She looked again at the official list from the Ministry of Magic. She had first been confused and very concerned when she had not seen Hermione Granger on the list. Her first thoughts had been that Umbridge had in fact expelled her before she'd been taken away. She'd understood though, when she'd seen her name further down, in the P's. Hermione Potter. She showed the list to Harry and pointed at her name. I thought it would be safer to ask for a large list where a name is buried and out of context to what I was looking for, McGonagall explained on her method of delivery. Of course you are more than welcome to ask for a marriage certificate and they will provide one. If you do that, I doubt it would be a secret for very long. She looked over her glasses at the 2 of them. I am to presume you do still want it to be a secret. Yes, Professor. We aren't ready for that yet, Hermione replied. Besides, I'm not ready for her father to kill me, Harry said. And Dumbledore. No. We don't want him to know either. McGonagall studied the 2 students in front of her for a few seconds before finally asking. May I ask about the sudden hostility toward the headmaster? As it is, I will be in a bind when he returns to the school. Harry looked at Hermione and the 2 of them discussed it silently for a few seconds until finally Harry responded. Professor, what do you know of my childhood? My relatives. What I know or what I can deduce? McGonagall asked. She turned and stared out the window for several seconds and then turned back to her students. I was there the night Albus left you with your relatives. She put up a hand to stall Harry's reply so she could complete her thoughts. I spent the whole day there after your parents died. When Albus showed up later that evening, I told him they were the worst people I could imagine. She went on to explain the letter and Hagrid showing up and finally leaving him on the doorstep. Hermione had been listening to the story and she became more and more confused. Professor, that doesn't make sense, she said finally. What do you mean? McGonagall asked. I was there and I know what I did. But Why were you there to start with? Hermione asked. If you didn't know the Potters had died, I mean you just said it was only rumors and you also said you were surprised to learn that they were Harry's only relatives. So why were you there all day watching them? McGonagall was lost in her own confusion as she tried to think what made her go to Privet Drive to start with. Also, as I understand it, the reason Harry is safe there is because of the wards surrounding the house are based on his aunt's blood. Hermione continued. Yes, that's right, McGonagall replied. Albus explained that to me later when I started asking about protecting Harry. So when did Dumbledore put up those wards? Hermione asked. According to your story, he showed up that night and then proceeded to leave Harry on the doorstep and then left. I would have presumed putting up the wards would have been the biggest priority to protecting Harry. McGonagall stared at the young witch in front of her but could not find an argument. Didn't the Potters live in Godric Hollow? Hermione asked. She of course knew the answer since she and Harry had been almost killed there last Christmas. But that was 2 years in the future. Yes, but you said Hagrid took Harry from the Potter's house before the Muggles showed up. If something happened that destroyed the house, they would have arrived fairly quickly. Why did it take Hagrid almost a whole day to travel a very short distance on a flying motorcycle? She also knew that Hagrid and Harry had flown from Surrey to the Tonks house, which was even further away, in just a short time the night they had escaped from Privet Drive. I don't know, McGonagall answered truthfully. Harry had never known exactly what had happened that night he had been left at the Dursleys'. Now it seemed like someone else didn't either. Professor, there has been a lot of things that do not make sense. As he cast around looking for a good excuse, he realized the perfect one had just happened. Hermione has been going over some of the things I've described and finding problems with them as well. Everything seems to go back to the headmaster. Albus, but McGonagall again was trying to figure out that night as well. I remember that day and night very clearly. Hermione had started to reply but then stopped as she looked sharply at the Transfiguration professor. Clearly, like it just happened. Yes, exactly. A paragraph from a book came floating into the memory of Hermione. It was the book she studied before modifying her parents' memories. Professor, isn't one of the first things you learn when it comes to memory modification spells is that the new memory being implanted must be more defined because it needs to override any possible echo of the memory being modified, McGonagall finished. Albus changed my memory of that day. Why? She asked mostly to herself. I don't know what the headmaster is doing, but a lot of things don't add up, Harry said. Until he is willing to give me answers that make sense, I will not trust him. Harry could see the confusion on the headmistress's face. You said you didn't like my relatives. Did you ever wonder what my life has been like with them? I've often wondered, she admitted. You see, I remember your father exceptionally well. How can I say this? Professor, I know my father was a bully for most of his time here. That might be a little harsh, but he definitely had some moments, especially when it came to a few students, one in particular. Snape, Harry muttered. McGonagall lifted an eyebrow. You were exceptionally well informed. Harry shrugged. It came up and Sirius verified it. McGonagall nodded her understanding. Well, your father did like to strut, shall we say, but he was always dressed very well. And I'm dressed not so well. That would be an overstatement sometimes. Where do you get your clothing? Hand-me-downs from my cousin, Harry replied. The Dursleys have never bought me a single item of clothing. Harry looked again toward his wife and after a couple of seconds she nodded. Harry got up from his seat and pulled off his robe. Then he pulled off his shirt, revealing the various scars that crossed his body. This is what life with the Dursleys has been like, he said as he put his shirt and robe back on. So as you can see, I have very little reason to trust the headmaster right now. Next week he will once again insist I need to go live with the Dursleys. Now I will admit they haven't dared touch me since I told them that Sirius, who they believe is a mass murderer, is my godfather, but the hatred is there still. Does that answer your question to why we don't trust the headmaster? Hermione asked. Yes, I guess it does, McGonagall sighed. As Hermione and Harry rose from their chairs to depart, they both saw something that made their blood freeze. The portraits. All were awake and staring attentively at them. Shit, Harry mentally exclaimed. Turning back to McGonagall, Hermione asked. Professor, are the portraits going to tell Dumbledore what we just told you? McGonagall looked up at the portraits and realized it was something she should have thought of them. Portraits, as the official acting headmistress, I order you to not discuss anything said in this office in the last 20 minutes with anyone, including Albus Dumbledore or myself. That also includes anyone where you have other portrait frames. Will that work? Hermione asked. I hope so. A little while later Harry and Hermione met up with Neville and Luna in the room of requirements. They quickly brought them up to date on what had happened in the last few hours with Umbridge and McGonagall. How'd your defense practicals go, Neville? Hermione asked. I think I did okay, he replied. I had a couple of problems with the counter jinxes but I think I passed. Excellent, Harry said. He turned to Hermione. Let's tell Sirius what happened today and see how he's coming with the plan. He pulled out the mirror and was staring at Sirius a few seconds later. How's it going, pup? Sirius asked. Well, we think it was a great day. Harry quickly explained what happened at the ministry and in the courtroom. So Umbridge is going to be facing some very serious charges. Sounds like it. So McGonagall is in charge now. Yeah, and she knows we are married, but she isn't going to tell Dumbledore. Still want to be there when Albus finds out, and Ginny and Ron. Heck, I'll take Molly. By the way, the night my parents died, what happened? Harry asked. Why do you want to know? Harry and Hermione explained what McGonagall remembered. Hagrid and I were at your parents' house very soon after it all happened. He left on my motorcycle not long afterwards, while I went searching for Peter, Sirius said. And McGonagall said he didn't get to the Dursleys until the next day. That's what she remembers. I don't know, Sirius replied. Something happened. That trip is only a couple of hours at the most. Maybe he spent the day there putting the wards up and making the deal with the Dursleys, Hermione said. And then he modified McGonagall's memories for some reason. Wait, Harry said as the conversation he had had with Dumbledore 2 years previous came back to him. He said he put the spell on me and she sealed it by taking me in. But Professor McGonagall didn't mention Dumbledore casting any spell on you, so when did he do it? Hermione asked. Supposedly you came via Hagrid directly to Privet Drive and those few moments were the only time Dumbledore saw you. Another Dumbledore lie. Harry asked. Looks that way. If he survives this war, I am going to kill him, Sirius snarled. Lies and memory charms. What is that old fart playing at? We know he made a deal with the Dursleys. Miranda told us that, Harry said. So he didn't want anyone to remember that deal or whatever else happened that day. Harry felt more anger rise in him at the headmaster. He remembered how Dumbledore had played his anger and sorrow over losing Sirius perfectly to keep him blindly following his directions leading toward Harry's death. Let's figure that out later, Harry, Sirius said. Want to know how we're going to kill all of the Death Eaters next week? Personally, I think it's brilliant in its simplicity. He started telling them what he thought needed to happen. So what do you think? Brilliant, Sirius, Hermione said. That is brilliant. What about Dumbledore? Harry asked. I just wished we could do this without him, but with Voldemort. We can, Hermione said. As long as, yes, it will work. Sirius and Harry both were looking at the witch with questioning glances. Remember what you just told Ollivander. Voldemort still doesn't know what happened between your wands, Hermione explained. He has no reason to expect it to happen again. Lock his wand up, dueling him again. You can keep him like that until the minister and half the ministry is there. Not only will their opinion of you rise if you can outduel Voldemort right in front of them, but it will crush Space's ego to lose to you instead of Dumbledore, especially in front of people. Brilliant, Hermione, Harry said. And if he does get lucky and hits me with the killing curse again, I can rise from it a second time and still cause problems for him. It looks like we have a plan. Where are we going to sleep tonight? Harry asked as he looked up at Hermione. They had remained in the room of requirements when Luna and Neville had left after another dinner together. Currently, Hermione was sitting on the sofa, studying Arthemency. Her book was magically propped on the arm of the sofa, while Harry had his head in her lap. As she read the text of her book, she absent-mindedly was running her fingers gently through the unruly locks of Harry's hair. What? Oh, she replied as she looked down into Harry's emerald eyes. She sighed. As much as I want to sleep with you, I think we need to be in the dorms. Even with Neville covering for you, we can't keep staying in here every evening, she smiled as Harry attempted his best puppy dog eyes. But I still have a bit of studying to do. True, Harry agreed. They fell back into silence again for a few minutes until Harry saw the time on Hermione's watch as her wrist made another path across his face as her fingers worked their magic through his hair. 1 week from right now and it will be almost time to go to the ministry. That caused Hermione to look at her watch also. She closed her book and looked back down at Harry. Nervous? She asked though she knew he was. I keep seeing you getting hit by Dolohov last time, Harry admitted. If anything were to happen to you. Hermione could see the concern in his eyes. Not this time. I'm not the same girl who was there last time, she smiled. They'll never know what hit them. Dolohov, Lestrange, all of them. We'll never have to fight them again. The two of them stared into each other's eyes for several seconds, both thinking of that night 2 years ago. I should have listened to you, Harry admitted finally. We should never have been there. And I should have listened to you earlier in the year about Snape. I believed in Dumbledore too much I guess, Hermione replied. If only we'd had this then. They both knew she meant their soul bond. They both started thinking of the years that had gone by, of all the things that might have been different. Finally Harry shook his head. Let's not regret it now, let's just make it right. I just want to kick the Death Eaters' butts next week and then spend time with you. I want that too, Hermione replied. But when are we going to be together this summer? She asked. Are you going to go to the Dursleys? The Dursleys can rot in hell for all I care, Harry grumbled. But I'll wait to see what Dumbledore says. If he tries to force you to go. What do you think he'd do if every time I get put back there, I end right back up at Grimmauld Place again within a day? Harry asked. I know how to apparate. Only Mad Eye can see through my cloak, so just have to wait until he isn't there. I might enjoy the show, Hermione replied with a smile as she thought of Dumbledore's reaction to Harry walking through the front door of 12 Grimmauld again and again. As long as they don't realize we can talk in our minds, we can really have fun with him. If he tries to force you stay there magically, I'll take it to the ministry, especially if we have Fudge on our side then. Harry smiled at his wife. I want you to spend time with your parents, he said. It's been almost 2 years since you spent any real time there, and even then it wasn't a lot, Harry frowned. That had been this summer, the summer right after his 5th year. Hermione had made it to the Burrow before he had, and it had been his shortest time ever at Privet Drive. Whose idea was it for you to come to the Burrow? Hermione thought back 2 years. I was invited by Ginny, she finally said. She sent me an owl and said you were coming in. She stopped. That's when it started last time, wasn't it? I wonder when though. I wasn't jealous of Ron's attitude toward Fleur. I thought it was stupid. And I wasn't jealous of Ginny when she mentioned to Fred that she had started dating Dean at Diagon Alley, but I did feel something on the train when she said she was going to meet him. And Lavender's giggle when Ron took that kid's frisbee annoyed the heck out of me. So last time it happened between Diagon Alley and the train, Harry replied. Looking back it is pretty obvious though. I mean, how did she go from Corner to Dean? She dumped Corner after the Quidditch match less than 3 weeks before the end of the school year and was already dating someone else before the next year even begins. Especially since Dean was studying for his owls all the time after the match. After the owls we were all dealing with the ministry battle. Do you think she dosed him with a potion? Possibly, Harry replied. At least there'll be no Burrow this year, Hermione said. You'll come to Grimmauld sometimes, right? You can take the night bus, Harry asked. Or apparate. Maybe you can come to my house and formally meet my parents, Hermione suggested with a hopeful look in her eyes. Harry took his wife's left hand and ran his finger over the ring on her finger. He looked into Hermione's eyes. Is your father going to kill me because of this? Hermione laughed. You're going to battle Voldemort next week and my father is the one you're concerned about. I can't fight back against your parents, Harry replied truthfully. I don't ever want to put you in a position to choose between us. I've already chosen Harry, Hermione replied. I chose you even before our soul bond. Through jealousy, potions and everything else, I've always chosen you. Her eyes were dampening. I want my parents to you, Harry, and I am sure they will, but always know that there will never be a choice to make if it were to come to that. Their lips met softly, tenderly. That showed that they shared with one another. Harry pulled Hermione into his arms and they slipped into another silent gaze as Hermione felt herself wanting to fall into Harry's eyes. It lasted until another thought caught up to Hermione. Harry, you're linked to Voldemort. How are you going to let him show you serious? Harry's eyes widened. I don't know. I need to figure out how to loosen my occlumency, don't I? True, but are you going to fall asleep in the history owl again? Hermione asked. Voldemort could only make you see things when you were sleeping. Hermione remembered Harry screaming out in their owl 2 years previous. Then a strange thought appeared, questions that wouldn't quite settle into something that could be answered. But how could Voldemort expect you to find a way to London in the middle of the school year from a school that was locked down by the Ministry? Wouldn't he expect you to go tell someone? I tried to tell McGonagall. Exactly, Hermione exclaimed as the pieces started to come together in her mind. But Voldemort still had his Death Eaters there waiting and, she stopped and caught her breath. Voldemort has been sending you images since Christmas trying to get you into the Department of Mysteries. Yes, so this time he changed tactics and added Sirius, Hermione explained. But how could he know you fell for it and you didn't tell someone? Or that you didn't make contact with Sirius? I know he had Creature make up a lie, but he had no way to know if it had worked. Sirius might have been near the fireplace getting food or something, or Sirius might have heard the flow and ordered Creature to tell him who it had been. If you had told someone or found Sirius, his Death Eaters could have walked into a reverse trap. So he knew that I hadn't told anyone or... Harry stopped as the answer came to him. He must have been reading my mind. I don't think so, Hermione replied. Well, maybe. Hermione's lip disappeared under her teeth as she concentrated, but if he had been reading your mind, wouldn't he have known Dumbledore was at the Department of Mysteries? Your memory clearly showed Bellatrix had to tell him he was there. Besides, wouldn't Voldemort have shown up as soon as you had the prophecy instead of waiting for us to battle with the Death Eaters? If we'd known how the doors work, we could have escaped fairly easily. Then thoughts of that night came back vividly. She remembered what Lucius Malfoy had said that night. The Dark Lord wondered why you didn't come running when he showed you the place where it was hidden in your dreams. No, if he could read your mind that easily, he'd have known you didn't know about the prophecy. Remember, Lucius said Voldemort didn't know. He knew I didn't have the prophecy when he arrived though. He said he could see it in my mind. Oh, Hermione replied, as her mind getting ready to dismiss her idea then until she remembered. Were you looking him in the eyes at that time? Yay, of course, legilimency, Harry realized. When I was looking at him he could read my mind. Hermione nodded. So what are you suggesting? Someone told him. I think so, Hermione said. And I can think of only one person who knew we were concerned about Sirius at the Department of Mysteries and who knew we hadn't been able to tell anyone. Harry sat up and stared at Hermione. Snape. When did your scar start hurting more that night? Harry thought back to 2 years previous. It was like it was on fire when I first woke up from the vision, Harry said as he winced and his fingers went to his scar as he mentally felt that pain again. But then it settled into a low ache until... He looked at Hermione, until after we were with Umbridge. More importantly, after you told Snape. It would have taken him some time to communicate with Voldemort. But he told the Order. You pointed out the other day that it is most likely he was really working with both sides. He probably covered his tracks by contacting Sirius, but then he had that window of time. Harry, we were on those bloody thestrals for hours. Next week's sunrise is supposed to be around 4:30, Hermione continued, but with the mountains around us, it's closer to 5. I checked because the timing was important. Now you said you got back to Dumbledore's office right at sunrise, correct? Yes, a little before but not much. How long did the battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort last? 10 minutes or so. 20 at the most. Definitely not 20, Harry replied as he remembered the epic battle. How long before that did the Order show up? Not very long, but it could have been 30 minutes. So we know the Order came immediately when Snape told them, so they must have been told around 2 or 3 am. Definitely not earlier than that, Hermione explained. Can you imagine Snape waiting up until 2 am to see if you were fine after going into the Forbidden Forest? 5 hours after we disappeared with Umbridge. And then it is the Forbidden Forest and it is the middle of the night. Do you remember our first year? If we didn't come back, would your first thought be, oh, Harry Potter must have found some way to get out of the clutches of Dolores Umbridge and flew off to London, or would it have been, the Forbidden Forest is really dangerous? More than likely Potter has got himself in some kind of trouble in there. Quote, but Snape did notify the Order and possibly Voldemort, so he must have had a reason to believe we did go. Like he followed us. Or at least maybe followed Neville and the rest when they caught up to us? Hermione asked. Either Snape is a damn good seer or he had reason to believe we had left Hogwarts on a relatively slow transportation system. Her eyes widened. Didn't you tell me that Dumbledore said Snape suggested that Sirius stay at Grimmauld Place? Yes, so he could tell Dumbledore. I don't think that was the real reason, Hermione replied darkly. If the Order had found us before we got to the Ministry and Sirius hadn't been with them, would you have believed them that Sirius was fine? Or would you have insisted on going into the Ministry, especially wanting to know about the orbs you kept seeing in your dreams? Probably, Harry admitted reluctantly. But why would Snape do that? What would he gain? The more Death Eaters that died or captured, the better his position is with Voldemort. Hermione suggested. Look what happened last time. Lucius lost his place as Voldemort's most trusted person. If Order members died, then Dumbledore would need Snape even more. Harry contemplated that night and it made sense. His eyes made contact with his wife's again. I'm going to gut the bastard, Harry said dangerously. We know he's not to be trusted, but we might be able to use him as well. It's possible we can use him to get information to Voldemort and Dumbledore, Hermione replied. But he is a slimy git and I do think it's safe to assume we won't be naming any of our children after him. The last statement caught Harry off guard and he looked to find Hermione smiling. It wasn't long before they found themselves laughing at the thought. Finally they caught their breath only to have Harry start them back up by saying, maybe we should name one Albus Severus. It was one of those laughs that just looking at the other person set the laughing going again. It was 10 minutes before the laughing ended that time. Finally Hermione returned to the serious discussion. It does mean we are probably going to have to let him know that we are going. If he is the one who relayed it to Voldemort he'll need to again, she said. One more thing to do next week, Harry sighed. June 12-14th. The next day and the weekend passed rapidly. Hermione completed her arithmancy with no troubles while they both started working with Luna and Neville on the spells they were going to need in the battle. They decided that they had to keep the spells to typical 5th-year spells to prevent any suspicions if their wands were checked after the battle. Harry had remembered something else that had happened in the previous timeline that allowed them better use of their spells. Last time Umbridge tried to capture Hagrid and McGonagall went to defend him. She was hit with 4 stunners at once. That required her to spend several days in St. Mungo's and Pomfrey was surprised it didn't kill her, Harry explained. So if we are going to stun anyone, we're all going to hit the same person at once. That should keep them from just being revived again. If we get a chance we can also follow up stunning with a nice reducto to their ribs or arms. Remember, if you are in danger, don't hold back. They all knew the plan and knew most of what they were going to be doing was shield work unless their lives were in danger. Sirius suggested we need a couple of them alive to prove we were tricked there, Hermione added. I agree, but there are some of those Death Eaters that are going to die. Harry and she had discussed it. All of the Lestranges, Dolohov, Rookwood and McNair were on that list. They were still in disagreement over Malfoy. Harry wanted the man dead for all of the things he had done, while Hermione argued that with him being very senior to Voldemort, he would have the most information to give. It didn't happen last time, Hermione, Harry reminded her. They had all 12 of them and it did no good. True, Hermione finally agreed. Harry had also worked on his occlumency and it came as no surprise the knowledge of how to allow thoughts in was there waiting. Thank you, Miranda, he silently said into his mind. You're welcome, Harry, the goddess replied. Be careful and take care of your soul. Mate next week. Next week and every week for all time, Harry replied. June 15th. On Monday morning they were preparing for their potions owl. Though Neville was doing very well making the potions in the room of requirements, he still had a hint of green in his facial color. You'll be fine, Neville, Hermione said in encouragement. You've been making the potions near perfection in practice. I know, but this will be for real and I keep thinking of Snape, Neville admitted nervously. Luna leaned over and whispered something in Neville's ear. The young man immediately blushed and his eyes went wide as he turned to stare at the bee-haired witch, but he slowly nodded and a determined look appeared on his face along with a faraway look and grin. As they were leaving the Great Hall, Hermione whispered to Luna, "What did you tell Neville?" "I noticed how Harry seems fascinated with your S, so I told Neville I'd show him mine if he did well on his owl," Luna said casually. "Though I'd show him anyway if he asked." Oh, Hermione replied surprised. Yes, Neville is very smart and he very well might get an O with the right encouragement, Luna stated. If showing him a part of my body helps him do well, then it would be silly of me not to. Hermione looked at the younger girl. Do you like Neville? She asked. I mean as more than a friend type like. I don't mean to be rude but I don't want you to think Harry and I are pushing you too, the last time you two didn't. Neville is very nice and yes I do like him, Luna replied truthfully and then smiled. He and I might be becoming closer because of your friendship and trust, but not because of you. Were we with other people the last time? No, you weren't. So maybe we were going to be together and now it's happening earlier, or maybe it's not going to happen at all, Luna said matter-of-factly. I've never been close to a boy or been on a date so. Luna shrugged. Hermione smiled at her friend. You know, you went on a date with Harry next year. Well, as friends anyway. Oh really? Luna asked as she took Hermione's arm. Tell me all about my date with your husband. Next year there was a new potions master named, Hermione began and the rest of the story unfolded. It wasn't much of a story, but Luna couldn't help but tease Harry when they caught up to him and Neville. So I understand we were an item next year Harry, Luna said taking his arm. You took me on dates and everything. Peeves was even telling everyone how much you me. What? Harry exclaimed and looked at Hermione who was giggling. I told her about you taking her to Slughorn's party, Hermione said still trying to control her laugh. Oh, he looked at Luna and gave his saddest eyes. I'm sorry Luna but this time I'm a married man, we'll just have to let it stay in our memories. Well if we must, Luna replied. Though since I don't have that memory, you're going to have to give it to me. Of course, though it's not much. I was busy doing other things, Harry admitted. Yes, you left me to go follow Draco, Luna said. You could have just asked him to go with you. I know we both have blonde hair. Three teenagers were laughing at a sputtering Harry for a few minutes. The written portion of the potions exam wasn't nearly as tough as it had been 2 years ago after Hermione's precise studying preparations. The practical was even easier. Halfway through the brewing Hermione said, "Look at Neville." Harry looked over to the next table where Neville was wearing a look of intense concentration as he carefully worked through each ingredient. Luna promised him a reward if he does well in this exam, Hermione explained. What kind of reward? Hermione told her husband the agreement and he almost spilled his vial of liquefied tube worms he was holding as he had to contain his laugh. So what do I get if I do well? Harry asked. Well if you do poorly, I doubt I'll share my bed with you for a while, Hermione replied. Harry's own eyes widened but for the rest of the exam it would have been interesting to see who was concentrating more, Harry or Neville. June 16th. Missus, Winky said quietly to Hermione the next morning. Again Hermione was awake instantly but stopped herself before rolling off her bed. Winky. Yes missus, it's Winky, the little elf had bloodshot eyes and was weaving on the spot. But she was holding out a sheet of parchment. Winky got this for you. Winky's not slept until she could fix what Winky did wrong. You didn't do anything wrong Winky, Hermione said quickly as she took the parchment. She instantly realized it was in Ginny's handwriting. It was a list of various potions and the steps to making them. She looked down at the little elf. She was about to chastise the little elf and explain that she didn't need to do what she did but then reconsidered. It had actually been her own fault for not explaining things properly. She carefully gathered her thoughts. Winky, this is wonderful. You did a great job. Let me jot these down and you can return this to where you got it so she doesn't know. She quickly pulled out parchment and wrote the names down. She could get the books later and look up the rest of the information. Now you return this and then go to sleep. Sleep until you are no longer sleepy, Hermione said. Do you understand? Winky understands missus. Winky is happy Winky could fix her mistake, and she popped out. Hermione shook her head as she stared at the spot where the elf had been and gave a sigh. It really is going to take time understanding house elves. She looked down at the list and shook her head again. Ginny is really getting annoying, she thought. Dangerous too. I wonder if we should tell someone. What should we do about Ginny? Hermione asked Harry. It was Tuesday evening and she had looked up the potions and what they did. Harry closed his eyes as he thought of the youngest Weasley. Does she really think she can get away with using a potion again this year? I mean after the last time. It's Ginny, Hermione replied in answer. She has a singular focus and that focus happens to be you. I know, Harry muttered. Can she have any of them done by Friday? No, they all take over a week and that's if she can find the ingredients already prepared. Then let's concentrate on the ministry until then, Harry declared. One issue at a time. Dobby and Winky can keep watching out for her. We'll want to know where she's brewing them. Thinking of doing something. Maybe we can have someone catch her or at least find the potions brewing before they are finished. If she is caught, she could face criminal charges, Hermione said. I don't care so much about her, but it'd look bad on Mr. Weasley and he got a promotion this summer last time. We have to do something, Harry replied. We can't just wait for her to hex or poison you. I know, but let's wait until the summer and deal with her away from school. Harry sighed. We'll discuss it again next week. Hermione nodded and both of them turned back to the star charts they were studying. At least this time the astronomy practicals shouldn't be interrupted. They studied in silence for several minutes before Harry's thoughts turned to the battle that was coming up in Voldemort in general. Have any thoughts about the Horcruxes? He asked his wife. Hermione put down her quill and she looked up. Not really, she admitted. The diadem is easy enough, though not sure how to find it for Dumbledore if he tells us about them, she said. I wonder why Riddle hid it amongst all of that garbage and not somewhere like the Chom. Hermione stopped as an idea came to her. Let's get the diadem and put it in the chamber, she said. Then if and when Dumbledore tells us about them, we can suggest we search the chamber and it can be found easily by him. Does that really gain us anything? Harry asked. Don't you see? If we were to stumble across the Horcrux in that huge room filled with junk a couple of days after him telling us about them, it could seem very suspicious, Hermione explained. But for it to be in the Chamber of Secrets, in fact the chamber is exactly where I'd expect the Horcrux to be if I was Dumbledore, why hasn't he gone to look? Maybe he did, Harry suggested. I mean you and Ron got in. But only because Ron was able to mimic you, Hermione said. Harry remembered that night. The search for the diadem and then Hermione and Ron showing up with the fangs. He remembered Hermione saying what Ron did and then it struck him. No, Harry said. That's wrong. What is? Hermione asked. I didn't think of it then, but when Ron tried to show me what he had done, I only heard him making a horrible hissing sound. So, that's what it sounds like. Don't you see? I should have heard him speak Parseltongue, Harry explained. I should have heard him say open. I've never been able to tell when something is speaking Parseltongue since I hear the words. Hermione was also remembering that night. The smug look of triumph on Ron's face when he finally had done something equal to Harry. You're right, she finally said. What does that mean? I think it means Dumbledore has already returned to the chamber, Harry replied. But he couldn't. Once he knew exactly where it was, he could easily have removed that whole sink. Harry explained. And for some reason only his logic would ever understand, he probably tried to hide he'd ever been there. When he replaced the sink, he probably had to make it open to any hissing type of sound since he can't speak Parseltongue. Same thing with the chamber itself, he could have easily removed the locking mechanism or blasted through the rock itself, Harry shrugged as he thought about the headmaster. As fixated as Dumbledore has been on Tom Riddle, could you imagine him not going into the chamber? Especially once I laid a Horcrux down in front of him. I mean he tracked down and took memories from house elves looking for clues. Very true, Hermione agreed. She smiled at her husband. You should have seen the smug look on Ron's face when he made it open. He'd thought he had done something spectacular. He still had that look when you two showed up, Harry replied trying not to remember the two of them ing. Hermione knew what Harry was thinking of. Like I said, it was a pretty horrible. Nothing like the S you and I share, she then proceeded to remind him how well their S worked. So back to the Horcruxes, I do like the idea of maybe putting the Horcruxes in places easier to find, Harry said after a few minutes of enjoying Hermione's lips. We can't go near the ring. I don't think we are strong enough to get around the protections on it. I agree, Hermione concurred. Hopefully Dumbledore has told us about the Horcruxes and we can help him, otherwise I'm not sure what we can do. We should try to think of a plan if he doesn't. Bellatrix's vault. Harry asked. Any ideas? Go to the goblins. Hermione suggested. Maybe offer the sword of Gryffindor to them. That might work, Harry said. We need some more guidance before doing that. Maybe we can ask Bill in a manner not to raise suspicion. Maybe Bill can do it for us. Hermione suggested. Maybe we can let him on the secret. Harry stopped and considered a few moments. Maybe, but I'm not ready to go there yet. I'd prefer to wait until the summer and talk to him. They named the Horcruxes again: ring, cup, diadem, Nagini, locket and Harry. I wonder if we can get to Nagini earlier this time. Hermione asked. Do you know where Voldemort is right now? Malfoy Manor. Hermione suggested. Maybe. I wish there was a way. Harry started before his eyes went wide. There is, and I think I know what we can do. What? Dobby, Harry said. On Thursday a lot of the Death Eaters and Voldemort himself will be at the Ministry, he explained. We can see if Dobby will pop over there and see if there is any evidence of Voldemort. But Harry, Hermione exclaimed with a shocked look on her face. The last time Dobby went there. I know, Hermione, but I think this is important, Harry explained. But it will be his choice. It doesn't matter, Harry. Dobby will do it just because you think it's important whether he wants to or not. Winky stayed awake for days trying to fix a mistake she only thought she had made. Harry sighed. I know, but I'm also thinking about Wormtail. If we knew he was there we might be able to do something about Sirius in case Fudge doesn't agree to help. Let's think about that some more, Hermione said, and again they lapsed into silence. Each of them started thinking of the small grave near Shell Cottage. From the death of Dobby the deaths of so many of their other friends came to mind. Not this time. This time Malfoy and Bellatrix will die Thursday. Bellatrix will die, she mentally repeated. Harry, it's going to change. We have to figure something out. What? Harry asked, confused. Bellatrix's vault. Hopefully she's going to die in 2 days. When she does, what will happen to her vault? Harry thought about the question before answering. Sirius Gold was put in my vault, he said. So it seems whoever inherits her vault will have the cup moved to their vault. So who would inherit from her if her husband and his brother die at the same time? Narcissa and Andromeda are her sisters, Harry offered. Hermione's eyes widened as she remembered something that had happened almost a year ago to them. It's not important, Harry. I just remembered that the Ministry can waylay items considered dark by the decree of justifiable confiscation when being passed on in an inheritance. Remember Scrimgeour used it to look at the stuff Dumbledore left us. That's right, Harry exclaimed excitedly. No breaking into Gringotts this time. If Dumbledore is back as head of the Wizengamot, he should be suspicious enough to look, or maybe we need an excuse for him too, Hermione said. Have anything in mind? Yes, that is if we can get him to tell us about Horcruxes, Hermione replied. With his occlumency lowered, Harry could feel the attempts by Voldemort to send him images. The familiar burning of his scar occurred when he did. It took a lot of willpower to overrule the occlumency and allow it to happen. Harry ended up waking from a sound sleep twice to scenes of the Ministry of Magic and of blue orbs. Thursday finally rolled around and the four friends gathered for breakfast in the room of requirements. Very little was said, but eyes glancing around the table said a lot. It was made even worse because Winky had told them the previous morning that Ginny had started brewing 4 different potions after receiving ingredients from owls. Harry and Hermione agreed to figure out what to do about her after the battle that night. I think we have to see if Dobby will try, Hermione, Harry said finally. We might not get another chance with so few people guarding the place. Draco will be home in a week. I agree, Harry, Hermione replied. But his first order is to be careful. When Dobby next appeared to serve breakfast, Harry asked him to sit with them. Dobby, Harry began, you know what we are going to do tonight, right? Dobby knows, the elf replied. Dobby has Harry Potter's pepper-up potions ready to go. We want to ask if you would do something, Harry said, and before the elf could speak up he continued. This falls under your order of if you don't want to do it, you must tell us. Do you understand? Dobby understands, the elf replied. What can Dobby do to help? We want to know if, while your old master and Voldemort, Dobby winced at the name, but he had been getting better at hearing it, or fighting us, if you could go to Malfoy Manor and see if you can tell if that's where Voldemort is hiding. If it is, can you find out if Nagini, Voldemort's S and Peter Pettigrew are there? Dobby can do that, the elf replied nervously. You are to be careful, Dobby. That is an order. If you are in danger, you have to leave no matter what, Hermione added. You remember what we told you about what happened in the future. Dobby will do what needs to be done. Then you'll go with us to the ministry, and as soon as you see Voldemort, you go to Malfoy Manor, Harry instructed. Dobby nodded that he understood. They had realized there was no way Voldemort could have expected Harry to fall asleep during the history exam. He just took advantage of it when it had happened. So they were going to finish the history owl and then Harry would lie down shortly after dinner. A trip to Madame Pomfrey had supplied them with a simple sleeping potion. The pepper-up potion would counteract the effects when Harry awoke from Voldemort's influenced vision. It was shortly after dinner when Harry took the potion and laid down. Hermione, Neville and Luna were all gathered around him. As he drifted off to sleep, the visions came almost instantly. It was a vision he had replayed in his mind many times after the last battle of the Ministry and Sirius had died. Nothing changed in what Voldemort sent. An image of Sirius racked in pain but still defiant as he told Voldemort to kill him. Voldemort suggesting it would be hours before he would get around to killing Sirius. Harry woke up with his scar on fire and looked around wildly. He felt his heart rate lessen as he saw the concern on Hermione's face looking at him. He concentrated and brought the occlumency barriers back up, hoping that Voldemort would not get too suspicious of that. They were certain though that Snape had told Voldemort of the occlumency skills Harry now had, but the lack of focus could have easily been explained to weariness due to owls. Did it work? Hermione asked when Harry opened his eyes again. Yeah, exact same vision as before, Harry answered. He pulled out the mirror and said. Sirius Black. Yep, the answer came almost immediately. I presume you are not currently being tortured by Voldemort in the Hall of Prophecies. Nope, definitely not, Sirius replied. I presume everything is working so far. Yeah, and we hope it still does, Harry replied. There was one thing we thought of. Harry quickly relayed their suspicions on what Snape might be doing. So we'll see when he thinks to tell us, Sirius said. It will tell us a lot though. I shut my mind back down to Voldemort, Harry said. If the Death Eaters are there, it will mean that either Snape told Voldemort or Voldemort is a real idiot. If he does contact you earlier, call us on the mirror, but make sure the order doesn't get there too fast. Good luck, Harry, Sirius said. He knew they had a good plan that should keep the risk down after the initial confrontation, but he still had a look of concern. See you soon, Harry replied. He put away the mirror and looked at Hermione, Neville and Luna. Everyone ready for this? He asked. As everyone nodded, he continued. Then let's make this happen. Now Harry, Neville whispered from under the invisibility cloak. He was there with the Marauders map waiting for Professor Snape to get within hearing range. Hermione, Harry started immediately. Voldemort's got him. I saw it. He's torturing Sirius. That's silly, Harry, she retorted. How could he have captured Sirius? He's at Grimmauld Place. The footsteps they had heard approaching stopped. Neville could see the little dot labeled Snape pause on the map. He continued to make sure no one else was around. I don't know, but that's not important, Harry continued. Let's just go tell Professor McGonagall. I'm sure she'll contact Sirius. It would be just like first-year Hermione, Harry stated in a faint angry voice. She'd just tell us that it's preposterous and send us away. You don't know that, Harry. I can't take the risk, can I? What else can you do? I'm going to find him, Harry stated. I know he's in the ministry, in that room. And how do you plan on getting all the way to London tonight? Hermione asked sarcastically. Fly your broom. That's an excellent idea, Harry said with his voice rising excitedly. Yeah, I can fly my broom. A nudge on the side of Harry's shoe allowed him to know Snape was moving again. You can't be serious, Hermione exclaimed. What can't Potter be serious about, Miss Granger? Said the oily voice of Professor Snape. Don't you dare tell, Harry yelled to Hermione. I'm sorry, Harry, but it's for your own good, Hermione said and turned to Snape. Sir, he thinks Sirius was captured by you-know-who. Snape glanced over to Harry. Oh, he does he? A sneer appeared on his face. I wouldn't worry too much, Potter, he said in a voice filled with scorn. Black's too much of a coward to have left Grimmauld Place. Coward, Harry yelled again. You're the... Snape's eyes flashed dangerously. I wouldn't finish that sentence if you know what's good for you, he said quietly. 30 points from Gryffindor. Now get out of my sight before it becomes much worse. Hermione pulled Harry's arm and pretended to lead him away as Harry glared at Snape. Let's see if he follows us, she said to him. To keep up the appearance they kept talking to each other. I still think you should tell Professor McGonagall, Hermione said. I can't, Harry replied. If she doesn't take me seriously she might try to make me stay here. I have to go and rescue Sirius. You're just going to go fight you know who. I've done it before, Harry muttered. And barely escaped, Hermione reminded him loudly, hoping Snape was still listening. Don't you understand, Hermione? I don't have a choice, Harry exclaimed. Now leave me alone and let me go. You can't go alone, Hermione said. I'll go with you. And so it continued. When they returned to Gryffindor Tower, Harry retrieved his firebolt from his room, ignoring Ron's questions about it. At the same time Hermione grabbed her bag from her dorm. As they started out of the common room, Neville and Luna arrived. What do you have your firebolt for? Neville asked. That told Harry and Hermione what they needed to know. Neville would say, firebolt, if Snape had followed them, and broom, if he had not. Harry locked eyes on Neville for a short time before Hermione chimed in. He thinks you know who has captured someone he knows. He's planning on running off to London to try to help him. She looked at Harry with a hint of exasperation. I don't think it's true, but I'm going with him. I told you that I don't need your help, Hermione, Harry retorted and started to walk past her. You're not going alone, she stated plainly, grabbing his arm. I'll go too, Neville said. I can help. Neville is pretty good at acting, isn't he? Harry said to Hermione, who agreed. I'll go too, Luna said. It's a pretty night to see London. Besides, you can use all the help you can get. Look guys, I'm not asking you to come, Harry exclaimed. It's going to be dangerous and I don't want any of you hurt. That's too bad, since we're going anyway. Do either of you have a broom? Well no, Neville admitted and looked at Luna, who was shaking her head as well. Then Luna's eyes lit up. But I know what we can do. She grabbed Harry's arm and started pulling him after her. Down to the main level and out of the castle the four teenagers went. Harry saw Neville's eyes float down to a piece of parchment he pulled carefully out of his robes. He knew Neville was looking at the map. What do you have in mind, Luna, that can keep up with Harry's firebolt? Neville said as he looked back up. Firebolt, again. Snape was still tailing them. Luna didn't reply until they were near Hagrid's hut. For the sake of listening ears, Harry said. Luna, we can't tell Hagrid. He'll try to stop us. I'd never tell Hagrid, Harry, she replied. But he keeps. She reached behind a tree near his hut and pulled out a covered pail, some blood around just for calling them. She finished. Calling what? Harry asked, trying to make his voice sound like it was running out of patience. Thestrals, of course, Luna replied. What? Harry whispered loudly. Neville and I can ride Thestrals, Luna replied. Hermione too if she doesn't want to ride with you on your broom. Luna had started into the forest and the other teens followed. They no longer needed to pretend their voice was filled with nervousness, though there was still plenty of light, it was still dangerous enough to keep them on their toes. But I can't see Thestrals, Hermione said as the question she had asked herself when she had seen the Thestrals in the memories came back to her. The sun was starting to sink lower in the sky when they reached the spot Hagrid had originally shown the Thestrals to the class. Luna started putting blood around on the ground in various spots and then waited. It wasn't long before two sets of white eyes appeared between the trees. Hermione at once had her answer. She could see the eyes and the rest of the beasts as they walked into the area. I can see them this time, Hermione said to Harry. But I have to pretend I can't. I'm not sure what Snape knows. She acted like she noticed everyone else was staring at something. What? Are they here? She asked, continuing to look around. Are you going to ride a Thestral or with me? Harry asked her. Hermione remembered the last time she rode one of the winged horse-like creatures. Though they weren't going very far this time, it still wasn't something she wanted to do again. At least I can see the broom. Within a few minutes Harry and Hermione were aloft on the firebolt, followed closely by Luna and Neville, each on their own Thestral. The air rushed through their hair as they flew away in the last light of the setting sun. 20 minutes later they landed in a field, and after thanking the Thestrals, Luna sent them back to Hogwarts. Harry pulled out the mirror and a few seconds later Sirius was staring at him again. Did Snape contact you? Yeah, though he didn't mention you at all. Harry's face turned dark as the anger for the potions professor increased. Of course he didn't, he snarled. He most likely didn't last time, either. Dumbledore only said he made sure you were there. He thought about it for a few seconds before continuing. If you didn't know what was going on tonight like last time and Snape had told you I thought you had been taken by Voldemort or that Umbridge was taking us into the Forbidden Forest, what would you have done? He asked Sirius. I'd have ripped Snape a new arsehole if he wasn't going to look for you that instant, Umbridge or no Umbridge. I'd at least have sent Remus to start searching for you at Hogwarts. Thought so, Harry replied. So again he contacted you just so he can tell Dumbledore later he did something when he overheard us, but nothing to actually try to prevent us from going, Harry grumbled. I wonder if I should throw this up in Dumbledore's face later. Let's worry about Snape after we deal with the Death Eaters, Hermione said as she laid a hand on Harry's arm. Harry nodded at her and then to Sirius. We're headed for Diagon Alley. Sounds good, see you in a few hours, Sirius replied and he disappeared from the mirror. Dobby, Winky, Hermione called and immediately the two elves were there. There was no need for words as the elves knew immediately what to do. Dobby took Harry and Neville's hands and the three of them disappeared while Winky did the same with Hermione and Luna. The 4 teens and 2 house elves appeared in Diagon Alley. By using the elves they were able to go directly to the alley instead of having to pass through the leaky cauldron and being seen. Thank you, Harry said to both elves. Dobby, I'll call you when we get to the Ministry. Remember, you're to do nothing there, just wait until Voldemort shows up and then get to your old master's house. If you can, look and see if you can find the S in Pettigrew. Do not endanger yourself though. That's an order, Dobby, Harry said gently. Do not endanger yourself, he repeated slowly to emphasize the order. Dobby understands, the elf replied. Dobby will not endanger himself. Harry smiled at the house elf and nodded. Dobby and Winky apparated away with a crack and the 4 teens started walking down the empty street. Though still lit by gas lamps, there still was a stillness that felt disquieting. They passed a couple of people on the way, no one seemed to indicate any recognition, nor even glance their way. Finally they arrived at the destination. Number 93. A rap on the door brought a quick answer when George opened it up. Harry? George asked and stopped as Harry and Hermione along with Neville and Luna made their way into the store. When they were all in the back room away from the windows, Harry finally turned to George and Fred who had joined them. Thanks guys. I presume you got the message from Sirius. Yeah, but can you tell us what's going on? Let's just say we're about to prank Voldemort, Harry replied. What? Fred exclaimed. Sirius had sent a message saying Harry and some friends would be arriving and would need additional supplies. You know WHO. You're joking, right? No, but don't tell anyone, and I do mean anyone including your mother or Dumbledore, Harry said. You're going to hear things tomorrow that don't match what's happening now. Just let it be. We'll try to explain later. Fred and George looked at Harry then at the rest of the teens in front of them. Finally they raised their hands in unison. Fine Harry. Is there anything we can do to help? Pranking is our game, George reminded him. If you have all the things Sirius mentioned, especially every single bit of Peruvian darkness powder that you have, that is all we need. Oh, and a place to stick around for another couple of hours. Currently Voldemort thinks we are headed toward him on a broom and… Thestrals. Thestrals? Fred asked confused. Why would you be writing Thestrals? He asked as he started handing over bottles of instant darkness powder and other items. It's a long story, and though we do have time, I'm not ready to explain it yet, Harry said. Are you two in the order now? Nah, George responded. Mum would kill us, besides we're busy trying to get this place up and going. Though business has been going great, Fred added. Well, if you want to have some fun tonight, head to Grimmauld Place when we leave, Harry said and then pulled out his mirror. Sirius Black. It was a few minutes before Sirius finally appeared. Yeah pup. Sorry it took so long, but I've got quite a few order people here. I'm throwing a little party tonight. If things go wrong, you'll have a rescue party ready to go. I understand, Harry replied. We're with Fred and George. Mind if they drop in when we leave? Heck no. The more the merrier, Sirius said. What did they know? Only that we are going to be pranking Voldemort tonight. Yes, send them over, but make sure they know it could be dangerous. See you at the Ministry, Harry replied to his godfather. Ministry? Fred asked. What's happening there? George questioned. You'll find out, Harry said. Remember, not a word to anyone except to Sirius, especially that you've seen us. How much do I owe you for all of this? He asked. Our pleasure, Harry, Fred replied, and seeing the look on Harry's face. Really, business has been great and we owe it all to you. Besides, if you're using this against you know who, then it's the least we can do. The next couple of hours passed slowly. The hands of the clock seemed to never move as Harry looked at the clock time and time again. Finally it was 1 o'clock and time to start toward the ministry. After a quick pepper-up potion for each of them, Harry and Hermione disappeared under the invisibility cloak as Fred and George walked out with them, Neville and Luna. The leaky cauldron now was deserted except a sleepy barmaid behind the bar who only nodded at Fred and George before going back to reading her copy of the Witch Weekly. The Ministry of Magic was within walking distance of the leaky cauldron, and the 4 teenagers, after saying goodbye to the twins, slowly made their way to the correct street. When Harry spotted the vandalized telephone box on the dingy street he stopped. "Last chance guys," he said to Neville and Luna. "You don't have to do this. Just because you came last time doesn't mean you have to this time. You know what we're up against this time. You're not getting rid of us that easily, Harry," Neville said. "The Raxperts are starting to nest in your mind again," Luna said. "Remind me tomorrow to make a funnel for you." Harry smiled at his friends as he silently hoped no danger came to them. "Then you know the plan," he said. "Put on your hats now so we don't forget later." The 4 of them donned their Weasley's protective hats and made their way to the telephone box. With only the 4 of them in the box this time, it wasn't nearly so bad. Harry had made sure he was closest to the phone. He quickly dialed 62442, and as the last number dialed, the female voice started. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business." Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Good, "We're here to save someone," he stated, the same reason he had used before in case someone checked the entry. "I'm sorry but one of the names is incorrect," the voice said. "Please hang up and try again." The phone went dead. Harry looked at Hermione and they both realized the mistake. Harry quickly dialed the number again. The voice again asked the same question. "Harry Potter, Hermione Potter, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Good. We're here trying to save someone." "Thank you," said the cool female voice. "Visitors, please take the badges and attach them to the front of your robes." Harry once again saw his had the reason, rescue mission, again. "Visitors to the ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wands for registration at the security desk, which is located at the far end of the atrium." "Okay," Harry replied, and the floor of the telephone box started sinking into the ground. As the elevator finished its downward trip, the female voice from the phone spoke up one more time. "The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant evening." As the doors opened, Harry looked around. He and Hermione were remembering the last time they had been in this atrium several months prior, trying to find Umbridge and the locket. He looked at the fountain of magical brethren that stood in the center and remembered the black stone thrones that had been erected in the Voldemort-led ministry. A chill ran through him. He turned and looked at Hermione. "Not this time." Hermione only nodded before moving down the hall past the fountain. Once again the security desk was empty. Another silent gaze at Hermione. They both knew that meant the Death Eaters were below. They turned and looked at Neville and Luna, and a flick of their eyebrows toward the security desk. They too knew what it meant. A sudden thought came to mind. "Do you think they killed the guard? Someone we could have saved?" Hermione looked again at the security desk before returning her eyes back to her husband. "I don't know, but we'll save a lot more lives by eliminating the Death Eaters." Both of their eyes returned to the desk as any last doubts of what they were about to do left them. "This would be a good place for Dobby," Harry said quietly. "He can hide behind the desk until Voldemort shows up." He turned to face an open spot and called, "Dobby," softly, and the little elf appeared with a crack. "Stay behind this desk until Voldemort shows up," Harry said, indicating the spot. "Try to not let the Order see you when they arrive. Dobby understands." Harry gave the elf a pat on the shoulder and a smile. He then turned back to his friends and with a jerk of his head indicated they should proceed on. They continued on until they passed through the golden gates that led to the lifts. They entered one of the lifts and the grills clanged noisily shut as they had before. Harry pushed the button labeled 9 and the lift began its descent. As the elevator crawled to a stop, the female voice said, "Department of Mysteries." They left the lift and moved down the torchlit corridor and stopped just short of the plain black door. "Everybody ready?" Harry whispered as he looked at his friends and wife. 2 nods and a mental, "Yes," answered him. Harry took a deep breath and let it out and then closed the distance and the door swung open in front of him. Remember to close your eyes once the wall starts spinning, Hermione reminded everyone unnecessarily as they entered the circular room. Before she closed the door, she reached into her bag and removed a simple Muggle crayon and wrote a small X on the door. As before, when the door closed the wall started to spin. When it stopped they all started toward a door. Having studied the memories carefully, they were able to instantly recognize each room. Inns, Hermione whispered and wrote a small B on the door she was holding open. Time, Luna added softly about her door and she too wrote a small T on the door. Soon every door was labeled with a small letter. As the last door was labeled that entered the one marked with a small P. The P stood for portal. As they entered the room, Harry felt a wave of emotion pass over him as he stared at the archway 20 feet below him. The battle and serious death flowed through his memories. We need to hurry, Hermione said softly to him finally. He turned to look at her and she found wetness in his eyes. This is the whole reason we came back, Harry, to save Sirius and our friends. The real fight starts right now. Harry nodded at his wife and small half-smile appeared. Let's find those doors. They are to the left according to your memories, Hermione said nodding toward a couple of doors in the correct direction. They ran over and opened one of them carefully. In front of them was what they hoped to find, the giant tank of Inns. Leaving it for now, they quickly went back to the Veil room. He nodded at Neville and Luna, you know the plan. Seal every door in here but the main one and this one. They quickly spread out around the room and started casting colloportus on every door. Each door also had a wheezy firework attached to it which would explode if the door was forced open. Harry hoped it would prevent anyone from sneaking up on them. Finally they covered the area in front of each door with darkness powder. When they finished securing the doors they started setting the room up. From the main door they started making a path down to the dais and the veil. From her bag Hermione pulled out several dozen rocks which she aligned on each step to the bottom. She grew each of them to boulder size with enlargement charms. While Hermione was busy with the rocks, Luna, Neville and Harry brought out containers of dirt and pebbles. They copied and enlarged the items and then dumped it down the steps to even them out. In doing so, they created a downward path to the dais that hid any signs of the steps. Neville brought out a bottle of some kind of liquid from herbology that gave off an earthy outdoor scent. He poured it down the path. From the inn room they brought in a desk and transfigured it into a door and frame which they placed 3 feet in front of the veil and bordered by more boulders. Finally they took out a couple of bottles of instant darkness powder and started darkening the area behind the boulders and also between the door and the veil. All in all it took them 20 minutes but they had a trap. Anyone entering the room would only see a downward sloped boulder-lined path with a door at the far end. All they had to do was make sure the Death Eaters entered the correct door. If everything went as planned, they'd be able to truthfully say they didn't kill anyone. Though if necessary, they were willing to do just that. The final thing they did was the most dangerous. From her bag, Hermione brought out 6 shrunken small jars which she enlarged to double their normal size. They re-entered the inn room and finding a spot in the tank where there were no inns currently, she quickly filled each jar with the green liquid. Cover me, she said nervously as she looked back at the tank. The other 3 teenagers quickly had their wands out and pointed at the tank. Hermione levitated it in out of the tank and just as it was starting to uncoil she quickly put it in a jar and sealed it. She quickly did the same for 5 more of the inns, 1 per jar. 4 of the jars were prepositioned where they would be needed later. Harry and Hermione each had 1 of the remaining 2 jars. As they left the inn room, they sealed that door as well. They finally left the veil room and re-entered the circular room. Once it stopped spinning, Harry pulled out a portable swamp. Fred and George had told them how to make it the exact size you wanted it to be and within a minute the circular room had a swamp in the middle with only a foot of clear space round the room. Let's go meet Malfoy and company, Harry said and led his band of fighters into the door marked with the small T. They found themselves in the room filled with clocks of every size and shape imaginable, each ticking. At the far end of the room was a familiar sight. Harry and Hermione had seen it before 2 years ago, and Neville and Luna in the pensive memories. The twinkling of the large bell-shaped jar called to them as it sat twinkling in the torchlight. Luna found herself entranced by the small hummingbird and egg transformation that was in it. Hermione looked around and found the cabinet with the hourglass necklaces in it. She stared at it for several seconds before gently opening it and removing one of them. "We need to destroy this cabinet again when we come back through," she whispered to her husband, who nodded in return. She quickly threw the self-sizing chain over her head and tucked it completely out of sight, hoping they would not need it tonight. Harry looked at the door that was past ajar. "This is it," he called loudly to his friends. "This is the door." He turned to look at them one more time. After making sure each had their protective hats in place, he gave them a quick smile. "Ready?" he asked in a low voice, and though Neville swallowed hard, a look of determination settling in his eyes as he nodded with the rest. "Wands," Harry said as he pulled out his own. When the others all had theirs in their hands, he gave a quick nod and opened the door. The room was just as he remembered it, cold and filled with shelves of blue orbs. Each of them knew exactly what they were. As they entered the cold room, Hermione tried to keep the scenario the same by whispering, "You said it was row 97, Harry." "Yeah," Harry replied, and he looked at the familiar shelf that showed number 53. "We need to go right," Hermione continued. "See, that says 54. Keep your wands ready," Harry said. They had visited this portion of the memory so many times, the wording came naturally. After they had slowly moved down the aisle, Hermione once again said, "Here it is. Row 97. He's right down at the end," Harry said quietly, again using the same words since he knew they were Death Eaters listening. "You can't see properly from here." Trying to mimic what had happened last time, they walked down the row until they got to where Sirius had appeared in the vision. "He's around here somewhere," Harry said, trying to put a hint of desperation in his voice. "Harry," Hermione said gently. "What?" Harry snarled in the same tone as before. "I don't think Sirius is here," she said. The nervousness in her voice quite real since she knew a dozen Death Eaters were watching them right now. They had decided to forego the running up and down the aisles, but had Neville find the prophecy at this time. "Harry," he called nervously. "Have you seen this?" He pointed at one of the shelves on row 97. "What is it?" I don't know, but it has your name on it," Neville said. His voice broke in genuine nervousness, though in the dim light Harry could see the determination in Neville's eyes as he quickly made his way back to his friend's side. He glanced at the shelf and felt a wave of disgust at the yellow label that sat under the blue orb that read, "SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord and Harry Potter. What do you think it is?" Luna asked. "I don't know," Harry replied as he reached out for it. "I don't think you should," Hermione said. "It's got my name on it, Hermione," Harry replied. "I've got a right to know." "Don't, Harry," Hermione pleaded one more time, but they all knew what was going to happen. Harry grabbed the blue orb and pulled it from the shelf. The others moved closer, waiting for the voice, and a couple of seconds later it happened. "Very good, Potter. Now turn around, nice and slowly, and give that to me." Harry whirled around as if surprised and found the expected 12 wand tips pointed at them. Fred and George had assured them that the hats would stop at least 2 stunners or disarming spells. Even so, seeing that many wands aimed at them was disturbing, and Harry felt a trickle of sweat emerge on his brow as he gazed at the masked Death Eaters. "To me," repeated the voice of Lucius Malfoy coming from behind the mask of the closest figure. "Where's Sirius?" Harry asked. Time repeated itself as several Death Eaters started chuckling. The voice that Harry instantly recognized as Bellatrix Lestrange emerged from the midst of the robed figures. "The Dark Lord always knows." "Always," echoed Malfoy softly. "Now, give me the prophecy, Potter. I want to know where Sirius is," Harry repeated as he mentally said to Hermione. "Don't think the Dark Lord knew about this." "I want to know where Sirius is," mimicked Bellatrix. "I know you have him," Harry yelled, trying to show panic in his eyes. "I know he's here." The little baby woke up frightened and fort what it dreamed was true, Bellatrix said in the same horrible baby voice. Harry knew he had to play this out. He needed Lucius to mention the prophecy, but he couldn't wait for the in front of him to die. Hermione moved up to just behind Harry and he muttered to her. "Don't do anything yet." Bellatrix let out a peal of laughter. "Yet, you hear him giving instructions to the other children as if he's thinking of fighting us." "Oh, you don't know Potter as I do," Bellatrix said Malfoy softly. "He has a great weakness for heroics, the Dark Lord understands this about him. Now give me the prophecy, Potter." "There," thought Harry. The magic word, he looked at Lucius questioningly. This thing, he asked. Hand it over, Lucius snarled. What is it? Just hand it over now or we'll start using wands, Lucius said. Harry's wand came up instantly as did the others. Go on then, Harry bluffed again this time. He knew, or at least hoped the Death Eaters would react the same, though they were all ready to bolt if necessary. He wasn't surprised when no spell from the Death Eaters was forthcoming. We only want the prophecy, Potter, Lucius replied. Give it to me and you and your friends won't get hurt. It really was funny and Harry laughed as he did the last time. Yeah right, I give you this and you'll let us leave peacefully, will you? He was waiting for Bellatrix and wasn't disappointed as she started the summoning charm. Accio prophecy. Harry's, Protega, was in plenty of time and the orb didn't even quiver in his hand. Oh, little bitty baby Potter knows how to play, she said. Very well, then. I told you, no. Lucius Malfoy roared at the woman who had started another spell. If you smash it. Bellatrix repeated the past as Harry remembered it by stepping forward and removing her mask. Harry remembered the hollowed skull-like sunken face and he would always remember her eyes. Eyes that showed a fanatical determination. You need more persuasion, she asked. She again turned to the Death Eater beside her and ordered. Get the owned girl. We'll let him watch us torture her. See if he can withstand her screams. Luna immediately stepped behind Harry. Harry glared at Bellatrix. You'll have to go through me and this thing before you'll touch my friends, he said. Do you think your boss would appreciate you being the reason this is lost? There was a silence between the two groups. Harry could see the hatred and insanity in Bellatrix's eyes. So, he asked, what is so important about this thing, prophecy did you call it? Surely you jest. Potter, Bellatrix said. Harry was feeling more confident as he knew once again they were not ready to attack. No, I'm not, he said. He decided not to push Bellatrix's anger just yet and kept away from using Voldemort's name. He was waiting until later for that. What does your master want with this thing? Why did he send all of you to make sure he got it? Do not play games with us, Potter, said Malfoy. No games, Harry replied. I really want to know what's so important. Dumbledore never told you about the prophecy. That the reason you have that scar was buried here in this room. Malfoy asked, disbelieving. This? Harry asked, nodding at the orb. This is the reason I lost my parents. Several of the Death Eaters were laughing now. Dumbledore never told you. Malfoy repeated. The Dark Lord wondered why you didn't come when he showed you this place. He thought curiosity would bring you to hear the exact wording. Why did he need me to come get it then? Enough, Lucius said. Give me the prophecy. Harry realized it was different this time. Lucius was willing to give less of an explanation. Harry needed one more thing to happen before he put the rest of the plan into action. Going to kill us now? He asked. 12 of you against 4 of us. While hiding behind your masks. Too afraid to bare your faces. It isn't like I don't recognize most of you. It was just last year I beat your master in the graveyard. Lies. Bellatrix screamed and brought up her wand. No. Lucius cried out to the psychotic witch. You do have a temper, don't you, Bellatrix? Harry said calmly as he looked at her. It's a shame you weren't there to see it. Now let's see if I can remember your names, Harry said. Then he started naming the rest of the Death Eaters. McNair, Knott, Crabbe, Avery, he continued naming them until he turned to the one closest to him. Dot and of course Lucius Malfoy. It doesn't matter, Malfoy said as he removed his own mask. Following his lead, the others pulled their own masks off and leered at Harry. Even if some miracle was to happen and you survive this night, Fudge would never believe you. You're probably right, Harry agreed. Tell me, do your bribes go directly to him? Of course not, boy, he sneered. Fudge is too much of an idiot to bribe, but he did anything Umbridge suggested and she could be easily approached. Lucius had barely finished the sentence when Harry said, go. Silently to his wife. Lucius and Harry stared at each other for a few seconds before Lucius started, now give me that. He never finished the sentence before utter mayhem occurred. Hermione had repositioned herself back between Neville and Luna with her feet barely touching each of their feet. As Harry mentally said the word, she hit both of their feet and they both lowered decoy detonators to the floor with the attached strings. The small objects scurried away in opposite directions. 15 seconds later they detonated almost simultaneously on either side of the hall. What? Lucius yelled as the Death Eater's wands were all pointing away from the teens trying to discern the new threat. Now! Harry yelled and each of the teens threw handfuls of instant darkness powder in the area that had separated them from the Death Eaters. Even before the darkness had fully taken hold, Harry and his friends had their wands in their hands and were sending, reducto, hexes at the nearest shelves. Now run! Harry yelled. Hermione pulled her jar with the in it out of her cloak and lobbed it into the darkness before she turned and bolted behind the others. Behind them they could still hear shelves toppling and globes bursting as the Death Eaters' world dissolved into utter mayhem. The Death Eaters were cursing and crying out in pain as they continued to stumble around. Bellatrix's voice cut through the noise as she yelled, "Stupefy!" A crash and more curses followed. Then another voice, one that Harry didn't recognize, cried out in panic. "Ahhhhh. What the hell? Something's got." The voice became muffled but the panic remained. Several voices were now crying out, "Lumos!" In vain. "Stop!" Lucius' voice could be heard yelling. "We've got to get out of this stuff." Realizing the Death Eaters were still confused and not in pursuit, Harry stopped and turned. He aimed his wand at the black cloud and yelled, "Reducto!" A satisfied smirk crossed his face when he heard a Death Eater cry out in pain and curses. He turned and continued the retreat. As they passed random rows between shelves, they'd throw darkness powder down them, knowing the Death Eaters would have to investigate each one to ensure the teens weren't hiding behind one of the clouds, slowing them down greatly. Finally they reached the door they had come in and slipped back into the time room. "You know," Hermione said breathlessly, "if they accidentally pick up a prophecy as they are stumbling over stuff in there, it is supposed to make them crazy." "Well, it couldn't make Bellatrix any worse, could it?" Harry asked as they passed the bell jar. "I just wished we'd thought to get the Hand of Glory. We could have taken the lot of them right there." "Better our way," Hermione replied. Then she nodded at the time turner case. "Want to take care of that?" Harry nodded and sent a blasting hex at the case. They all watched in amazement as the case exploded into pieces. As the parts of the case just touched the floor, they reversed and rebuilt itself only to reverse again and explode once more. "That's cool," Neville said as he watched the demolition and rebuild. Hermione sent several blasting hexes at several spots on the wall and after a moment's hesitation another hex destroyed the bell jar as well. "We can't let them know we were only aiming at the time turner cabinet," she explained. Harry nodded before he started for the door. "We need to go." They dispersed when they got back to the circular room. Each taking a different room, they started spreading as much darkness powder as they could in 30 seconds. Finally they rejoined in the veil room. "Here," Harry said, holding out the prophecy to Hermione. Hermione took it and laid it carefully on the ground. Aiming her wand at it she said, "Geminio." And a duplicate appeared next to it. Twice more she cast the spell until there were 4 blue orbs on the ground. "You take the real one, Hermione," Harry said as he grabbed the other 3 and handed one each to Neville and to Luna while pocketing the last one. "No," Hermione started. "Yes," Harry insisted. "If they're able to tell them apart somehow, you're going to have the real one." Hermione huffed but then nodded. She knew she wouldn't win the argument and time was too critical right now to even try. She picked up the real prophecy and put it in her robes. "Remember, if you get into trouble, make sure the Death Eater can see the orb," Harry said and they all nodded. They understood. "It won't take them long, so let's get into position." "Do you think that in got one of them?" Hermione asked. "I think so," Harry replied. "That one guy who screamed." "Well, I won't complain if we have one less to fight," Hermione said. "If he shows up though, we need to be careful and not touch the and that's on him." "Yeah, I remember what it did to Ron." Hermione started giggling. "What's so funny?" Harry asked. "Oh, for some reason when you mentioned Ron, I remembered him summoning it the last time." "Yeah, and why was that funny?" "As much I wouldn't mind it now, then it was pretty serious." No, it's just, well, the Wizard of Oz and the Scarecrow popped into my mind," she replied. "You remember, he lacked a in and always wanted one." "Are you suggesting Ron lacks a in?" Harry asked his wife. "Are you suggesting he has one?" She responded with a raised eyebrow. "Touché," Harry agreed with a smirk. "But let's get moving," he gave Hermione a quick and scrambled down the path. His post was directly behind the veil. If any doors were breached besides the main one, he would coordinate the response. He would also replenish darkness powder if any started deteriorating around the other doors. You two ready? Hermione asked Neville and Luna, both of whom nodded. Then let's do it. Neville turned to head down the path as well. His position was a small opening between two boulders near the front of the dais. Just as he took the first step, Luna grabbed his arm. As he turned back to her, he found her lips on his cheek very close to his lips. For luck, she said as she reached up and adjusted his hat on his head. Be careful, Neville. You too, Luna, Neville replied. His eyes lingered on hers for a second before he turned and ran down the path. When he got to the bottom, he reached up and opened the door a few inches and then took his place in the boulders. From where he was, he could see the door, but no one coming down the path could see him. If he got into trouble, he could step backward a step or two and disappear into the darkness. A small yell and Harry would be there to help. Ready? Hermione asked Luna after seeing their men off. Luna nodded as her normal dreamy gaze seemed to harden. They took positions behind boulders on either side of the main door. As with Neville, their position opened behind them so they could step back into the darkness and away from danger. Their role was rear guard. To help them in case of overwhelming danger, they each had two of the in jars beside their feet, ready to be picked up and lobbed into any threatening danger. Just as they got into position, they heard a splash and curses as some of the Death Eaters had won free to the circular room and had ran directly into the swamp. Shut up, Lucius snarled. They obviously didn't come as unprepared as we thought, he continued. In pairs start searching rooms. Get that prophecy and kill the TS. 2 seconds later the door opened. Hermione glanced from behind her hiding spot to see who it was. Dolohov and Rabastin, she said to Harry. Hope this works, Harry replied. Be careful. You too. Neville had the opening move. When he heard the door open he sent a banishing charm at the door in front of the veil, causing it to slam shut. Got them. Dolohov yelled over his shoulder to Rabastin. They just ran through that door. The two men raced down the path until they got to the door in front of the veil. They yanked it open and ran through it. Their yells of triumph disappeared almost immediately. Two down, Hermione said. She was surprised at the sense of satisfaction that surged through her at the knowledge the man who'd cursed and almost killed her last time met his end. She then remembered that she could have killed him in the cafe when they had found them after Bill and Fleur's wedding. We should have done it then, Harry. Even then it was our fault he got a chance to kill again. We're older now, well sort of, Harry replied. We hadn't really seen what they do with our own eyes then. Hermione, watch out. Luna yelled suddenly. Hermione had accidentally kicked one of the in jars and it had collided with a boulder. The glass had cracked enough to allow the in to win free. As Hermione glanced down at where Luna indicated, she could see one of the in's tentacles stretching out toward her foot. Luna did not hesitate as her wand was up and a blasting hex hit the small creature, splattering bits of white matter over Hermione's foot and leg. Hermione whirled around and saw what had happened. She looked over at Luna. Thanks. Luna smiled. That's what friends do, right? Exactly, Hermione replied. I'm glad you're with me. The door burst open as obviously Luna's screams had drawn the attention of more Death Eaters. Fortunately the Death Eaters were startled enough by the strange scene in front of them that Luna and Hermione were able to fade into the darkness just in time. It's Bellatrix and Rookwood, Hermione said to Harry. She'd just caught their profiles before hiding. Harry and Hermione both clenched their wands tighter while at the same time Hermione reached down for her last jar containing it in. Slam. The door in front of the veil closed with a noise as Neville once again did his job. Bellatrix jumped around as she heard the door close. Ah, the babies went that away, she said to Rookwood as she started running. She was halfway down the path when Rookwood yelled. Bellatrix, wait. This is wrong. They had been worried about Rookwood. He worked in the Department of Mysteries for years and would know there was no room like this one. Luna didn't waste time. She threw one of her in jars directly at the man who had his back still to her. Her aim was true as the jar smashed into the back of Rookwood's head. This isn't. Ah! Rookwood's argument was cut off in a cry of pain as the jar crashed into his head and then shrieks of terror emerged from him as the in unfurled around his neck. It took a couple of seconds for him to realize what it was, but when he did, he dropped his wand immediately so he could use both hands to try to dislodge the creature that now had two tentacles encircling his neck and another across his face. Bellatrix turned at the commotion and as she saw Rookwood fighting with a tentacled creature, she retraced her steps cautiously with her wand waving back and forth. So some of the children want to play rough today. Come out wherever you are," she sung in a child's voice. "I want to play too." Neville's blood boiled at the sound of Bellatrix's voice. She was the one who had tortured his parents and now she threatened someone else Neville cared about. He was not about to let the deranged witch hurt Luna. He launched himself out from his hiding spot and aimed his wand at Bellatrix's back. Reducto. Bellatrix whirled around at the sound and blocked the spell effortlessly. Well, who do we have here? Could it be little Longbottom? A wicked smile crossed her face, one that showed the cruelty that existed in her soul. Slowly, as if she was a feline stalking her prey, she moved slowly back down the path. "You," Neville declared as he stood there, drawing Bellatrix away from Luna and Hermione. "You tortured my parents." "Oh yes," Bellatrix giggled insanely as she stopped. "Your mother's screams were most delectable." Reducto. Neville shouted again and again. Bellatrix stopped it without effort. "Tell me where the prophesy is and I'll see if my master will let me keep you as a pet," Bellatrix offered. "Never." Neville snarled and again tried to hex the insane witch. As she blocked Neville's hex, Bellatrix's wand continued on a path and ended up directly at Neville. Stupefy. The jet of red light barely missed Neville as he dove behind a boulder. "Did I frighten the little baby?" Bellatrix asked. "Give me the prophecy or your mother's screams will seem mild compared to what I'll do to you." Her cackling laughter echoed throughout the chamber. Anger tore through Neville's mind as he looked around for something to do. He knew he couldn't actually beat the witch, but knew he had to do something to protect Luna. He just wished there was a way to get Bellatrix through the door. The door, Neville thought, and a plan came to mind. He pulled the fake prophecy orb from his pocket and then stepped back out onto the path. "This?" he asked the crazed witch as he held the orb out in front of himself. Behind Bellatrix he could see Hermione and Luna had emerged from their hiding spots and was attempting to sneak up on the witch. Catching their eyes, he gave only the slightest shake of his head, hoping they understood. "Give it to me," Bellatrix demanded. Neville backed away from Lestrange slowly. As he neared the door that hid the veil, he gave her a smile. "You'll have to catch me," he said as he turned and pulled it open. With a final look back to make sure Bellatrix was following, he stepped through the door into the blackness beyond. "Neville!" Luna shouted as she started running down the path. "Stupefy. Reducto!" she yelled at the back of Bellatrix. Bellatrix turned and sent a stunner at the young bee. Own girl, and smiled in satisfaction as the spell hit her squarely. As the girl stumbled, Bellatrix ignored her and the other girl as she hurried after Longbottom and the prophecy. Her entire focus was obtaining the orb her master desired. The blackness that hid what was behind the door didn't bother her as she and the other Death Eaters had already realized the stuff was only a nuisance and not a threat. As she passed the threshold of the door, she could already hear the praise her master would give her as she handed him the orb he wanted so badly. It was her last thought as her cackling ended abruptly a second later. The shield had performed exactly as promised, and the stunner that had hit Luna only caused her to stumble, but she quickly regained her balance and raced toward the door screaming Neville's name. Just as she got to within a yard of the wide-open door, Neville stepped back out of the blackness. The impact of Luna racing into Neville's arms almost knocked both of them back through the door. I thought you, she said as tears came to her eyes. "I had to do something," he explained as he wrapped his arms around the bee-owned girl. "She might have found you if she kept coming back up and I couldn't." He paused as he continued to hold Luna. "I knew if I could get her to follow me, well, I knew to step sideways after I got through the door," he said. It was then that he fully realized what he'd done. He had just caused the death of the one person most responsible for his parents' condition. He promised himself that he'd visit them soon and tell them that she was dead. "Bellatrix is gone," Hermione said to Harry. "Rookwood is fighting with a as she said that she summoned Rookwood's wand and snapped it in two. Can he see you?" "Maybe, but he's struggling for his life since the is wrapped around his neck and head," Hermione replied as she sent a silencing hex toward Rookwood, who was still grunting as he struggled to get the to release him. "Leg-lock him, but make sure you get his wand," Harry said. "Keep an eye on him though." Rookwood was someone who they wanted alive. He might know other people in the Ministry who were loyal to Voldemort. "Don't take chances. If he gets free, either stun him or kill him." "Already snapped his wand and he won't escape," his wife assured him. She sent the leg-locking curse at Rookwood, who immediately fell to the ground and continued to silently struggle. Hermione realized he was too close to the entrance. They didn't want people staying close to the doors, but to run down the path. She quickly levitated Rookwood down the path closer to the veil. Luna and Neville were still standing in front of the door looking at each other. Their hands interlocked as they were saying all that needed to be said with their eyes. Hermione smiled to herself when she saw the look between them, but she knew it would have to wait. Okay, you two, we need to be ready. More will show up soon. Neville walked Luna back to the spot where he needed to hide, and as she started continue to her spot, he grabbed her arm this time. When she turned to him, he leaned forward and ate her on the lips. For luck, he said gently as he blushed. Luna smiled as her eyes met his. Luck is always something good to have, she replied before turning and skipping happily back up the path. A few minutes later the door opened slowly again and 3 Death Eaters came into the room. All of them were complaining while one was shaking mud off of one of his shoes. McNair, Avery and Crabbe, Hermione said to Harry. She could see one of McNair's arms had been secured beside him. I think you hit McNair. His arm seems to be broken. Too bad I missed his head, Harry replied, remembering the executioner who was going to kill Buckbeak. Look, Avery yelled as he pointed down the path toward Rookwood. All 3 of them moved quickly down the path. As soon as they neared Rookwood, Neville slammed the door in front of the veil. That way, Crabbe yelled and started to move past Rookwood but was stopped by Avery. You stay here and help Augustus, Avery growled. Why can't McNair do it? Because he can't use both hands, now can he? Avery replied. Now help him while we go after those kids. Crabbe grumbled but then slid his wand into his robes and knelt beside Rookwood. With a look of disgust he started pulling at one of the tentacles. Avery and McNair moved down the path slowly and cautiously. As they got to the door, they moved to either side and nudged it open. More of the bloody black stuff, McNair snarled. When I get my hands. Stop whining and move it before they get too far ahead of us, Avery said to McNair as he gave the executioner a shove. McNair put a hand into the blackness and it came in contact with the stone archway. There's something here, feels like stone or something with some kind of curtain. I think I hear voices. It's them. Stop fooling around and go get them, Avery said and gave McNair a harder shove through the door only to feel him disappear. He started forward feeling as he went until he ceased to exist a second later. Crabbe didn't notice his 2 companions had disappeared. He'd managed to free one tentacle but then cried out in panic as the freed tentacle had started to wrap itself around his wrist. As he scrambled to free himself, he didn't notice the witch moving up behind him. He slumped onto Rookwood when the stunner caught him in the back. Neville and Luna both stunned the Death Eater as well to ensure he stayed out, while Hermione mangled his legs with a blasting hex. Crabbe's down. Tripled stunned and I hexed his legs. He won't be going anywhere, she said as she knelt and searched the Death Eater. She quickly found his wand and snapped it into 2 pieces. For good measure, she put the pieces back in his pocket. Great work, now get back. Harry started but then a firework went off to his left. Damn, someone broke in. Luna and Neville knew the plan. They ducked down and held their positions. They would only respond if Harry needed help. Harry threw on his invisibility cloak and ducked out of the black cloud into the area where the firework had gone off. He heard 2 men cursing as they found themselves in another black cloud that nothing penetrated. I'm going to kill those kids, one voice said. Only after I get to torture them, Jugson, the other voice said. I want to feed them their own entrails and when I find out who threw that thing. What was that thing? Rookwood said it was a living in, whatever the hell that is. They broke through the blackness and looked around. What is this room, Lestrange? I don't. Rodolphus, words stopped as a jar smashed at his feet. Both Death Eaters looked down and saw the inn that had been inside start to unfurl its tentacles. Stay away from me. Jugson yelled in frightened panic as he remembered the tentacles wrapping themselves around Mulciber. His wand moved faster than his mind as he yelled, Avada Kedavra. Green light shot out of his wand and hit the tentacled creature. Unfortunately for his companion, the inn had been right at his feet and the same green light had hit Lestrange in his lower legs and feet. The shocked look on Rodolphus' face was fixed in place as he slumped to the ground dead. Jugson watched in horror as his companion collapsed at his feet, eyes open in a shocked look. Still fighting the terror he felt from the inn, he never heard the slight footsteps closing in. Stupefy! Harry yelled from 2 feet behind Jugson. The red light hit the Death Eater and he crumpled to the floor. A bone-breaking hex at the Death Eater's arms made sure he wasn't going to be fighting again that day. Harry also picked up his wand and snapped it. Both are down. Jugson killed Rodolphus, he said. Anyone else there yet? No, Hermione replied. Then I want to give Jugson a chance to apologize to his friend, Harry smirked. What? Just let me know if someone comes in, Harry answered as he levitated the Death Eater's limp body. He slipped into the darkness where he knew there was an opening onto the path. He dumped Jugson onto the path very near the dais. Neville, can you open the door fully? He whispered to his friend who ran out from his hiding place and did what was requested. Thanks, Harry said as he tossed the 2 pieces of Jugson's wand next to the Death Eater's head. When he was ready, he revived the Death Eater and waited. Jugson stirred and as he became conscious the first thing he felt was the pain in his arms that were mangled. He then looked up and found the green eyes of the boy who lived staring at him. Jugson right? Harry asked. Jugson didn't answer as his eyes swept the area in search of help or a way out. As they did, they came to rest on remains of his wand. A feeling of hatred washed over him. When my master, he started. Voldy Shorts? Harry asked. The half-blooded piece of shit that can't even beat a 14-year-old kid. He drew a little closer as he kept his wand pointed at the Death Eater. I think you were planning on killing us, weren't you? He asked menacingly. So I should kill you first. Jugson paled as the wand came closer to him. Call out to me, Harry instructed his wife. Wah! Hermione started but then yelled. Harry, don't. Harry whirled as if startled by the yell. When he did, Jugson did exactly what Harry had hoped he'd do. He rolled to his feet grunting with the pain of his arms and dashed toward the open doorway and his freedom. Harry watched him go, watched another Death Eater disappear into the veil that had taken his godfather's life. Almost too easy, Harry said as the Death Eater disappeared. Not feeling guilty are you, Harry? Neville asked as he came out of his hiding spot. No, Harry admitted. I heard them, they wanted to kill us and would have. He took a deep breath and said. I want. He stopped as he felt his mirror heat up. It was the signal from Sirius. Orders coming, he said. And there are still 3 unaccounted for and one of those is Malfoy. He turned and started up the path. I'm going looking for them. Neville, you take my spot. Luna, you take Neville's, he said and the 2 teens moved immediately. Be careful, Hermione said as her husband came near her. Aren't I always? Harry asked innocently. Hermione rolled her eyes and leaned to him. We already got most of them so we don't need to take any chances. I want Malfoy, Harry replied. Hermione nodded as she watched Harry throw on his invisibility cloak. Harry slipped out the door and as it closed, the room started to spin. When it stopped, Harry was happy to see the marks were still on the door. He quickly slipped through the time room door, planning on retracing the original path. As the door closed behind him he knew the Death Eaters were down to only 2. Mulciber was lying next to the shattered bell jar. The Hermione had thrown at him had its tentacles wrapped tightly around his neck. Harry felt no emotions as he looked at the bulging lifeless eyes staring back at him. Mulciber is dead, he said to Hermione. That leaves only Malfoy and not. How? Not sure, but he's got the in on him, Harry replied hoping his wife didn't feel guilty. More than likely one of his friends stunned him or maybe even killed him like Jugson did Lestrange. Don't worry, Harry. I'm fine, Hermione replied as she realized what he wasn't saying. Go find the other 2. Harry left the time room and started going from room to room. Finally in the in-room he found the last 2 Death Eaters. As soon as he opened the door they both turned and pointed their wands at it. It's Potter, Malfoy snarled. He's got some kind of invisibility cloak. Harry just moved out of the way in time as 2 stunners streaked through the door. Wouldn't want me to drop the prophecy, would you, Malfoy? Harry yelled and then bolted for the door marked with the P. As he entered the room he scrambled into the spot next to Hermione and they waited. The door opened slowly and it was a full 2 seconds later that Malfoy and Nott slipped into the room with their wands at the ready. Their attention was quickly drawn to the struggling man down the path lying next to Crabbe with his mangled legs. What? It's Rookwood and Crabbe, Nott said in alarm as he started toward the other 2 Death Eaters. Wait, Malfoy commanded as he reached out for Nott's arm. Something's not right, Lucius said as he looked around. I got a tour of this place last year from Fudge and I don't remember this room. We've got to help Rookwood, Nott said, pulling free of Malfoy's grasp. He's about to die. He indicated the red-faced man struggling with both hands and just barely keeping the tentacled creature from choking him. No, Malfoy replied coldly as he continued to glance around. Finally he put a hand on a boulder and then pulled it away. Finite incantatum, the spell cancellation caused the boulder to shrink back to the small rock it was. He shrunk 2 more boulders, and as the benches that they had appeared he drew back in surprise. It's the room they call the Death Chamber, he said to Nott. I think this might be a. He never finished as a wheezy firework exploded to their right and then another quickly followed it. Both Death Eaters whirled in that direction. The distraction almost worked, but Malfoy spun back around in time to catch the wand coming out of thin air and was able to block the spell. Potter, what is this? He exclaimed. Harry lifted his fake prophecy in front of himself as he shrugged off his cloak. His wand stayed at the ready, aimed directly at the 2 Death Eaters. Just trying to even the odds some, Malfoy, he replied evenly. We found that thing down there and figured out it was some kind of portal or something, and we helped a few of your friends find their way through it. Wherever they ended up, I hope it's a long way from here. Portal, stone archway with a curtain? Malfoy asked as his eyes widened. Yeah, that's it, Harry responded. Why? Lucius' face paled noticeably in the flickering light. Incarcerates, he yelled as his wand came up pointed at Harry. Protega, Harry countered, and the magical ropes dissolved on his shield charm. You idiot boy, Lucius exclaimed. Do you know what you've done? Yep, Harry said to his wife. Be careful, she replied. He's dangerous. No, tell me, what have I done? Harry replied to Lucius. That's no portal, Lucius said. This room is called the Death Room for a reason. Death Room? Harry asked, trying to sound curious. Why? That archway it kills people. The doors burst open at the top of the path. Harry didn't even bother to glance back. The look on Nott's face told him the order had arrived. Harry, get out of the way, Lupin said. You're safe now. Who in the bloody hell put a swamp out there? Yelled Tonks. Lucius Malfoy, taking advantage of the distraction, yelled. Accio prophecy, the blue globe soared out of Harry's hand. As he caught it, Malfoy dove through the opening he had created by reducing the boulders that were there and disappeared into the blackness. Nott threw down his wand and raised his hands as several wands were now aimed at him. After giving Sirius a quick glance that hid a small smile, Harry sped off after Malfoy, hoping he would make it back to the atrium. As another firework went off signally a door had been opened, he heard Sirius yell out, I've got him. The rest of you spread out and see who else is around. Harry dashed out the door Jugson had broken through earlier and ran toward the circular room. As he opened the door, he saw another one close and he noticed it was the one with the X on it. He could already hear one of the lifts clanging shut, and a second later the sound of the lift starting upward could be heard. Harry had to wait for the room to stop spinning, but as soon as it did, he raced toward the exit door and followed Malfoy. When Harry's lift reached the atrium level he could see Malfoy a few steps ahead. Harry sent a stunner through the gates to slow him down. Malfoy had to turn to block it, and then he noticed who was following him. Malfoy stopped and a sneer appeared on his face. Potter, you shouldn't have followed me. Why not? Harry shrugged. It was my day to make sure the trash was carried out. Now give me back what's mine. I don't think so, Malfoy continued his sneer. My master wants this and he'll want you as well. He's going to be very disappointed. Stup. Lucius started but had to dodge a bludgeoning hex Harry had sent after him. Are you sure you have the right prophecy, Lucius? Harry asked as he advanced on Malfoy. Your master will be most displeased to discover you've been tricked. Of course I do, Lucius said. I took it from you. Excellent, Lucius, the high-pitched voice Harry had been waiting to hear appeared. Give it to me. Hermione, get Tonks or Shacklebolt up here now, Harry said as he heard the crack of Dobby apparating away. Already on our way, she replied. Hello Riddle, Harry said evenly. To him it had only been 3 weeks since his last showdown with the person in front of him. Though he was afraid, he knew he would survive whatever happened here. You dare call me by that name? The Dark Lord hissed. Yes I dare, Harry replied. Though do you prefer Tom? Maybe Moldivort. We're here, Hermione said. Harry moved to keep Voldemort's attention away from the lift area. This was the riskiest part. Before Dumbledore had sent the statues to get the minister and Auror support, Harry needed Tonks or Shacklebolt to do it. A quick glance showed Hermione arguing with the Aurors but finally saw them moving silently toward the flows. I had to insist it was better for them to go for help, Hermione explained. Harry didn't bother replying as he continued to focus on Voldemort. So Tom, he said calmly. Maybe you should ask Malfoy where the rest of your Death Eaters are. You're best against 4 teenagers and you lost all but one. They will be free soon enough, Riddle said. No prison can hold them from me. Ah, you misunderstood. Most of them are dead, Harry said coldly and felt a bit of relief as he heard the flames of a flow erupt. Avery, McNair, Mulciber, Bellatrix, her husband and his brother. Not all dreams are to be believed, they told me. Harry gave his own sneer to the Dark Lord. I knew you didn't have Sirius, so I came prepared. I didn't walk into a trap, they did. Voldemort's red eyes widened in surprise but quickly returned to normal. You have been an irritant, Potter, he said finally. And it's time for that to end. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus, Harry yelled at the same time and once again the two wands connected. As the cage of golden light once again surrounded them, Harry felt the electric surge that had occurred then as well. The Phoenix song once again emerged from the glowing threads of the cage. Harry remembered the hope the song had given him last time. As he looked on in fear as his master and Potter duplicated what he'd seen happen the previous year, Malfoy never heard the body bind hex that hit him. As he hit the floor, he could feel hands rolling him over. A face came into view and he found himself looking into the eyes of a girl with bushy hair. How's it feel, Lucius, to be taken down by a mudblood? Hermione asked. Malfoy could only stare back at her with pure hatred. Soon the Aurors will be here and you'll have a nice cell in Azkaban, but until they do, let me give you something to think about. Hermione pointed her wand at the blonde-haired man and muttered a word. Lucius tried to flinch away from the spell but could not move. When nothing seemed to have happened, his eyes tried to convey the sneer he felt. Then he realized what spell she'd cast as the sensation started. First it was the bottom of his left foot, then his right forearm. He itched. As the itching continued to spread, his first thought had been, this is the best she could do. But as the effects of the spell continued to spread to his whole body, every second started to feel like hours of torture. He couldn't hold the sneer in his eyes as they watered, but by then Hermione had turned her attention back to the fight between Harry and Voldemort. Harry could feel his wand start to beat as the lights began to move in the connecting beam. This time he knew what to expect and what to do. He concentrated on the lights, forcing them back along the golden path between the wands. He knew he didn't have to win, in fact he didn't want to win, not right away anyway. He needed to delay until Fudge showed up. The battle of wills stretched on for seconds that turned into a minute, then another minute. Sweat beaded on Harry's brow as he continued to focus on the lights. Suddenly the flows started erupting throughout the hall as people in Auror robes and pajamas alike poured out. Each of them stopped and stared at the golden cage with the Dark Lord and Harry Potter engaged in some kind of battle they had never seen. A couple of them tried to send spells at Voldemort only to have it bounce off the cage. Harry's eyes lifted up to meet those of Tom Riddle. You lose, he said as he concentrated even harder. The lights moved further and further toward Voldemort's wand. Right before they got there, the Dark Lord lifted his wand and broke the connection. As the cage around them dropped, he glared at Harry for a split second before he summoned Lucius to him. Holding aloft the blue orb, he said, Lord Voldemort never loses, and apparated away. Harry slumped to the ground as the fatigue of the night caught up to him. Soon Hermione was at his side, followed closely by Neville and Luna. You did it, Harry, Neville said as he put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Harry looked up at his friend with eyes that were deep in fatigue and smiled. No, we did it, Neville. His eyes then moved to find his wife's looking back at him with concern. And have I mentioned how beautiful you are? Sir, Harry heard a voice of one of the Aurors say as he was climbing back onto his feet. That was him. It was you know who. There are several Death Eaters downstairs, Tonks said. But, a voice Harry recognized as Minister Fudge sputtered. Harry climbed slowly to his feet and he and his friends walked over to the minister. Potter, what in the blazes is going on here? The minster asked. I'd like to know the same thing, said another voice that reminded Harry of a discussion at King's Cross Station. Harry turned and saw a very much alive Albus Dumbledore striding toward them with a very concerned look on his face. Harry ignored the headmaster and turned back to the minister. "I was tricked, sir," he started. "Voldemort." The minister and many of the people around him flinched as he said the name. "He made me believe he had captured someone I care about and was holding him here." "That's enough, Harry," Dumbledore said. "I think I can explain the circumstances better. You need to go back to the school." Dumbledore walked over to the guard desk and picked up a quill. He pulled out his wand and said, "Portus. Here, take this and I'll join you as soon as I can," Dumbledore said as he thrust the quill toward Harry. "Now see here, Dumbledore," Fudge said, "you can't just go making illegal portkeys." "Don't worry, Minister," Harry said. "I don't plan on using it. I'll be staying here with my friends." He put his arm around Hermione and looked over at Neville and Luna. He smiled a little when he noticed Neville's arm was around Luna's waist. "Harry," Dumbledore started again, "it's obviously been a trying night and—" "Yes sir, it has, but there is still things that need to be done," Harry replied, and again turning his back to the headmaster as he addressed the minister. "Sir, as I was saying, I have been having dreams about a room downstairs in the Department of Mysteries, ones that were proving to be true. I now understand that Voldemort wanted something from there, something only I could give him." "Harry," Dumbledore said as he continued to hold out the quill, "you truly need to return to the castle." Harry continued to ignore the headmaster as he held Fudge's gaze. "So what did these dreams have to do with he who must know be named, and what did he want?" "Harry, I must insist." Dumbledore again tried to assert himself. "Insist on what, headmaster?" Harry interrupted him as he turned to glare at the headmaster. "Insist you keep me in the dark about things as you have. Or are you going to deny knowing why my parents died for the last 14 years and not bothered to tell me? A fact I had to learn from a Death Eater." His voice had increased in level where he was almost yelling at the headmaster. Every Auror and other ministry employee who was still in the atrium were now following their every word. Dumbledore put a hand on Harry's shoulder in an attempt to soothe the young man, but Harry shrugged it off forcefully. As he turned his back to the headmaster, Harry said to Fudge, "Sir, can we take this conversation to your office, maybe with Madam Bones joining us? I'd like a chance to explain what happened." Yes, of course," Fudge replied. He called an Auror over and asked her to find Madam Bones. "She's went downstairs to see about the other Death Eaters. Then tell her to meet us in my office," Fudge ordered. He motioned for Harry and the others to follow him. When Dumbledore started to follow them, Harry stopped. "Minister," he said, "do you have a specific need for Dumbledore join us in this conversation?" "Why?" Minister Fudge asked. "Is there a problem with him joining us? I really must speak with him about what to do with him returning." "If you need to speak to Dumbledore, then I'll be glad to wait and meet with you later," Harry replied. "To answer your question, yes, there is a problem. Thanks to my wonderful and extremely intelligent girlfriend," Harry indicated Hermione. "It has become abundantly clear that the headmaster has been withholding very important information and very possibly lying to me. I do not feel I can trust him anymore." Dumbledore's blue eyes found Harry's, and for an instant Harry felt the slight probe of his mind. Harry glared at Dumbledore. "Just in case that greasy bastard didn't tell you, I've been working on my occlumency without him. If you try to read my thoughts again, you will not like it." Dumbledore had a look of shock on his face. "Harry, we really need to discuss this," he said in his best grandfatherly voice. "I feel for your own good I must." "You must what?" Harry snarled at the headmaster. "You have no legal authority over me," he turned back to the minister. "Sir, would you like to speak with me or Dumbledore?" Minister Fudge had been watching the interplay between the boy who lived in Albus Dumbledore, and he was in a quandary. He had just watched Potter take on the Dark Lord and beat him. It had been witnessed by a large number of Aurors, and it would be in the Daily Prophet by the afternoon. He knew he couldn't afford to upset the young man. His eyes shifted from one to the other until a decision was reached. "Come with me, Harry," he said. "Albus, I'll be glad to meet with you shortly." Minister, I really must insist that." Dumbledore was so busy trying to get the minister's attention he failed to notice the quill in his hand turn blue until he felt a jerk at his navel and ended up in his own office at Hogwarts. When he tried to flow back to the ministry, he discovered the ministry's flows had been shut down except for official business while the investigation was underway. Looking around his office, his eyes found the perch used by his phoenix. Fox, he said, and an instant later a flash of flame occurred and the phoenix materialized before him. I need to return to the ministry, he said to the red and gold-plumed bird. He touched a tail feather of the phoenix and in another instant of flames he disappeared only to arrive in the ministry atrium. As the fountain materialized in his vision he thought, good thing I didn't have to fly here on a broom, that might have taken hours. As they walked toward the minister's office, Harry tried to show a look of tired confidence, but actually he was apprehensive. By turning his back on Dumbledore, he now had to take responsibility for all that had happened. Last time, he and his friends had been mostly left alone. He didn't know exactly what Dumbledore did, but he had done something. This time there was a lot less damage, but there were the deaths of the Death Eaters to be explained. Better to explain Death Eaters than Sirius, Hermione said as his thoughts had been bleeding over to her. Harry gave her a quick smile, but her comment did make him start to wonder if Sirius made it out. This time she didn't need to hear his thoughts. I'm sure he's fine, she said. During the walk, Hermione kept reminding Harry. Remember to be calm and be nice. Fudge needs you, but don't make him defensive. Take the humble approach. When they arrived in the minister's office, Fudge took a moment to disappear into a different room and change out of his pajamas. When he returned he took his spot behind his desk and motioned for the teens to take the seats in front of him. Several seconds of silence was broken when Harry finally spoke. Thank you, sir, he said, for taking the time to talk to me. I know your time is very valuable right now. That's quite all right, Harry. May I call you Harry? The minister questioned. Yes, sir. That's fine, sir. Excellent, the minister said. Ah. Amelia, the last was to Madame Bones, who finally caught up to them. They all turned to see the gray-haired woman with her customary monocle entering the office. Her hair was astray and her eyes weary but alert. She had a look of someone not in a good mood. Thank you, minister. Hopefully this won't take too long. I have a lot to do, she eyed the teenagers wearily. Starting with these four, of course. Yes, ma'am, Harry said, speaking for his group still. I think this will go a long way to explaining what happened. Very well, Mr. Potter, she said as she took a seat. Harry took a deep breath before continuing. Before I begin my explanation, I should introduce my friends. This is Hermione Granger, my best friend, and a lot more. Minister, you've met her before, but might not have remembered it. He then nodded to Neville and Luna. I'm sure you both know Neville Longbottom, or at least his grandmother, and this is Luna Good, daughter of the man who owns the Quibbler. The name of the magazine Luna's father published made Cornelius Fudge pale. The ministry had taken an antagonistic approach toward it ever since the interview by Harry concerning the Dark Lord had appeared in it. That Harry Potter was friends with the daughter of Xenophilius Good was not a good thing. Then of course everyone knew Augusta Longbottom. She was a woman who one dared cross at their own peril. He swallowed before replying, very glad to meet all of you. His eyes lingered on the young own girl who had her wand behind her ear and was looking around the office like she didn't have a care in the world. He finally turned back to Harry. Sir, Harry started with his green eyes focused on the minister. I hope you now know that I haven't been lying all year. I really did see Voldemort. Harry had to force himself to not roll his eyes when the Minister of Magic shuddered at the name, resurrected last year. Yes, well, it's definitely looks to be that he is back, so we'll revisit that issue later with you. Yes, sir, Harry continued. Also that I didn't lie at my trial concerning the Dementors. I believe that was settled at Ms. Umbridge's questioning. The minister's eyes stayed focused on a sheet of random parchment he had picked up. Harry could see a small bead of sweat appear on the minister's brow before he spoke. It appears I was misled in regards to that situation, Cornelius finally said as he sat the parchment back down. I understand, sir, Harry said. It's just that I've asked you to believe one other thing in the past, and I'm hoping now that the other issues have been proven to be true you will now consider that issue one more time. What would that be, Harry? Sir, at the end of my third year, Harry nodded to Hermione, told you that Sirius Black was innocent and that Peter Pettigrew was still alive. Obviously you were confounded, Fudge replied. Or the trauma of seeing your parents' betrayer was too much. Harry sighed and then he turned to Amelia Bones. What crimes were Sirius Black convicted of? He asked. Support of you-know-who, accessory to murder, namely your parents, and killing Peter Pettigrew and several muggles, she answered. What if I told you that you're wrong? Harry responded calmly. He raised his hand to waylay her rebuttal. Go have any of your people look for any information on the trial of Sirius Black and you'll find there is none. It doesn't exist because he never was charged, nor tried, nor convicted. He was sent to Azkaban and left to rot for all of those years without a chance to defend himself by Barty Crouch. Amelia's mouth stopped in mid-opening. Harry pressed on but not in an accusing manner. Neither of you were in your current positions when it happened and I can understand how it propagated into what it is now, but I would like you to keep an open mind when it concerns Sirius Black. What does Sirius Black have to do with tonight? Fudge asked. Everything, Harry replied truthfully but with an exaggerated sigh. Sirius Black is my godfather and over the last couple of years he and I have been. Mr. Potter, are you saying you know where Sirius Black is? Madam Bones asked. If you do, you must tell me at once so we can go arrest him. He is a dangerous fugitive. Stay calm, Harry, Hermione's voice came through, causing the anger that had erupted in Harry to dissipate. He looked at the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ma'am, as I said, I believe he was never tried or convicted. Prove to me that I'm wrong. In fact, since Sirius played a major part in tonight and what I want to discuss, go and have that information looked for now. Mr. Potter, Bones started as her eye tightened around her monocle. I will not be spoken. Amelia, Cornelius Fudge interrupted. It's a minor thing to do. Have one of your people go to the records office and pull the information. Harry obviously thinks it is important. I'm sorry, Madam Bones, Harry added, realizing that he didn't want to get on Amelia's bad side. I didn't mean to speak rudely, it's just been a long and stressful night. I hope you can understand. I won't be able to understand until you explain exactly what happened, Amelia replied. After a contemplative stare at the teens, she turned to the minister and nodded. I shall have it done now, Cornelius, she said. She quickly crossed to the door and disappeared. She was only gone 5 minutes before returning. I have a junior Auror looking into it, she said. He'll bring the records shortly. To continue with my explanation, let's presume what I said is correct, Harry said. Sirius Black is my godfather and Voldemort found out that I consider him part of my family. Last night Voldemort tricked me into believing he had Sirius down in the Department of Mysteries. Why would he do that? Bones asked. And how? As I mentioned to the minister earlier, the how involved riddle sending. Someone sent you a riddle. Bones interrupted. No ma'am, it's his real name. Lord Voldemort's real name is Tom Riddle. He went to Hogwarts 50 years ago, Harry said, and then with his eyes fixed on Cornelius Fudge he continued. He was the one who originally opened the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore mentioned that name, I think, Fudge replied with a shrug. It's unimportant. Harry had to fight with himself to keep from rolling his eyes or climbing over the desk and throttling the minister, but finally he turned back to Amelia. Riddle has been sending me visions recently about the Department of Mysteries. He's been trying to lure me here to get something for him. What did he need you to get for him? A prophecy, ma'am, Harry replied. I didn't know it until it was explained to me by a Death Eater of all people, he said with his voice increasing in volume. He spent a couple of seconds to calm down before continuing. But it seems there was a prophecy made that led to the murder of my parents. Voldemort now wants it. But if his Death Eaters could get in there, why did he need you? Madam Bones asked. Lucius said that only the people the prophecy is about may retrieve it, Harry explained. Of course, Bones replied. I'd forgotten about that. She made a few notes on some parchment before looking back at Harry. So he used some kind of vision trick on you that caused you to come here thinking you needed to rescue your godfather. Is that the basics? Yes, ma'am, Harry replied, glad he didn't have to explain the connection he shared with Voldemort. Why did you think you had to come yourself? Why not go to a professor? After the torture I've been experiencing over the last year and the only protection I received was being told to keep my head down, I hope you can understand I have little confidence in what the response would have been. Which I believe has been improved recently, Bones said. Maybe, but say I had told someone and they had told you. Would you have been more interested in arresting Sirius or rescuing him? Harry asked. There was no time to try to convince you and I couldn't let Sirius die. More notes were jotted down. Finally Bones looked back up. So you came all the way to the Ministry and made it to the Department of Mysteries. You were then attacked by the 6 Death Eaters. No ma'am, there were 12 in all, Harry responded, and then he acted like he remembered something. That portal, or whatever it is, wherever it goes you need to send orders. What are you talking about? The stone archway, Harry explained. We found out it was a portal or something. It's in the room with all the benches. Malfoy was saying something about it was called the Death Room. Madame Bones' eyes widened. But that's the veil, she stopped. Maybe you need to explain from the beginning, tell me everything that happened. Yes ma'am, Harry replied. Hermione was concerned it might be a trap, he explained. So when we got to London. How exactly did you get here? Amelia interrupted. You were at Hogwarts, right? Yes ma'am we were. We rode on my broom and a couple of thestrals, Harry said as if it happens every day. The thestrals were very nice, Luna said. Mine was named, she looked at Amelia and Fudge. Oh you probably don't need to know that. Amelia just looked on in shock as she listened. As I was saying, when we got to London, we made a stop at the store Fred and George Weasley opened up. They are friends of ours who we knew had some products that might help us in case it was a trap, Harry continued, these hats, the swamp and powder that causes those clouds of darkness. Amelia was jotting more notes down. Fred and George Weasley? She asked. Yes ma'am. Their store is at 93 Diagon Alley, Hermione responded. They aren't in trouble are they? Oh no, Amelia replied. We'll have to corroborate your story with them of course, but I'm very interested in that darkness powder. It could be very useful and I would like to discuss it with them. There is already someone here looking at these, Harry said as he showed his hat to her. It's a shield hat. It is supposed to block a couple of spells. It works great, Luna said as she twirled her hat on her finger. Bellatrix Lestrange hit me with a stunner and I didn't even feel it. Bellatrix Lestrange. Amelia's eyes shot up to look at Luna. She was here. Yes ma'am, Harry said. She went through that portal thing. Amelia looked over at Fudge and then back to Harry. Let's get back to what happened, she said. You got some things from your friends and then came here. Yes ma'am, Harry nodded. I knew we needed to go to the Department of Mysteries, he paused as if he was organizing his thoughts. We started looking for Sirius and the place with all the blue orbs in it like I saw in the dream or vision. We found a room with a tank full of, he looked over at Luna. What did you say those were? Aquavirius maggots, Luna replied with the answer they had put together. Daddy wrote all about them. That's not what they were, Madame Bones replied. They are living inns. The mystery of thought is studied in that room, she looked again at Fudge. Croaker is examining all the damage down there now. He'll have a complete report later today. She turned her attention back to Harry. Well we thought there were the maggots things and would sting someone if they hit them, so we put some in jars to use as well, Harry explained. Then we found that room with the benches. When we looked at the archway, the fabric seemed to move and we heard voices. We tossed a rock into it and it disappeared, so we presumed it was some kind of portal to another place. We first thought that if it was a trap maybe we could escape through it to safety. Hermione had thought of adding this, it gave an alternative for Fudge and Amelia to think about that could be far worse than what happened. A collective gasp rose between Fudge and Bones. Mr. Potter, it is a very good thing you didn't do that. Why? Where does it go? It doesn't go anywhere, Amelia explained. It's called the Death Veil and it's instant death for anyone who enters it. Harry forced himself to swallow hard before continuing. Oh well, he stammered on purpose. Please continue Mr. Potter, Amelia said. After a few seconds he pushed on with the story. We finally found the room with the orbs and started looking for Sirius, he continued. When we were at the place where he was supposed to be, Neville found the prophecy with my name on it. Not knowing what it was, I took it and suddenly we were faced with a dozen Death Eaters who had been disillusioned. We have Vincent Crabbe Sr., Augustus Rookwood and Theodore Knott Sr. in custody. Madame Bones started listing the people they had recovered. Mulciber and Rodolphus Lestrange are dead. Yeah, another Death Eater, a Jugson I think, killed him by mistake, Harry said. How do you know that? Bones asked. I threw one of the ins at them and it hit the ground near Lestrange. Jugson panicked and used the killing curse on it and the curse hit Lestrange as well. He then chased me until I was able to trick him into going through the portal, veil. Bones nodded at the explanation. Can you tell me who the others were? The other Lestrange, Rabaston I think, Bellatrix, Avery, McNair. Walden McNair, the one who works for the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. Yes ma'am, Harry replied as he watched her jot that fact down. And Antonin Dolohov was the last one besides Lucius Malfoy. He looked over at the Minister of Magic, who was looking extremely pale at the mention of the last name. And all of the others went through the veil. Bones asked, "Are we in trouble for that?" Harry asked. "They were threatening to kill us and Fudge knew that pressing any kind of charges against Harry Potter after the morning display, especially for the accidental death of Death Eaters, would be political suicide. "Of course not, Harry," he said. "In fact, I think you have done a great service for our community." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied as he breathed a true sigh of relief. "Nonetheless, I do need the rest of the story of what happened," Bones replied after a glare at the minister. "Yes, ma'am." After the Death Eaters appeared, Lucius demanded the orb I had. "Bellatrix threatened to torture Luna if I didn't hand it over," Harry continued. He glanced over at Luna before proceeding. "I knew though, if I did, they'd kill us on the spot." Amelia nodded, agreeing that is exactly what would have happened. "As I said earlier, we had got a few things from the Weasleys and we sent a couple of decoy detonators." "Decoy detonators?" Bones asked. "What are those?" "Oh, they are another creation of the Weasleys," Harry said. "You let them loose and they will go run off and explode, causing a diversion." "I definitely must speak to these young men," Bones said. "But go ahead with the story." "When the detonators went off, it distracted the Death Eaters just enough for us to react. We threw some darkness powder in front of us and I hate admit it, but we purposely destroyed some of the shelves the orbs were on. We were trying to do anything to create a diversion to get away. I also threw one of the inns," Hermione added. "We then ran," Harry said. "We ended up in the room with all of the clocks. We exchanged some spell fire there, mostly blasting hexes to try to slow down the Death Eaters who had followed." Fudge and Amelia were listening intently now. "We had marked the doors when we kept getting lost looking for Sirius, so we were able to get back to the portal, a veil room," Harry said. "We put down the swamp to slow down the pursuers some as well." "Why didn't you try to get away?" Harry was expecting this question and had the reason ready to go. "We were concerned that there might be more Death Eaters at the lifts to cut us off. If there were, then we'd be caught between two sets of Death Eaters in a very narrow corridor." "True. Excellent thinking, I should say," Bones said. "When we got to the veil room, we started securing the doors. We thought about going through the arch, but without knowing where it came out, we were unsure. Then we came up with an idea. What if we could trick some of the Death Eaters into going through the portal? Enough to make it a reasonable fight for us. I noticed the room. What did you do?" Hermione had brought some small rocks to banish at any assailants and Neville had some dirt with him. When Amelia and Fudge looked at Neville questioningly, he replied, "I like plants and had some dirt in my pockets," he said truthfully. If they followed up on that, Professor Sprout would vouch for Neville's of plants. "We enlarged the rocks to line a path and used the dirt and other things to make the bench steps disappear," Harry explained. "We used a desk from the other room to transfigure into a door to hide the arch and then the darkness powder, and, well, it worked." Harry shrugged his shoulders with the last statement. "They just walked through a door?" Bones asked. "We sort of made it seem that we had gone through it by slamming it shut with banishing charms," Neville explained. "That was my job. With the darkness powder between the door and the veil." Harry's explanation trailed off. "What happened with Lucius?" Amelia asked. "He wasn't fooled by the changes," Harry said. "Said he had toured the place and—" Harry could see Fudge pale again at the statement. He hadn't seen any room like that. He started canceling the enlargement spells on the rocks and recognized what room it was. "I tried to sneak up on him and stun him, but he was able to block it. I used the prophecy to prevent him from attacking me. It was then that several people from Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix showed up. Malfoy was able to disappear into the darkness after summoning the orb I had in my hand. I chased him, and when I caught up to him in the atrium, Voldemort showed up. He tried to kill me and well, you saw what happened." "What was that golden thing anyway?" Fudge asked. Harry didn't want to answer that question. He didn't want that knowledge in Voldemort's hands. I don't know, sir," Harry lied. "It's the same thing that happened last year though, when I dueled him in the graveyard. I saw him holding a blue orb when he left," Fudge said. "So he got this prophecy from you?" No sir," Harry replied. "Neville, Luna," he said to his two friends. They each pulled blue orbs from their pockets and laid them on the minister's desk. We noticed that they wouldn't outright attack us if they thought they might damage the orb, so we made a couple of copies for protection. A knock happened at that time and a person in aura robes came in and whispered something to Amelia and then handed her a roll of parchment. Are you sure? Amelia whispered to the aura, who nodded in return. Amelia glanced at Harry for a few seconds before saying, "Thank you," to the aura, who turned and left. She took a minute to read the parchment in her hands. While doing so, her eyes became more and more focused. What is it, Amelia? Fudge asked. This is the arrest record of Sirius Black from November 1, 1981, she said, indicating the parchment. It gives some pretty gruesome details about the circumstances of the arrest, but, she looked at Cornelius. Fudge, according to my aura there are no records of a trial ever having taken place. No trial, no order of sentence, nothing. It appears that Mr. Potter is correct. Barty Crouch Sr. was told by Dumbledore that Sirius was my parents' secret keeper, Harry explained. At the time, he really thought he was. If Black wasn't their secret keeper, then why did Dumbledore think he was? Did you go to school with my father and Sirius? Harry asked the head of the DMLE. No, I had left a couple of years prior to them starting, but my younger brother, Susan's father, did, she replied. He told me all about their antics. They thought it would be the ultimate prank on Voldemort to make Pettigrew the secret keeper instead, Harry said. The Death Eaters would pursue Sirius while they kept Pettigrew stashed away. Even if I were to believe that, Black still killed Pettigrew and all of those muggles. This report details the finding of Pettigrew's finger and lists all of the muggle people who died that day. That's what we tried to tell you. Harry was speaking to Fudge again. That night he was captured and later escaped. We saw Pettigrew. He was the one who killed those muggles. He cut off his own finger and disappeared, Harry explained. There is no mention of anyone seeing Pettigrew escape. He was an animagus, ma'am, Harry said. He transformed into a rat and disappeared. That's a very convenient story, Mr. Potter, Amelia scoffed. How many people knew about this rare ability of Pettigrew? Ma'am, I will gladly show you my memories of when we found him after our 3rd year, Harry said. Do you have a pensieve? Amelia Bones looked annoyed. A pensieve? Of course I don't have one of those. There are only a handful of them in the whole world. We can use Dumbledore's then, Hermione suggested. Amelia looked shocked. Dumbledore has a pensieve. Her shocked look became one of anger. That bastard, she said. I have too many cases that I could easily solve if I had access to one of those. Harry was stunned. He never considered that the pensieve was a very rare item and that the minister or Amelia Bones didn't know about Dumbledore's. But then he remembered what Dumbledore had said the day he first came across it. I was using the pensieve when Mr. Fudge arrived for our meeting and put it away rather hastily. Harry shook his head slightly as he thought of that statement. Dumbledore was not the type of person to do anything hastily. He put it away quickly because he didn't want Fudge to know about it. Another one of his blasted secrets that other people needed to know about. He quickly sent his thoughts to Hermione, who also sat stunned. They had expected to be able to offer memories today. That was the whole reason for getting the Death Eaters to unmask. I wondered why Dumbledore never offered to use my memories of that night Sirius escaped or of Voldemort returning, Harry replied finally to the head of the DMLE. Would my memories of those events help? Harry asked. They show Peter Pettigrew alive, and it will show why Professor Snape gave the testimony he did. He was knocked unconscious during that time. Amelia Bones was looking off in the direction of a wall as she thought about the implications of the matter. Finally she looked back at the group. Yes, Mr. Potter, I would like those memories. She turned to Fudge. Cornelius, if Sirius Black is innocent, we are going to have major issues with the public. With you-know-who back, we are already going to have issues. I doubt I will have my job next week. Harry knew it was time. Sir, if there was a way to make it look better for you, would you do it? Fudge looked at the young man with interest. What do you have in mind? I'm going to be speaking to the Prophet and the Quibbler later, and what I want to say is I am supporting the current administration, Harry said. I don't think changing ministers right now is a good idea. For all I know, the next one will be under the influence of Voldemort. Fudge's interest moved even higher, but he was too much of a politician to think it would be free. You say you want to support the current administration, which means you want something to do it, he stated wearily. Two things actually, Harry replied. The first being justice. I want Sirius to be There was a knock on the door and a second later the same junior Auror poked his head in. "I'm sorry ma'am, sir, but Dumbledore is insisting on seeing you." Fudge looked at Harry who shook his head. "Tell him it will be a few more minutes." The Auror looked nervous but quickly said, "Yes sir," and shut the door. "Thank you sir," Harry said. "As I was saying, I want Sirius to have his freedom." "Harry, as Amelia pointed out, if we come out with Black being innocent right now, the public will lose all faith in the ministry." "No sir, I believe if you tell them the truth, they will listen. You tell them the truth in Sirius and I will give our full support in backing you." "He'd do that?" the minister asked. "Sirius has no grudge against you personally minister," Harry lied, though Sirius had promised to drop the grudge if Fudge agreed to the deal. Fudge looked over at Amelia. "What do you think?" "Cornelius, if Sirius is really innocent, the man needs to be free. I want him questioned under veritaserum though and I'd like to see those memories," she said. "Right now I'm going to need every Auror working on you-know-who and Death Eaters, not chasing after someone who doesn't deserve it. I prefer the truth to anything else Cornelius, it makes life simpler." Fudge turned to Harry and he was smiling for the first time. "I think we can manage it then. When can you get Sirius in here to be questioned?" "If you will vouch for his safety, I will personally escort him here within an hour," Harry replied. "Excellent," Fudge said. "Amelia, I want you to go with Mr. Potter and bring Mr. Black directly here." Amelia Bones looked at Harry appraising Ly but before she say anything the door burst open and the lurid robed figure of Albus Dumbledore stood there. "Minister, I truly must insist that I am included in any discussion concerning Lord Voldemort and Mr. Potter." Harry turned and looked at the headmaster and then turned back to the minister. "Sir, may my friends and I go now?" "Yes of course," Fudge said. "I'll see you back here in an hour with Mr. Black." "Yes, see. Black. Sirius Black," Dumbledore exclaimed. "Now isn't the time to be discussing Sirius, we should be focusing all of our attention on Voldemort." Harry turned and looked at the headmaster. "Headmaster," he started, "would you like to tell the minister and Madam Bones who my parents' secret keeper really was?" "Harry," Dumbledore started. "Again, this not the time to discuss this, there are so much more important things to deal with. Let's get you and your friends back to Hogwarts and then I can discuss what really matters with the minister." "It's a simple question, Professor," Hermione said. "Who is the Potter's secret keeper?" "Miss Granger," Dumbledore said. "This is a difficult topic for Mr. Potter and with the night he's had it really. Was it Sirius Black?" Harry yelled to interrupt the headmaster. "Yes or no?" Madam Bones spoke up as well. "Albus, since you seem to want to avoid answering that question I will ask it. Remember that lying to me in regards to a criminal case is a chargeable offense. Was Sirius Black the Potter's secret keeper at the time they were murdered?" The headmaster's eye went from Madam Bones to the minister until finally they came to rest looking into the green eyes of Harry Potter. He seemed to slump a little before he finally answered. "No. Sirius Black was not the secret keeper, it was Peter Pettigrew." "Why didn't you offer to show our memories, headmaster?" Hermione asked. "In fact, in the past 2 years there seemed to be many opportunities that our memories could have been shown to the proper legal authorities." "Albus, these young people tell me you have a pensieve," Madam Bones said testily. "I would like to access it to verify their information and to help proceed with other cases I have pending." "As much as I would like to help Amelia," Dumbledore replied, "it is my personal property and I really need it right now, especially with Voldemort returning. We can discuss the matter at a later time, shall we say 3 months?" Harry could see Amelia's temper was about to erupt at the headmaster. He quickly grabbed a quill and parchment from the minister's desk and jotted a note. "He doesn't know he misplaced the pensieve. We can give it to you later." He quickly handed the note to Madam Bones who glanced down at it. She looked at Harry and Hermione and almost smiled at them. She then glared at the headmaster. "We will discuss this later, Albus, as for now I need to go deal with my orders about arresting Lucius Malfoy and the questioning of Sirius Black." "When shall I attend the questioning?" Dumbledore asked. "Your presence is neither requested nor required," Amelia replied coolly. She looked at Harry. "What do you need to get Mr. Black here?" "Harry, you need to return to the school," Dumbledore replied in his best grandfatherly voice. "You don't realize how great the danger is for you." Harry ignored the headmaster and spoke to Madam Bones. "If I could have an order to escort Hermione and me, maybe Nymphadora Tonks. I know she's Sirius' cousin." I'll be glad to escort you, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry was almost tempted to take the headmaster up on the offer just to see what he would say, but then he remembered he would need to speak to Sirius and doubted he could do it privately with Dumbledore around. No thank you, headmaster, Harry replied. I will escort you to find Auror Tonks, Amelia Bones said. She might be confused about the orders. I will start arranging the press conference, Minister Fudge said. He saw the young bee-owned girl and said, Miss Good, maybe you'd like to invite your father. He's been ignoring our attempts at recent communications. Of course he didn't mention those recent communications consisted of threats against the publication if it continued to support Harry Potter. Oh, Daddy would to come, Luna replied happily, if he isn't out looking for the yellow-eyed Crimzel. He had a lead on one last week. Yes, Fudge replied uncertainly. Come with me and you can try to find him. Neville followed Luna and Fudge out of the office, while Amelia escorted Harry and Hermione. Albus Dumbledore stood alone in the minister's office trying to figure out how to get back in control of what was happening. With the appearance of Lord Voldemort, he had expected the minister and everyone else to come running to him for guidance. He sat down in one of the chairs and at that time he noticed the two blue orbs on the desk. One of these must be the prophecy, he thought as he put both in his pocket. He considered going to Grimmauld Place to try to talk to Harry again, but knew he needed to have Harry alone to persuade him of the proper course of action. It didn't take long before Tonks was found. Her pink hair was readily seen amongst the team of Aurors guarding the floors as workers came and left. She was confused and surprised when Amelia informed her that she was to escort Harry and Hermione to a location to bring in Sirius Black for questioning. Once Amelia had walked away, Tonks rounded on the two teens. What's going on, Harry? What's this about Sirius? Trying to get him cleared, Harry replied. As you can imagine, the minister is going to look foolish because of this, so I'm offering my support if he clears Sirius. And he went for it. Tonks replied. Well, once we pointed out that Sirius hadn't been tried or convicted and promised Sirius would support him as well, yeah, he went for it. A short time later they were entering Grimmauld Place and Sirius was sitting at the table drinking a cup of tea with a smile on his face. He rose to his feet and greeted Harry and Hermione as if he hadn't been expecting them. Looks like you did well tonight, Harry. When Snape told us you were planning on coming to London because you thought I had been captured. He fooled me, but fortunately it worked out, Harry said as he turned to the Metamorphagus. Tonks, can we speak to Sirius alone to let him know what's going on? Sure, the pink-haired witch replied. When she had left the room, Hermione quickly put up the Muffaliato charm and they settled down to the table. Glad to see you made it out, Harry said. Sirius shrugged. I wished I could have seen you and Voldemort. I was tempted to come upstairs as Padfoot and watch, but knew it wasn't worth the risk. When I yelled I was following Malfoy, I ducked behind one of the darkness area and called Creature. He took me to a side street and it was no problem after that. I better see those memories. Now how did it go? A few hiccups, Harry replied, but we got 8 of them and Fudge and Bones are buying the story. You are to come in for questioning and a press conference afterwards. As long as you're willing to support the ministry and pass questioning by Amelia Bones, you're going to be a free man. Did we hear anything about Peter? Haven't had a chance to speak to Dobby yet, Harry replied. You keep Tonks busy, Hermione said. I'll go talk to Dobby and get the pensieve. She was gone for 30 minutes, but when she returned she had a smile on her face. I spoke with Dobby. Voldemort is not currently at the Malfoy residence, she said. But Peter was. Sirius asked. Where is he now? Unconscious in a cupboard in the kitchens of Hogwarts, Hermione replied with a chuckle. Winky is currently standing over him with pot in hand. I brought him around and modified his memory. He now thinks Voldemort had sent him on a mission to Hogwarts and he was captured there. If Fudge reneges on his deal, we can produce him fairly quickly, otherwise we'll figure out what to do with him later. They all took showers and Sirius put on his best robes before Tonks escorted them back to the ministry. This time they entered through the Auror entrance where they found Amelia Bones waiting. She was alone, obviously having cleared the room on purpose. Sirius Black, you're a difficult man to find, Amelia said as she studied the black-haired man carefully. To let you know your status, you have no formal charges against you from the ministry, though you should consider yourself in custody pending the questioning you will undergo. If you have a wand, I will need it now. She held out her hand and when he hesitated. Mr. Black, if you are truly innocent, no harm will come to you. Sirius nodded and reached into his robes and removed a wand he had procured in a small magical village that had large brightly colored birds and little contact with the outside world. It had worked for him, but not as well as his old one had. With Ollivander now gone, he knew he would have a long wait before he could have another wand that suited him as well. She nodded as she took it from him and then led the procession into a room where the minister was already seated at a table. It was obviously an interrogation room, for a single chair sat in front of the table. Amelia nodded toward the chair and Sirius sat down and waited. First Amelia handed Sirius a small bottle of blue liquid. Since you were an Auror, you will obviously recognize this as a counter-veritaserum detection agent. He nodded and took the bottle and drunk it completely. They waited the required 2 minutes and when Sirius' tongue did not turn purple it was known he had not taken any counter-veritaserum. She then took out a bottle of the clear truth potion and put the required 3 drops on his tongue. It wasn't long before his eyes became unfocused. "What is your name?" Amelia asked. "Sirius Orion Black. What house were you in at Hogwarts?" "Gryffindor." "Who was your best friend while at Hogwarts?" "James Potter." "Did you betray the James and Lily Potter?" "No. It was Peter Pettigrew." "Did you kill Pettigrew?" "I wanted to, but no. He blew up the street and escaped." The questioning continued for another 10 minutes. A couple of the queries made Harry and Hermione nervous since they came close to what Sirius knew about the previous night, but in the end both Amelia Bones and Cornelius Fudge were satisfied. When the antidote had been applied, Amelia extended her hand and handed him a wand. Sirius looked at it and realized she had given him his original wand. The one that had been taken from him the night he had been arrested. He felt the warmth of the wand that had been missing from the one he had been using. He looked into the eyes of Amelia Bones. "It was in the evidence room all of these years," she said. "I would like to be the first to apologize for those years. You had nothing to do with my arrest and no real reason to check into my past. Maybe, but I can't help but wonder if others shared your fate. I hope you try to find out," Sirius replied and then turned to the minister and held out his hand. "Minister, thank you." "Yes, well," Fudge replied nervously. "Mr. Potter implied you'd be willing to." "Yes, I will, Minister," Sirius replied, cutting him off. "Now is not the time to be splitting the ministry over what has happened in the past." "Sir, ma'am," Hermione spoke up. "We took the opportunity to retrieve this." She opened the bag she had on her shoulder and pulled out the pensieve. An hour later Fudge was sitting at a table that had been arranged on a small stage in the atrium. With him were Amelia Bones, Harry, Hermione, Neville and Luna. There was one more chair next to the minister currently empty. Arrayed in front of the stage were a multitude of chairs, all filled with reporters from the various newspapers and magazines. Xenophilius Good was sitting in the front row waving at his daughter. Fudge started the conference. "We called you here this morning to discuss several things. Mainly to address the rumors that have been flying about concerning certain events that occurred last evening here in the ministry. I would like to first address the issue of you-know-who. Yes, he has returned." The uproar that followed that statement was deafening. It took several minutes before Fudge could continue, but finally he got everyone's attention. He signaled to an Auror who was holding a bag that was brought to the table. Hermione took the bag and pulled out the pensieve along with several labeled vials of silvery liquid. Harry was looking in the direction of Albus Dumbledore, who was standing off to the side. When the pensieve had been taken out of the bag, the headmaster's eyes had widened for a split second, but then he had settled into a thoughtful look. "This, witches and wizards of the press, is called a pensieve. Headmaster Dumbledore has loaned it to us for our use," Fudge said. "It will allow you to see the memories of what occurred last night." Harry and Hermione had discovered how to make the pensieve project the memory above the basin by pulling Harry's memory of the time Dumbledore had done it and redid the steps the headmaster had performed. Hermione poured her own memory of the battle between Harry and Voldemort into the basin and tapped the correct runes. Immediately above the bowl the 2 figures locked in the gold cage appeared. Amelia Bones used a magnification charm to make the image much larger, and a collective gasp rose from the crowd as they saw Lord Voldemort in battle against Harry Potter. When it ended shortly afterwards with Voldemort losing, the crowd noise rose again, but came instantly quiet when Harry stood. As you all can see, Harry started with a gesture to the now blank area above the pensieve. I have not been lying about Voldemort returning a year ago. Again he had to fight to keep his eyes from rolling at the reaction to the name. I was tricked to come here last night. My friends, he now waved his hands over to Hermione, Neville and Luna, and I ended up fighting a dozen Death Eaters. Hermione had dumped the next memory into the bowl and the image of 12 Death Eaters all removing their masks rose from the bowl. Quote. Rookwood. That's Bellatrix Lestrange. Lucius Malfoy. Harry waved for quiet and instantly got it as he continued. 8 of them died last night, 3 of them were captured and 1 escaped. Harry again had to wait for the noise to abate. My friends and I were fortunate to escape unharmed. Amelia nodded to another Auror beside the stage and he disappeared behind a curtain and reappeared shortly leading the 3 captured Death Eaters who were surrounded by a team of Aurors. Rookwood had ugly red welts around his face and neck. Crabbe Sr. was being levitated since obviously his legs had not been repaired yet, and Nott was bound in magical ropes. All looked sullen. Nott tried to scream something out, but they all had silencing charms on them. A full accounting of what happened last night will be given to you after this conference, Amelia Bones said. For now we shall say these 4 young people fought and defeated 12 Death Eaters and Mr. Potter himself drove off you know who. Harry wanted to add one thing. When you write about last night, please do not say Harry Potter did this or that without including the names of Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom and Luna Good. We fought as a team last night. We won as a team. Fudge stood up and addressed the crowd of reporters. There is one more issue that needs to be addressed this morning. It concerns Sirius Black. The noise rose again and it took 3 minutes before order could be restored again. We discovered this morning that the man who the Ministry has been pursuing for 3 years has never been charged with a crime. Then why was he in Azkaban? What about the Potters? The room went silent as another magnified memory appeared in front of them. It was the memory of the confrontation in the Shrieking Shack. They all watched mesmerized as Peter was forced out of his rat animagus form and admitted to being the spy and betrayer. The noise rose only slightly when the memory ended as most of the reporters were digesting the scene they had just witnessed, but in no time another image rose from the bowl. It was the confrontation in the graveyard where Pettigrew brought the Dark Lord back to body as witnessed by Harry. When it was over every reporter was staring at Harry. Harry rose from his seat again and stared at the crowd before starting. I will be scheduling an interview later with the only person who has reported the truth about me in the last year. He looked in the direction of Rita Skeeter who suddenly realized that she was going to be given the most explosive story of the century. Suddenly 3 months in a glass jar seemed like a pittance in exchange. Harry also looked at Luna's father. The Quibbler will have the rights to the story. Fudge again rose. As I said earlier and as the memories show, Sirius Black is innocent. I personally rescind all orders in regards to the capture of Sirius Black. We shall instead pursue the real culprit of those crimes, Peter Pettigrew, to the ends of the earth. He motioned to the Auror who had brought the Death Eaters on stage and he disappeared behind the same curtain again. A few seconds later, Sirius Black strolled from behind the curtain and walked over to the table. He shook hands with the minister and Amelia Bones and then gave a hug to Harry and Hermione before turning toward the reporters. He then waited patiently for the noise to lower. Thank you, Minister Fudge, he started with a nod in the minister's direction. It takes a big man to admit mistakes, Sirius said. For those of you who might still think otherwise, he rolled up his sleeve and showed his left arm. No, Mark. I would never have done anything to hurt my best friend, and James Potter was my best friend. Hermione poured in another memory that Sirius had given. One that showed Sirius' confrontation with Pettigrew all those years ago on a street in London. Everyone could easily see who cast the spell. Nor did I kill those muggles. Another memory appeared. This one showed the face of James Potter in what most people recognized as a street Mungo's hospital room. He was holding a small infant with a small amount of black hair on his head. Sirius, the memory James said. Lily and I want you to be Harry's godfather. All eyes were now on Harry again, who had tears fighting to escape his eyes. Finally he stood and spoke. I have known about my godfather's innocence for some time now. I'm glad everyone else does too. I appreciate the actions of Minister Fudge and Amelia Bones in making sure justice won in the end. The crowd of reporters was now silent. I extend my full support for the Ministry and call upon all of magical Britain to do the same in the coming battle with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. This time he did roll his eyes at the reporters. He pointed at the 3 Death Eaters still on stage. They are just men who thrive on fear and can be beaten. Sirius smiled at Harry when the young man had sat down. I also offer my full support to Minister Fudge and the Ministry. Now is a time for magical Britain to pull together. If we divide, we will fall victim to the same darkness that we had all those years ago. The press conference broke up shortly afterwards and Sirius Black walked out of the Ministry a free man. He had been assigned 2 Aurors as guards to ensure that until the word was fully released he would not be beeped or attacked. Those 2 Aurors were Tonks and Shacklebolt. Fudge left to inform the British Prime Minister of what had occurred and to ensure the Muggle police would stop looking for Sirius as well. As Neville descended the steps with Luna at his side, he came face to face with an old woman with a vulture-topped hat. "Gran?" he asked the obvious. Augusta Longbottom stared at her grandson for a full minute. She could see the sweat build up on his brow. "Just like your father, always rushing off impetuously." Her lips moved from a scowl to almost a smile, as friends should do. "I'm proud of you, Neville," she said. She looked over at the young lady who her grandson still had his arm around. "And Miss Good." "Gran," Neville said, still trying to process the compliment he had gotten from his grandmother. "This is Luna. She's my—" He looked down at Luna and smiled before turning back to his grandmother. "She's my girlfriend." "Very nice to meet you, Luna," Augusta Longbottom said. "I can expect you around during the summer." "I hope so. I think some of the plants Neville knows about might help attract crumpled-horned snurcax." The wizened old witch wasn't quite sure how to respond to that, so she just smiled at the young lady and nodded. "She's dead, Gran," Neville said. "Bellatrix Lestrange is dead." It had been years since Augusta Longbottom had tears in her eyes. In fact, it had been the day the doctors had told her that her son and daughter-in-law would never recover. Those tears reappeared at that moment. "Maybe we should visit Street Mungo's when you get home," she said to her grandson. "Can Luna come?" Augusta Longbottom nodded. Of course. Harry and Hermione were met by Albus Dumbledore as they stepped off the stage. The headmaster seemed like he was forcing himself to smile at them. "Harry, this time I truly must insist you allow me to take you back to Hogwarts." "Certainly, Professor Dumbledore, sir," Harry replied. "We can then talk about the prophecy Lucius said explained why Voldemort attacked my parents when I was a baby." Dumbledore knew the 2 blue orbs were tucked in his pockets and was sure one of them was the prophecy that Harry had recovered. "Maybe when you're older, Harry. As your unwillingness to listen to me this morning proves, you are still too young to understand." "The pissant old goat," Harry thought to Hermione. "He played my emotions like a piano last time. By adding the prophecy to my being distraught over Sirius's death, he knew I'd follow him. What perfect time to tell someone they must fight someone to the death, but right after they saw AD1 die. The perfect mindset to associate accepting death with the prophecy." Harry smiled at the headmaster. "Too young to follow you blindly, you mean?" he asked. "Hermione." Hermione pulled the real prophecy from the depths of her robes and handed it to Harry. "Maybe I'll listen to it right here so everyone can hear it," Harry suggested to the headmaster, who looked stunned. "Harry," Dumbledore almost pleaded as he looked at the orb in Harry's hand. "Voldemort still has plenty of spies about and he wants to know what that says. That's why he tricked you here tonight." "I know," Harry agreed. "I also recognize the initials of the person the prophecy was given to. APWBD, which stands for Albus Percival. Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. What is in this orb? What does it have to do with my parents dying?" Again Dumbledore's shoulders slumped and he looked like he aged 20 years on the spot. "Come with me to my office and we'll discuss it," he said finally. "I will explain what I can." "We'll be glad to," Harry replied. He then cut off what he knew Dumbledore was going to say. "Hermione will be there. She's the one who's helped me see through the crap you've been throwing at me." He paused for a couple of seconds. "If I find out you withhold any information from me, I will be owling Madame Maxine about transferring to Beauxbaton." "That is an empty threat, Harry, and beneath you," Dumbledore replied. "You would need your guardian's permission to go there and I'm sure the Dursleys will not accommodate you." "Sir," Hermione spoke up as they were ready for this argument. "The permission forms for Hogsmeade visits are only allowed to be signed by parents or guardians. Since you, as head of the Wizengamot at the time in question, accepted Sirius approval for those visits, you did in fact declare at that time, Sirius Black was Harry's official guardian." Harry followed that up with, "It is not an empty threat." Sirius will allow me to attend any school I want and has enough money to provide the tuition at those schools. Dumbledore had finally thought he had the upper hand by showing Harry his bluff was useless, but now he stared at the two teenagers and a sinking feeling was developing in his stomach. Voldemort sat staring at the blue orb that had been taken from Harry Potter. He had been staring at it for over an hour. He was relishing the fact he was finally going to know where he went wrong that fateful night all those years ago. He took out his wand and tapped the orb gently and waited for the prophecy to appear. Seconds ticked away as he waited. When nothing happened, he tapped it harder and again waited. A sinking feeling developed in the Dark Lord's stomach as he remembered Potter's words. "Are you sure you have the right prophecy, Lucius?" the boy had asked Lucius. "Your master will be most displeased to discover you've been tricked." Riddle cast the spell to check for magical properties, and when nothing came from the blue orb he screamed out in frustration and then turned to Lucius Malfoy. "Crucio." Dumbledore sat behind his large desk and simply stared at the two teens in front of him. It was a blue-eyed grandfatherly gaze over his half-moon glasses that usually had students ready to confess any and all sins to him after only a short time, but Harry Potter only stared back at him. Green eyes stared into blue, both waiting for the other to flinch. Finally Dumbledore reached out his hand and took a drop from the glass dish on his desk. The Stay Fresh charm on the dish had kept them from going stale since April when he'd been forced to flee his office. He offered the bowl to both Harry and Hermione, who just shook their heads declining the offer. Albus popped the Y-sweet into his mouth and moved it around with his tongue several times before finally speaking. "I'm very disappointed in you, Harry," he said. "To take something that belongs to me and give it to the ministry was inexcusable." "I did what you should have done 2 years ago, sir," Harry replied testily. "I found it most interesting that the ministry did not know about your pensieve. Who knows about my personal property is none of your concern, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore stated. "Sirius could have been freed 2 years ago, Headmaster." Harry was on his feet now, glaring at Albus Dumbledore. "You could have proven that I wasn't lying about Voldemort last year. Why didn't you?" Harry's anger was genuine now. "I spent a year being ridiculed and tortured," Harry turned his hand around to show the outline of the words made by the blood quill. "I did what I could for you," Dumbledore replied. "There are just things that you do not understand." Harry sat heavily back down on his chair and simply said, "Enlighten me then. Tell me what I don't understand. Make me understand why my godfather has had the threat of a Dementors over his head. With the pensieve you could have taken my memories of Voldemort and Pettigrew to the ministry and the Wizengamot or to the press like I just did, and it would have been easy to convince them." Dumbledore's gaze never left the young man's face as he sat back in his large chair as he tried to figure out a way to answer those questions. Of course he knew that the pensieve was critical in his search for Voldemort's Horcruxes. Even now he thought he had a lead on where one of them was located, but needed to view Bob Ogden's memories again to make sure. Finally he decided on his favorite answer. "Harry, you're just going to have to trust me that I know what is best. As I said, there are things you do not understand and I'm not at liberty to discuss with you." "Then we have nothing left to discuss, Headmaster," Harry replied and got up from his seat. He took Hermione's hand and started for the door. "I'll speak to Professor McGonagall about our school records." Right before they made it to the door they heard a click. When he tried to open it, it would not open. He had been expecting exactly that to happen. He knew Dumbledore could not afford for Harry to leave the office and contact Sirius. "You will both come back and sit down," Dumbledore commanded. "I am the headmaster of this school and I will not be spoken to like that by 2 of my students." Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out his mirror. "Sirius Black," he requested, and almost immediately his godfather was there. "Sirius, it seems Dumbledore has locked us in his office and is refusing to let us leave, even after we've made it clear that we'd like to withdraw from Hogwarts." "I'll let Amelia and the minister know," Sirius replied. He then spoke louder to make sure Dumbledore could hear him. "Albus, I'm not sure what you are doing, but understand that if you harm a single hair on either my godson or Hermione's head, I will personally ensure you spend a long time in my old cell. That includes memory charms." Harry turned back to see a dumbstruck look on Dumbledore's face. "Sirius gave me this earlier," he said truthfully before starting the lie. "If I'd had it last night it could have all been avoided, then again it should never have happened anyway, should it?" he asked the headmaster. Dumbledore removed his half-moon glasses as he rubbed his eyes. Finally he looked up and said, "What would make you ever think I would ever harm these children serious or think of altering their memories?" Harry decided it was time for another strike to keep the headmaster from finding firm ground. "Because you did it to Professor McGonagall the day you left me with my aunt and uncle," he said. "How?" Dumbledore started and then composed himself. "Mr. Potter, you are now making serious allegations that you could not possibly know of. Shall we call her in here and ask her why she was watching Harry's aunt and uncle's house that day?" Hermione asked. "We've already discussed it with her and I'm sure she'll eventually want to speak to you about it. You see, Headmaster, according to her, as soon as Hagrid delivered me there that night you put me on the doorstep and left," Harry said. "Now exactly when did you put up those blood wards? Why did it take Hagrid an entire day to get me there? And either you are a sadist or you didn't actually leave a 1-year-old child on a doorstep for the entire night in November. Especially one, who according to Sirius was already flying toy brooms," Hermione added. A look of surprise on Sirius' face was quickly contained. He wasn't sure how the two of them knew about the broom he had bought Harry for his first birthday, but he knew they had found out some time in the future. Dumbledore sighed as he realized the two teens had somehow started tearing apart secrets that he'd had for many years. He also knew he couldn't let the two of them leave, and since they were obviously now protected by Sirius and the Ministry, he couldn't change their memories. The righteous pleasure he had felt when he watched Voldemort disappear and the Minister acknowledged his existence now was only a memory, as all that he had worked so hard to ensure happened was now unraveling before him. Dumbledore had been thrown for one shock after another all morning since that time. He couldn't understand why he hadn't been able to counter what had happened and regain his customary upper hand. As his secrets crumbled before him, he realized they had been like a house of cards built from exploding snaps. When one detonated, the others soon followed. Another sigh escaped his lips as he contemplated the two teens. "Very well," he said finally. "Sit back down and we'll sort through what you think I have kept from you." Harry looked at Hermione and a silent mental chuckle was passed between the two. They both returned to their respective chairs and sat back down and waited. "Understand, Harry," Dumbledore started again in his best grandfatherly voice. "Everything I have done, I did for you." "For me?" Harry asked bitterly. "What do you think you've ever done for me? From your ability to detect me earlier, am I to presume you and Professor Snape saw through your differences and he was able to teach you occlumency?" Harry snorted in amusement. "Snape? Professor Snape, Harry? No sir, since Snivellus will never teach me in another class, nor will I regard him as having any authority over me. I will call him Snape, Severus, or Snivellus, whichever he prefers. He is still a professor at Hogwarts," Dumbledore responded in an irritated voice. "You will show him the proper respect. And we've already said we'll be glad to leave Hogwarts," Hermione replied. "As for the Git teaching me occlumency, have you ever watched any of his classes, sir? His method of instructing students. What does that have to do with this, Harry?" Albus asked. "He teaches by putting the instructions on the board and then tells us to do it. Then he walks around making snide comments on the sloppy work," Harry explained. "He has us writing essays with no classroom discussions of the topics. That is how he tried to teach me occlumency, sir. Just like his classroom, he starts off by insulting me and then he pulls out his wand and performs legilimency. No instructions at all. Tell me, sir, was that how you were taught?" "No, it wasn't, but I'm sure Severus had his reasons," Dumbledore replied. "Obviously he must have thought it was the best method for getting you to learn it quickly. Or he just liked pillaging my thoughts, sir. Either way it does not matter," Harry replied. "Hermione and I were able to learn it together." "Thank you, Miranda." "You're welcome," the goddess replied. "Oh, an excellent job last night. I was sent 6 bottles of ambrosia by Death's office. Seems he's having fun with those Death Eaters that came through the veil. Been showing them reruns on how they were fooled by you and your friends while not letting on that you knew what was coming. I think he's planning a feast of roadkill for them tonight." "Roadkill?" Hermione asked. "Death Eaters, get it? They get to eat dead things, but not the good dead things." "Ah, exactly how are they? I mean they don't have bodies, or, do you really eat there?" "It's all imaginary, of course, just like you imagined your clothes to be there that day, but it's all very real to them." "Well, I hope Death's having fun," Harry said politely. "Oh, he is. He Death Eaters because of their names. He'll play with them for a century or two before turning them over for final judgment. Final judgment. What happens there? Normally I'm not supposed to tell you, but Death said if you asked, I could make an exception. He seems to like you, Miranda replied. Final judgment is where your soul is judged. There are 3 options. The first is you're passed on into the realm and you enjoy a nice eternity with your D1s. The second is your soul is deemed not truly evil but unworthy and it is recycled to be given another chance, and finally your soul is deemed truly evil and you're sent to an eternity of suffering. Oh, Harry mentally uttered. Your soul is just fine, Harry, Miranda said. Yes, you took lives, but in doing so you saved innocent lives. You are not evil. Now get back to the long-bearded idiot. Very well, Dumbledore replied. We shall leave the issue of Severus for the time being. Though you must understand he has my full confidence. Obviously I am concerned you haven't learned occlumency well enough yet since Riddle was able to penetrate your mind last evening. Harry and Hermione were ready for this question as well. Sir, we have been staying up late studying for owls and when we finished the last one yesterday I was exhausted. After dinner I took a little nap and wasn't prepared for him. Then again had someone told me that Riddle might have been trying to trick me. His glare at the headmaster was very genuine. I might have been more prepared. I am actually hoping that when he realized he got a fake prophecy that he will think he was tricked and won't bother me again. Possibly, Dumbledore agreed. Though if you do have any of the visions again, please let me know. Harry shrugged his shoulders again. Why? Why should I tell you everything when you want to leave me in the dark? You knew that Voldemort was trying to trick me to come to the ministry. You knew, but your only answer to was to have the one person who hates me more than Voldemort try to teach me something. So tell me again exactly why I should tell you anything. And then when you finish explaining that, you can explain what you think you've done for me. Harry. Dumbledore started but then realized he had no arguments. Finally he sighed. It appears I have no choice, he admitted. The headmaster looked over and saw the mirror still in Harry's hand. At least turn the mirror off, please. The fewer the people who know what I am to say the better. I'm not sure that's such a good idea, Harry replied. I am not in a particularly trusting mood at the moment. I would never hurt you, either of you, Dumbledore insisted. Harry glanced at Hermione and then down at the mirror. Check back in a few minutes. Are you sure? Sirius asked, and at the nod from Harry he spoke louder. Just remember what I said, Albus. You harm either of those kids and you'll be enjoying my old cell. The mirror went blank when he finished speaking. Dumbledore sat back in his chair and gathered his thoughts before he started. I guess the explanation starts 16 years ago when I met with an applicant for the post of divination teacher. Though I was more inclined to allow the class to not continue, the applicant was the great-granddaughter of a very gifted seer and was only common courtesy for me to meet with her. The interview occurred in room above the bar at the Hog's Head. Harry wanted to see if Dumbledore would mention his brother. Why? The Hog's Head? He asked. It was a rainy night and instead of making the poor lady walk all the way up to the castle, I met her there. It's where she had a room, Dumbledore explained. I also know the owner. The applicant was nice enough but it was soon obvious she didn't have a trace of the gift. I informed her as nicely as possible that I didn't think she would be suitable for the position and turned to leave. What does this have to do with anything, sir? Harry asked, knowing what was coming next. Will you please take out the blue orb you have and tap it with your wand? Dumbledore requested. I'm sure you're going to listen to it, and it's best to do it here where I can explain. When Harry did as had been requested, a misty figure of Sybil Trelawney rose above the globe as it once did above the pensive. D.D. in the numerous shawls she wore, she spoke in the same words and in the same voice Harry had etched into his mind. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Dumbledore looked up when the ethereal projection of Trelawney had disappeared, expecting to see terror in Harry's eyes but only saw thoughtfulness. It was Hermione who broke the silence. This is the reason the Potters died. This rubbish from a fake. You had just told her she wasn't getting a job, and she obviously made up some crap about Voldemort since she knew you were fighting him. They wanted Dumbledore to defend the prophecy in hopes of getting more information from him. Oh, how I wished that had been true, but unfortunately it is quite real. Given that, and I am not sure it's a given, how can you be sure that it applies to Harry? It actually could have been either of two children. Both had parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times and were born at the end of July. At the time the prophecy was made, it could have been either Harry or Neville Longbottom. And how do you know this? Did you monitor every single time someone defied Voldemort? Hermione pushed. I find it very coincidental that both sets of parents you mentioned were in your order in the last war. Of course you would know about them, but did you actually monitor every single family in the country? What about Muggles? For all you know, there is a Muggle born out there whose parents escaped Voldemort's attacks 3 times, or even a Muggle himself. I assure you that the prophecy is about Harry, Dumbledore replied. The proof is on his forehead. His scar. Nowhere in the prophecy does it say it's a physical mark. Neville was just as marked by Voldemort's followers when they all but killed his parents. He has mental scars that will never leave him. Nevertheless, it was Voldemort himself who marked Harry, as the prophecy stated, Dumbledore argued. I think you are self-fulfilling this prophecy, sir, Hermione said. Wait, Harry said, as if a thought had struck him. If Voldemort doesn't know about the prophecy, then why did he kill my parents? Ah yes, Dumbledore replied. A look of sadness appeared on his lined face. There was a young man who took it upon himself to eavesdrop upon Sybil and my conversation that evening. He was a servant of Voldemort at the time. I was fortunate that he only heard the first part, the part that said someone in July that had thrice defied Voldemort. Tom never knew that there may be danger in attacking you. You were fortunate, Harry yelled. He had missed Dumbledore saying it the last time, but now knowing the whole story, it hit him hard hearing those words. It was fortunate that he has a reason to kill my parents. Harry, that's not what I meant. But it's exactly what you said, sir, Hermione replied. If the eavesdropper had heard the entire prophecy, Voldemort would have never attacked the Potters. In fact, he might have stopped attacking most people in fear of setting off the prophecy. The year the child was to be born was not set in the prophecy, so until Harry was marked as you say, the child could have been anyone. Miss Granger, you are taking a few words and trying to build an argument. You should know better. No sir, because a lot of things are now making sense, she replied. Tell me sir, why did it take an entire year before the Potters went into hiding? If I remember correctly from overhearing the minister during our 3rd year, they were killed only a week after they went under the Fidelius charm. That would have been 18 months at least after the prophecy. They were in hiding on my 1st birthday, Harry reminded his wife. Remember the letter that Mum wrote Sirius? They went into hiding as soon as I knew that Voldemort had specifically targeted them, Dumbledore replied with a hint of annoyance in his voice. I also don't appreciate your insinuation that I was withholding protection from the Potters. James and Lily Potter were not the type of people to hide when a war was going on. To answer your question though, at first they moved around. It wasn't until later I found a reference to the Fidelius charm and suggested they use it. I offered to cast it or be the secret keeper, but Lily insisted she would be the one to cast it. She spent a month learning the charm before they finally performed it. They told me Sirius was going to be the secret keeper, and you know how that came out. But didn't Peter have to tell you where their home was once it was done? No. I was told the same way you were of Grimmauld Place, Harry, by the written note, Dumbledore said. It was handed to me by Sirius to further the illusion that he was the secret keeper. Harry wanted to press about Snape, so he asked the next question. You've told me my mother gave her life to save me. She did, Dumbledore replied. But why was she able to? Voldemort had killed my father, so why was he going to spare my mother? Harry had to give the old wizard credit, he didn't choke on his drop. Though it was possible he had finished it by then. Harry was sure though, the sour look that came and went on the headmaster's face was not related to Muggle candy. I'm sure he had a good reason, Dumbledore replied. So he never confided his reasons to Snape. Harry pressed. I'm sure you must understand what Severus garners from Voldemort is not a topic we can discuss, the headmaster replied. Now shall we continue with what happened? Nice change of topics there, Harry said to Hermione. Yes, of course sir. Albus nodded before continuing. As I said, I heard the prophecy and Voldemort found out about the first part. When I discovered that riddle was targeting your family, they started hiding and eventually they performed the Fidelius charm. You know what happened that night. Actually, after my parents died, what did happen? Harry asked. Minerva mentioned that Hagrid brought me on Sirius motorcycle, but it seems like it took a whole day. Though with you changing her memories and the fact it seems to have taken so long, I don't think that's the truth. Come to think of it, sir, how did people know that Voldemort was gone, and that it was Harry who did it so soon after it happened? I mean, Harry was taken directly from his parents' house to the Dursleys. How did the Wizarding World find out about Harry and his scar? Dumbledore's head rose as he stared at a spot on the wall well above Harry's head for several seconds. Finally, as if an internal decision had been made, he lowered his gaze back to Harry and Hermione. Here's what really happened that night, but I ask that you not repeat it to anyone. Why? Harry asked. So you won't get caught in your fabrications. I've only done what I've had to for the greater good. Surely you must understand that the good of society must come before the good of the individual. But who decides what is considered good, sir? Hermione asked. In all of history it has been proven that individuals will gladly make sacrifices for the benefit of society, but those same individuals are unwilling to be sacrificed. There are some truths that are too dangerous for people to know, Dumbledore argued. But that is an argument for another time. For now, you wanted to know about that night. Again Dumbledore paused before he started his narrative. I had monitoring charms on you and your parents, Harry. Since the Fidelius was breached by the secret being given, I had no way to know there was anything wrong until it was too late. My first warning that something was amiss was when a charm signaled your father had died. Unfortunately, Fawkes was only a week past a burning day, and since even I can't apparate from inside of this castle, I had to make a portkey to take me Godric's Hollow. Voldemort anticipated this and had raised a portkey prevention ward. The time it took me to attempt that method of getting to your parents' house was enough for your mother's death to have occurred. Dumbledore gazed at the two teens again for a few seconds before he continued. I paused then, expecting you to die any second. That second turned into a minute, and yet you were still alive and you were still in your parents' home. The prophecy came to my mind instantly and I did two things. I contacted Professor McGonagall and asked her to go to Privet Drive. I thought that Voldemort might have sent Death Eaters there to cut off an avenue of escape if your parents were to get away from him. They would have never gone there, Harry said. You and I know that, but Voldemort might not have. Though he has disdain for Muggles, he knew that your mother and father were very familiar with the Muggle world and might seek out those relatives. Harry nodded. He could understand that logic, though it still didn't explain why the memory modification was performed later. He and Hermione waited for the further explanation. I ended up flowing to a friend's house in Godric's Hollow who lives down the street from your parents and made my way to their home. That might have been Bathilda's house, Hermione suggested. But I thought Hagrid. Harry started without replying to his wife. Allow me to finish and I'll think you will understand, Dumbledore interjected. As I said, I went to Godric's Hollow. I found your mother and father dead and you crying with the open wound on your forehead. The house had been heavily damaged. At the description of the Potter's house, Harry and Hermione both started thinking about their visit to Godric's Hollow this past Christmas. 2 years in the future they had seen the damage, with much of the rubble hiding amongst the overgrown grass. Wetness crept into Harry's eyes as he remembered that in the statue of him, as a baby with his parents that stands hidden in the middle of village. Dumbledore saw the tears starting to form in Harry's eyes and paused. I don't have to tell this part if you don't want me to. No, Harry replied as he blinked the tears back. I want to know what happened. Very well, Dumbledore replied and continued the story. I also found Voldemort's robes lying beside you and your mother, but of course there was no body. I started piecing together what had happened. I had to guess at some things, but I think it's been proven that my hunches that night were correct. But didn't the police and fire department remember the house was under Fidelius? It does not end when the caster dies. Though there were some windows broken in neighboring houses, no one could see your parents' home. True, the one at Grimmauld Place didn't end when Dumbledore died, Harry said to Hermione, who only returned a mental agreement. The next part is where it got more complicated, Dumbledore said. I was positive that the prophecy was in motion. With you having been marked, I knew the fate of the Wizarding World rested on a small infant's shoulders, your shoulders. I still think you are trying to fit events into making the prophecy work, Hermione replied. Miss Granger, we could debate that all day, but for now, let me finish the story as you two have requested. I do have a lot that needs to be done now that I have returned to Hogwarts. Yes, sir. Again, as I said, I knew the fate of the wizarding world rested on your shoulders. Only you could defeat Voldemort. I did not know how or when, but I knew the day would come. Your safety was paramount to everything else. I sent a message to Hagrid asking him to come to Godric's Hollow. In the meantime, I started removing the Fidelius charm from the house. Eventually Hagrid showed up and I requested he take you to Hogwarts. He was the one above all others who I could trust and could provide the greatest protection for you. He, of course, was curious to what had happened and I told him my beliefs, but asked him to not tell anyone else. What about Sirius? Harry asked. He was there, wasn't he? Yes. Sirius showed up just as Hagrid was leaving. I think you know that part of it. I did not have time to apprehend him then, but I wasn't surprised that he offered Hagrid his motorcycle. I presumed it had tracking charms on it to find out where you were being taken. But I thought. Harry started. Just let me finish. You wanted the truth, well, I'm giving it to you, Dumbledore replied. Hagrid took you to Hogwarts, his hut to be exact. From what I garnered the next day, when you were settled and sleeping, Hagrid decided to go to the Hog's Head and drink a few in memory of your mother and father. I think you might guess what happened then. After a few drinks, he started crying about it, and shortly it became known that Harry Potter was the boy who lived and Voldemort was gone. It was Hagrid's fault. More of my fault for telling him, I suppose. I think you have found out Hagrid's secret-keeping ability is not the best, Dumbledore said. I didn't realize what had happened until the next day after I put up the wards and convinced your aunt and uncle to look after you. Though they too will have different memories of that day as well. Once Hagrid realized what he had done, the danger he'd put you in, he felt extremely guilty. He planned to leave Hogwarts and never return. I helped him forget what he did. He only remembers taking you from Godric's Hollow and bringing you to Privet Drive. As for Minerva, after what happened with Hagrid, I was concerned about further inadvertent leaking of information, so I modified her memories as well. She did not remember me talking to your aunt and uncle nor of me putting the wards up. Though eventually I did have to explain the wards when she started worrying about you. Do you believe him? Hermione asked. I think so. It fits everything we know. How I became so famous without anyone knowing what happened and everything else. Dumbledore was waiting patiently for the two teens to digest what he had said. Before continuing, I will admit that I expected you would have many dark years ahead of you living in that house, he finally admitted. But your safety was paramount in my mind. Harry snorted. Safe from whom? Do you really know what my life is like in that house? Did the Weasleys tell you about the bars on the windows, about my having to beg my friends for food? Do you know what it's like to be hit by a frying pan because I'm 10 seconds late getting to the kitchen to cook them breakfast that I'm not allowed to eat? Do you have a clue to the scars I have from living in that house? Dumbledore had the courtesy of at least grimacing before he answered. But you're alive. Harry remembered what Miranda had said about the agreement between Dumbledore and his aunt and uncle. Out of curiosity, how did you convince my aunt and uncle to take me in? They were extremely reluctant, but when I pointed out that eventually bad people would come looking for you there and it would be better for them as well to have the protection the wards provided. I had to remove that information from their minds after they agreed, and only. The owl, Harry said, remembering the message that had come in from Dumbledore at the beginning of his 5th year. He had surmised before that Dumbledore had sent it, but Dumbledore's response hadn't made sense when he'd said he was reminding his aunt of what she had agreed to. Remember my last, Petunia, it had said. It made much more sense now. Pardon? Dumbledore asked. That owl, you sent it to my aunt, didn't you? The one when I'd just done the Patronus. It said something like remember the last. Yes. The phrase was keyed to remind them of our agreement and why it was important for you to be there, Dumbledore replied. Then he continued with the explanation. After the wards were up and memories modified, I staged the next night. As I said, Hagrid only remembered taking you from Godric's Hollow and bringing you to me at Privet Drive. When he arrived, I put you on the Dursleys' doorsteps and Minerva and I left, though I immediately returned. Dumbledore looked at Hermione over his half-moon glasses. There was a warming charm on the basket along with a light sleeping charm. I waited, disillusioned, until the Dursleys took Harry inside. Does that satisfy your teenage curiosity? Hermione was concentrating hard and had to agree that the story was most plausible, but then a horrible thought crossed her mind. The Dursleys, sir. You said you modified their memories so they would not remember the agreement, but only that they would accept Harry into their home. Yes. Is it possible that their hatred for magic and Harry was based on that? They subconsciously recognized Harry was a potential source of danger and it was because of magic. It is possible, Dumbledore agreed. I confess that I am not a master of Muggle psychology. Harry started, but then he felt the mirror warm and he reached for it. Sirius Mugg showed quickly. Just checking in with you, pup, he said. Making sure you were all right. We're fine. Been a very enlightening conversation, Harry replied. We'll call you back later. Sure thing, Sirius replied, and he disappeared from the mirror. Harry looked back at Professor Dumbledore. He's just checking up on me like a good guardian should. The Dursleys might not have been the best guardians, but it is through your aunt's blood you are alive today. So where was that blood when I faced Fluffy or the Dementors or the Basilisk here at Hogwarts? Harry asked. You came up with this scheme that required me to suffer for 10 years to protect me, but then you always seem to fail when I face dangers under your very nose. Then you have the audacity to keep sending me back to that prison every summer. A place where Voldemort might not be able to get to me, but it seems everyone else can. What do you mean? Lucius Malfoy's house elf was in my room, sir, Harry spat. Fortunately Dobby was there to help, but what if he'd been ordered to harm me? Obviously I missed an avenue in that case, Dumbledore replied. And the Dementors last year, exactly where were the wards then? The wards are just around Privet Drive, Harry. I went to school every day for years, headmaster. Harry yelled at Dumbledore. I stayed away from Privet Drive as much as I could because of the abuse I suffered there. But no one knew where to find you, Dumbledore insisted. That is garbage, sir, Harry said. The first time I walked into the Leaky Cauldron, everyone recognized me. Daedalus Diggle bowed to me in a store before I knew who he was. Obviously I could be found if someone had truly been looking for me. Hermione couldn't help but use the pastime line, Dumbledore's words back against him. Sir, I believe there was a flaw in your plan. The twinkle was definitely gone from Dumbledore's eyes. He was not used to people finding flaws in his plans, but before he could reply, Harry changed topics. Why didn't you tell me about the prophecy before? In fact, you blatantly walked around it after my first year. I did plan to tell you when I was sure you were ready, but 11 was much too young. Hermione asked Harry to show her those memories so she'd know what Dumbledore had said. He closed his eyes and had just started when Hermione spat out, You set Harry up that year, didn't you? Then realizing what she'd done, she quickly explained. Harry told me about the conversation you two had. I didn't think of anything about it until now. What do you mean, Miss Granger? Dumbledore asked. When he mentioned Flammel, you told him he had done things properly. What things, sir? Hermione replied. You meant for him to go after the stone, didn't you? That's why the traps were what they were, but, Hermione's mind was racing as pieces fell into place. You expected Neville to be there as well. He was with us the first time we found Fluffy, and you expected him to be there when we did go after the stone. Of course, I bet if I asked Neville how he knew we had planned to go back out that night, he wouldn't remember, would he? Dumbledore's face remained set, but he did not speak. How else did you know he stood up to us that night? Why, you felt you had to give him points. Hermione continued. But it didn't work as you thought it would, did it? Neville didn't do what you expected him to do. Instead of following, he tried to stop us. Hermione paused when she saw the look on Harry's face. Devil's Snare. Neville was an expert in herbology even in the first year. That was supposed to be his trap. Flying keys and a broom. Hermione continued explaining to Harry. Do you really see Professor Flitwick making a trap designed for a seeker? The chess set was designed specifically for Ron and the potions for me. What about the troll? He couldn't change it since that was Quirrell's trap, but you had already defeated one, so why not another? Or he knew Quirrell would deal with it. Why? Harry asked Dumbledore. Dumbledore shrugged. You needed confidence and to learn to depend on your friends. We could have been killed. Do you really think I flew to London on a broom, Harry? Dumbledore asked. He looked at Hermione. Fluffy would probably have bitten you between the time you stopped playing the flute and the time you jumped. I prevented it. I was disillusioned in the room, and if you hadn't shown up shortly, I would have followed Quirrell. I watched you get through the Devil's Snare and the door that needed the flying key. I was very concerned when Ron chose to make you two less powerful offensive chess pieces. What do you mean? Hermione asked. If he had thought it through, he'd have made Harry the king. The king in a chess game can never be harmed. Of course, Hermione replied. I could have been the queen since they are rarely sacrificed. There really should have been no danger to any of you, Dumbledore explained. What about the potions? Harry asked. Not that I would ever doubt Hermione, but what if I'd drunk a poison? I had the antidote in my robes, Dumbledore replied calmly. Harry just stared at the headmaster before asking, why? Again, he remembered the desperation he had felt in trying to beat Snape to the stone. Dumbledore didn't answer at first. He just reached for another drop and popped it in his mouth. Finally he replied, as I said, I wanted to make sure you started developing confidence. I knew that. No sir, Harry cut him off sharply as what he thought the real answer was popped into his mind. You still weren't positive about my mother's protection in my blood. As you said earlier, you had guessed what happened that night, but you needed to make sure. You knew Voldemort had possessed Quirrell and you set up a controlled confrontation between us, didn't you? You had placed so much on a guess that you had to make sure. Dumbledore's sigh this time was the largest one yet. This interview had not gone the way he had wanted and all of his secrets were crumbling. You must understand, Harry. He began again. No, I think you need to understand, sir, Harry replied. I will not be controlled, I will not be manipulated by you ever again. Now what else have you not told me? If I'm supposed to be the blasted hero of the wizarding world, you're going to tell me everything you know about him, especially how he stayed alive. I supposedly killed him when I was 1 and he survived. I killed Quirrell, but Voldemort survived. How, sir? Dumbledore looked at the young man who was glaring defiantly back at him. And if I don't? You plan to run off to France, I guess. Sir, if you don't, Harry started, barely containing his anger. I'll tell the whole wizarding world the prophecy, tell my friends to leave the country and then send Voldemort a damn all telling him that I'll leave him alone if he leaves me alone. We can then both be immortal, unless the prophecy is wrong, but then again according to you, it can't be. Dumbledore sat riveted in his seat, the look of shock not even close to being contained on his face. Harry softened his voice some. Sir, I don't want to do that. That monster killed my parents and I want him dead. I don't want to be looking over my shoulder the rest of my life. I just want you to understand that I am not going to be controlled. I want to work with you, but are you willing to work with me? If not, then it's your war and I'll go sit it out. He paused for a few seconds before remembering something Dumbledore had said at one time. Sir, last year when Cedric died, you said a person can do what is right or what is easy. I think it's time for you to decide what you are doing. Harry rose from his chair and took Hermione's hand. Dumbledore's eyes fell upon the ring that adorned her left hand. Am I to presume from the ring that adorns Miss Granger's finger that you two are together now? Dumbledore asked. Yes, sir, Harry replied. You can say that we finally realized what we meant to each other. That will make her a tempting target for Riddle, Dumbledore said. She was already a target, sir. But now that you've mentioned it, I can presume you'll ensure her parents' home is warded. Dumbledore realized that refusing would destroy any chance of building a relationship with the young man. Of course, I'll see to it personally. Will you send an owl to them to let them know to expect me, Miss Granger? Yes, sir, thank you, sir, Hermione replied. I presume I will need to upgrade the Burrow's wards as well. Harry shrugged. Though I still respect the Weasleys, Ron had a problem with Hermione and me getting together. We had a falling out with him that I'm not trying to repair. But you can check to make sure the Longbottoms and Goods wards can be improved. Harry remembered what Miranda had said about the Weasleys at King's Cross. Sir, why did you have Mrs. Weasley find me at King's Cross my first year? That too? Dumbledore asked. Both Harry and Hermione recognized what he was asking. It was pretty obvious when Harry described it. Mrs. Weasley had been sending children to Hogwarts for many years, Hermione replied. She would not likely forget what platform the train leaves from, especially since it's the only one there. They were a family I could trust who had a son your age, Dumbledore explained wearily. Was I wrong to think you might have wanted a friend who could tell you how things worked in the magical world? I do know that Mrs. Weasley cares for you greatly and considers you one of her own sons. As much as I appreciate that, sir, she has to understand she's not my mother, Harry replied. He turned to leave and then looked back. I hope you decide soon on whether you'll share what you know with me. Dumbledore nodded. Will you unlock the door now? I really need to get some sleep. A click and the door swung open. Thank you, sir. As much as they wanted to sleep together, they knew people would come looking for them when the story broke. The two of them ended up in their own beds after a passionate good sleep they shared in a broom closet on the way back to Gryffindor Tower. As Harry stumbled into the dorm, he could see Neville stretched out on his bed, still fully clothed, sounds asleep. Voldemort looked down upon the sobbing broken form of Lucius Malfoy. The blonde Death Eater lay curled in a ball on the floor with most of his extremities twitching uncontrollably. Blood pooled around the man's mouth where he'd obviously bitten off his own tongue. The Dark Lord hadn't meant to break the man, but while he had been punishing Malfoy, Goyle had returned from Diagon Alley. He'd been sent to capture Ollivander so Voldemort could find out what was happening with his and Potter's wand. When Goyle had delivered the message that Ollivander's store was closed and he hadn't been seen in 2 weeks, Riddle had let his frustration and rage pour into the Cruciatus curse. He didn't realize what he was doing until the screams from his follower had ceased. A quick scan of Lucius's mind confirmed that all coherent thought was gone. Drop him in front of his own home, Goyle, Riddle said dismissively. Let it be a warning to all that I will not accept failure. Yes, yes, my lord, Goyle replied and rushed to obey his master. Narcissa Malfoy found her bloodied and broken husband later that day. Though she kept insisting the healers at St. Mungo's keep working on him, it was to no avail. Though by offering more and more galleons they kept trying different treatments on her husband, in the end she found herself sitting beside her husband's bed in the Janus Thicky permanent care ward. Would you like an autograph? Gilderoy Lockhart asked her from his bed as she sat weeping. I can do joint writing now. As Albus Dumbledore stared blankly at the closed door Harry and Hermione had just disappeared out of, his hand reached out and took another small yellow candy from the dish on his desk. As he popped it in his mouth, he settled back in his chair deep in thought of the young man who had seemed so desperate the day his little group had been discovered. Contrasting that person to the much more confident young man who had just left his office, Dumbledore could only come to a single conclusion. It must be the influence of Miss Granger. Harry obviously opened up to her and she saw through the layers of falsehoods, he thought. I wonder if I can use her influence to convince Harry he must allow Tom to kill him. Her logic might see that it's for the greater good, and though he will probably live through the encounter because of his blood, he must not know that. If he should die, his willing sacrifice will protect those who continue the fight just as his mother's protected him. He finally concluded that he'd need to watch her closely, maybe make suggestions to lead her to the same conclusions if it became necessary to share the last of his secrets. It was a few minutes more of silent contemplation before he remembered there were other things that still needed to be done. He rose from his desk and walked to his fireplace. He reached into an ornamental vase that sat beside it. Pulling out some glittering powder he threw it into the flames. Severus, a moment of your time please, he called into the green flames that flared. You're back, came the reply a few seconds later. There was a hint of surprise in his voice as well. I will be in your office shortly then. Snape refused to use the inter-office flow network because the ash would stick in his hair. Fatigue was evident in the potions master's face when he entered the headmaster's office several minutes later. Yes, headmaster. I presume this has something to do with Potter and his latest act of stupidity. Very much so, Dumbledore acknowledged. Did we lose many Order members rescuing the tea? Thanks to your warning they did arrive at the Ministry, but well after Harry had met the Death Eaters though. Fortunately luck was on Harry's side last night, Dumbledore replied. He and his friends somehow defeated the Death Eaters it seems. They claim 8 of them died including Bellatrix, 3 were captured and Lucius Malfoy was witnessed escaping with Voldemort after Harry dueled Tom in the atrium. Snape sat in silence as he digested what he'd heard. That Death Eaters had died was most unexpected. He had expected and even hoped that some might be captured. He knew Dumbledore abhorred killing and it was a standing rule of the Order to never kill their opponents. Death Eaters of course did not live by the same rules and Snape had fully expected several Order members to be lost in the rescue of the foolish child. Severus had hoped that at least Black and that werewolf would meet their demise. Nervousness broke out inside him as he wondered how he would be received by the Dark Lord. On one hand, he had made it appear that he had handed Potter to him, but if he thought he'd been led into a trap he would be most displeased. Dumbledore misinterpreted the look that flickered over Snape's face to be one of concern. I know you are concerned, but Mr. Potter is safe as well as his friends. No Order members were injured in the least. That is, very fortunate, Snape replied after a slight hesitation. I never dreamed he'd actually try to get to Sirius. I presumed after he threw his childish little tantrum he'd come to his senses and return, but when he didn't come back I first searched the forest and then. Don't hold yourself responsible, Severus, Dumbledore said, you did all that you could. Thank you, Headmaster. Now I think you know what I need, Dumbledore started. I'm sure he will call for you soon. Snape swallowed as he nodded. Again we wondered at the reception he'd received. If the Dark Lord truly had lost that many Death Eaters and it wasn't another arrogant tale by the mighty Harry Potter, Voldemort, reception could go either of two ways. If he accepted that Snape was not to blame, Snape's position would be very secure. Otherwise the Dark Lord's displeasure would be painful if not fatal. I'm sure he will too. I will go prepare. Thank you, Severus, Dumbledore said. I appreciate all that you do. I know I put you in difficult situations at times. Think nothing of it, Headmaster. I do what I can, Snape replied as started to leave the office. One other thing you might want to know. Sirius was declared innocent, Dumbledore added. He is a free man. Snape paused as he felt his stomach lurch as the news of his nemesis sunk in. He turned back to Dumbledore. The Dark Lord sent Pettigrew. He couldn't think of any other way Sirius would be found innocent so quickly. No, but it seems my pensieve that I had left in your care made its way into Harry Potter's hands. He gave it to Madame Bones and showed his memories, Dumbledore replied. Potter. Snape snarled. I knew it was him. He and his friends were the only ones who knew about my having it, but no locating spells could find it. He's always been a bit headstrong, Dumbledore replied. But he means well. Snape snorted at that. He's just like his father, arrogant and pig-headed. It seems his head has grown even bigger ever since he started dating Miss Granger. He even had the nerve to cheek me in class, he nodded toward the headmaster. If you'll excuse me, I'm sure the Dark Lord will call for me soon. Upon the departure of his potions master, Dumbledore sat back and again reviewed the threats made by Harry Potter about leaving the country. Finally he realized what he had to do. I must eliminate the threat of Harry leaving, and the only way to do that is. He immediately stood up from his desk and once again made his way to the fireplace. This time he found the ministry flows open. A few minutes later he strolled into the records office. I'm sorry, sir, the records clerk said a few minutes later. Sirius Black was in here not more than 30 minutes ago with the minister himself completing the necessary forms for full guardianship of Mr. Potter. But there must be some mistake, Albus pleaded. Harry Potter's aunt and uncle are his guardians. I'm the one who did the original forms. Yes, sir, they were, sir, the clerk replied nervously. But you also, as head of the Wizengamot, transferred the guardianship to Sirius Black 2 years ago. What Mr. Black did earlier was just confirm his acceptance. It was an unintentional mistake, Dumbledore explained. Give me the appropriate forms to correct it, please. I'm sorry, sir, but surely you know only the Chief Warlock can overrule any previous Chief Warlock's decisions, and since Minister Fudge currently holds that position and he himself accompanied Mr. Black, well, you can see your previous decision is now irreversible unless Minister Fudge were to agree to it. A very frustrated Dumbledore's next stop was the minister's office. He didn't even stop for the assistant to announce him. He burst into the office fully expecting to be able to bully the minister into acceding to his demands. He found himself disturbing a meeting with Madame Bones and several other department heads. We must develop a plan of. Yes, Albus? Minister Fudge asked. You're interrupting a very important meeting. We must discuss Potter's guardianship, sir, Dumbledore said. I understand that Sirius Black has been given full guardianship. Surely you must see that as a mistake. Sirius still has issues from his time spent at Azkaban. Minister Fudge's gaze seemed frozen on Dumbledore for a few seconds before he looked over at Amelia and then down at his desk. That's very interesting. Very interesting indeed, he said as he pulled out a sheet of parchment. It seems that Mr. Potter anticipated this very conversation. He handed the parchment over to Dumbledore, who quickly saw it was a signed petition by Potter requesting his guardianship be placed fully with Sirius Black. But surely, sir. Fudge them pulled out 2 silvery vials. Mr. Potter also gave me these earlier. I do not know what exactly are in these memories, but he told me that if you challenge the guardianship, these would not only assure Mr. Potter stayed with Mr. Black but would probably have his previous guardians arrested and sent to either Azkaban or a Muggle prison for many years. Dumbledore rubbed his forehead with his hand as again he'd been outmaneuvered by the teens. He could guess that the vial contained memories of the dark years Harry had suffered at the Dursleys. Frustration grew in the headmaster as he thought, doesn't he understand I know what's best? Finally though he nodded in defeat of that issue only to bring up another. Speaking of memories, I would like my pensieve returned. It is my personal property and the ministry has no right to it. I'm sorry Albus, Amelia Bones spoke up, but currently it is quite necessary in processing evidence from last evening. It will then be necessary for prosecuting those Death Eaters that were captured. I'm sure you understand the necessity, I mean. She paused for a second and right before Dumbledore spoke she continued, it is for the greater good, with a firm gaze she finished with. See me in 3 months and I'm sure we'll be able to return it at that time. It was an even more frustrated but determined Dumbledore who left the ministry and proceeded to Grimmauld Place. He knew his last chance was to convince Sirius that Harry needed the protection that the Blood Wards provided. Are you suggesting that this place, the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, under Fidelius and with various Order members coming and going is less safe than a Muggle home? Sirius asked once Dumbledore had explained the importance of the Blood Wards. The Blood War, Dumbledore tried to explain again only to be cut short. Might protect the boy from Voldemort, but no one else, Sirius said. And those damn Dursleys will never see Harry again if I can help it. Harry is my responsibility now and I will protect him. That means from you as well. If I have to take him out of Hogwarts to do that I will. A thoroughly discouraged Albus Dumbledore returned to his office a short time later. As he sat down wearily at his desk the headmaster noticed that a special edition Daily Prophet had been delivered. On the front page was a single photo. The large picture in motion was a snapshot of the memory being displayed above the pensive showing Voldemort dueling Harry Potter in the Ministry atrium. Underneath that photo was, he's back, but Potter beat him again. Stories throughout the paper gave the few details that were provided by the Ministry of the battle the night before, including the death of 8 Death Eaters and the capture of 3 others, all by 4 teenagers. Speculations were made especially when someone mentioned Voldemort had escaped with a blue orb. An old reporter who once had a source in the Ministry of Magic instantly recognized the orb and that it meant a prophecy. A story was quickly formulated about what it might mean. A pretty accurate idea came about and a story was written that Harry Potter was the chosen one. Other stories covered Sirius Black. With support from Sirius and Harry, the minister was able to lay the blame on the previous minister Millicent Bagnold and Barty Crouch Sr. Minister Fudge and Madame Bones both promised that every prisoner in Azkaban would have their files reviewed for possible other illegal detainings, while Madame Bones was also quoted as saying, "And then there is Albus Dumbledore who knew Sirius Black was innocent and with his pensieve, he had the means to prove it. He never once offered the device or the memories to back up his claim. Maybe a kip for my old bones," the headmaster thought as he laid down the newspaper. It's been a weary day. Dumbledore rose from his desk and had walked 3 steps toward his private bedroom when the door opened. "Dumbledore, I have things to discuss with you," the Scottish burr of Minerva McGonagall said angrily. "We can start with that day you left Harry on that doorstep." Dumbledore sighed wearily as he moved back to his chair and sat down heavily. Shortly after Minerva left his office after an extremely long tirade, Dumbledore once again rose for an afternoon kip only to have his door open once again. "The Dark Lord is displeased," Severus Snape answered the unasked question as he took a seat in front of Dumbledore's desk. Snape could still feel that displeasure coursing through his body. He lost all 12 Death Eaters who tried to secure the prophecy, 8 of whom are dead. That doesn't include his personal embarrassment of publicly losing to Potter. The last word was spat. 12. Dumbledore asked. "But Lucius, the Dark Lord accidentally destroyed his mind while punishing him," Snape explained. "Goyle disposed of him in front of his own home. He's alive but his mind is gone. Is he sure the others are dead?" Dumbledore asked. "For Harry's sake I'd hate for the deaths of all of those people to be on his conscience." Snape stared at the headmaster for a few seconds before replying. "He tried to call them but they never came, and you know nothing would prevent Bellatrix from joining her master." If the ministry had captured them, they would have been displayed for the world to see like Rookwood and Crabbe were. Sadness descended on the heart of the headmaster at the thought of the death of 7 men and a woman who could have been shown the error of their ways and brought back to the light. Though he knew they had done evil things, he truly believed all people deserved a chance at remorse. "What is done," he replied finally. "I'm sure Harry will suffer from regret and remorse when the shock of what he's done has caught up to him. We must be there for him when it happens." "The Dark Lord is also angry at having been tricked by Potter and the prophecy," Snape said. "I think he will attempt to retaliate in some way. Against Harry." Dumbledore asked, almost hoping for it to be true. He could take a real threat against Harry to Sirius and he'd have to agree to let Harry return to the Dursleys. "No," Snape replied confidently. "He's unsure about what has happened twice against Potter and he won't risk a third attack until he is sure he'll win. In fact, I am supposed to discover from you if you know what happened to Ollivander." "Ollivander is gone." "Yes, it appears so," Severus shrugged. "He seemed to have closed up his store a couple of weeks ago. Voldemort is most eager to question him." Dumbledore sat back further in his chair and thought of the wandmaker. He actually had been surprised that Voldemort hadn't gone after Ollivander last year when Harry's and his wands had locked. Finally he looked back at his potions master. "You can honestly report that I did not even know Ollivander had departed. If that was the case, I am supposed to determine if you knew what happened when they dueled." Dumbledore stole a glance over at Fawkes before he answered his potions master. "That is something that even if I did know, I'd never allow the information to get back to Voldemort. You can assure him that I never divulged the information in front of you." "I understand, Headmaster," Snape replied. He'd hoped Dumbledore would give him something to take back to Voldemort. "Was there anything else?" Dumbledore asked. "No. Please keep me informed of any further information you acquire." "Of course, Headmaster." Snape stood from his chair and with his cloak billowing he turned and walked out of Dumbledore's office. As he descended the steps, a small twitch that might have been a smile passed over his lips. The Dark Lord had called him his most valuable Death Eater while Dumbledore still considered him his most valuable Order member. "No matter who wins this war, I cannot lose." The same Daily Prophet had been delivered to many of the students and the story of the previous night's adventures flew around the castle. As the 4 teens who had been involved slept soundly, the newspaper articles were being discussed throughout the school. When it was discovered that the students in question were asleep, people immediately turned to the third member of the trio, Ron Weasley. At first he told the truth, that he didn't know anything. But as more and more people kept questioning him, he couldn't resist adding a detail here and there. As the day wore on he reveled in the attention and the details escalated. "Well, he wanted me to stay here to make sure there wasn't an attack on the castle. Harry begged me to go but I thought it was a trap. I even told him that. Yeah, I was there, but I prefer to not make a big deal out of it. I'm not into all the publicity and all." It was when Lavender Brown was with him later in the day that he started telling people that he'd been at the ministry as well. He pointed to a spot just off the main picture of Harry dueling Voldemort in The Prophet. "I was right there and, as Lavender looked at him with eyes filled with wonderment and adoration, he couldn't help himself, I was the one who eventually got the curse and that drove Voldemort away. Harry told them it was me, but I didn't want any of the praise so I just told the Daily Prophet to not put me in the story." A wide-eyed Lavender Brown was now hanging onto Ron's arm, proud to be called his girlfriend. It was a still very tired Harry who finally awoke shortly before dinner. It took a few minutes before he remembered what had happened in the last day. A smile came to his face as he knew a major hurdle had been cleared. Voldemort's return was acknowledged by the Ministry, 8 Death Eaters were dead and Sirius was alive and free. A sense of excitement overcame him as he realized how much they had accomplished in only a few weeks. He knew Hermione was still asleep so he decided to thank the other entity who had helped him so much. "Thank you, Miranda. Thank you for Hermione and for Sirius. Thank you for letting me know the truth of what really happened with my parents. Thank you for everything." "Oh, you're welcome, Harry," Miranda replied. "I must admit you and your wife are making me very proud. Besides, Death has already promised me 24 more bottles of ambrosia if you can get at least 3 more of Riddle's soul fragments up here by Halloween." "Why Halloween and why 3? With 3 more, Death would have half of Riddle's soul and could start torturing him at that time. As for Halloween, it's Death's favorite day. By the way, did I mention that death really seems to like you? Yeah, Harry replied nervously, not sure if being liked by death was a good thing. You mentioned it this morning. Oh, don't worry, Miranda said. Death is really nice once you get to know him. If you say so. Should I say hi or something to him? Miranda giggled. Sure, I'll pass it on. Thanks, Harry said. With great effort, he forced his body to sit up in his bed. The stress and tension of the last few days coupled with the physical exertions of the previous night had left him feeling like a hippogriff had run him down. He retrieved his glasses and pulled back the curtains. His eyes immediately fell onto Neville's bed. It didn't look like he'd moved an inch the whole day. Harry smiled as he thought of the young man standing up to Bellatrix and being responsible for her death. Harry was still contemplating all that had occurred when he felt the mirror that was still in his pocket heat up. Worried that something might have happened while they slept, he quickly pulled it out and found himself looking at his godfather. The smile on Sirius' face let Harry know that nothing serious had happened. About time you woke up, Sirius said. I've been trying this mirror for the last 2 hours. Sorry, Harry replied with a yawn and smirk. I had a busy night last night. Yeah, I was up pretty late as well, remember, and then I've been up all day today. We'll compare lack of sleep some other time, Harry said. All last year I was sleeping in a tent and some of that time was with a person who can peel paint with his snores. Wah, oh yeah, Sirius said. Well, I thought you'd want to know that Dumbledore was here earlier trying to convince me that you'd be safer at the Dursleys. That, Harry snarled. What is it? Hermione called out, instantly awake from the anger in her husband. Harry stopped in mid-sentence to Sirius and told her what Sirius had said. That's a good thing, Harry, she said with a mental yawn in her voice as the adrenaline started to diminish. What? Why? It means he couldn't figure out a way to get guardianship away from Sirius. If he's pleading with Sirius, he has no legal way to overturn it, Hermione explained. He must now realize our threats are very real. Why is he doing it? Harry mentally muttered. We could solve this thing quickly if he'd just give us an opening. He really thinks he knows all the answers. Besides, remember that Miranda said he had a deal with the Dursleys. A deal he still has to fulfill, Hermione replied. But I think he has to come to us, but if he doesn't soon then we need to make sure he's checking Bellatrix's vault for the cup. If the Ministry gets to it first, no telling what they might do to it. Harry realized he hadn't replied back to Sirius. Sorry Sirius, I was having a quick conversation with Hermione. She thinks it only shows Dumbledore has run out of options concerning me. She's probably right, but keep on your toes. I'll try, but what are we going to do with Pettigrew? Feed him to that giant spider you were telling me about. Sirius suggested. Aragog. We had planned on doing that to Umbridge, but things worked out differently there, Harry said. That reminds me, I need to find out what her status is. When will her trial be? I think if you just ask Fudge, he'll make sure it's at a time and place of your convenience, Sirius replied jovially. He was bending over backward helping me earlier. Harry remembered something he and Hermione had discussed a few days past. Do you think you could go buy something at Borgin and Burke's? Not at the moment, Sirius replied. I've got Tonks and Shacklebolt following me wherever I go for now. It's to make sure I don't get attacked by anyone not having heard the news yet, but what do you need? Remember how we told you about Draco sneaking the Death Eaters into the school next year? Yes. We want to buy the Vanishing Cabinet from there and have it eventually delivered to the Grangers, Harry explained. That way Hermione can spend a lot more time with her parents. I still feel guilty about how much she gave up for me. Of course, Sirius replied more somberly. I wish, wait, I'll send Creature and have him buy it. My mother always sent him there to buy things. That's great, Harry said. Tell him it's the big cabinet at the front of the store. Let's have him deliver that one back here until you're ready to get it to the Grangers. Thanks Sirius, and tell Creature thank you as well. I'll do that. Tonks found out earlier that Lucius wound up in St. Mungo's. What? Are the Aurors there to arrest him? They are there, but it won't do any good. According to Tonks, he had his mind destroyed and bit off his own tongue. I'd say that Voldy wasn't very happy with him. Harry took a few seconds to digest that information. He remembered all the things that Lucius had done, the diary he'd cursed Ginny with and the basilisk. The abuse of Dobby, the ouster of Dumbledore that same year, Everything the man had done quickly ran through his mind and he couldn't find a bit of regret anywhere. That was unexpected, but I can't say I'm sorry, he finally replied. I know what you mean, Sirius replied. I'll go get Creature working on the cabinet you wanted. I'll call back later unless you and that wife of yours will be too busy. Sirius winked at his godson, Celadon. Harry's cheeks turned red, but he couldn't help but think of another night in the room of requirements with Hermione. We just might at that. Sirius just chuckled at his godson before the mirror went black. As Harry put the mirror away, he noticed Neville was sitting up now. He had a tired smile on his face. We really did it?" Neville asked. "It wasn't all a dream." "Nope, not a dream, Neville," Harry said. "I told you that you had it in you. My she said she was proud of me," Neville said almost in disbelief. "She should be," Harry replied. "I also think there is another young lady who's proud of you as well. What about we go find 2 special women and go down to dinner?" "Ready for dinner," he finished to his wife. "I'll be in the common room in 10 minutes, Hermione replied. "I need a shower badly and I imagine you do too." When the 4 teens who'd taken on the Death Eaters the previous night entered the Great Hall, the commotion died immediately as all eyes turned toward them. "The word must be out," Harry said to his friends. His eyes went immediately to the head table where the silvery-bearded headmaster sat staring at them. He cocked his head slightly in a questioning manner, but received no reply from Dumbledore. Finally the silence ended as the voices from around the room started again. "It's Potter. Longbottom. Good. They killed 8 Death Eaters and Harry defeated you-know-who, again. I wonder how." Hermione started but then caught a glimpse of one of the Daily Prophets and pointed it out to Harry. Harry shrugged. They were going to find out about it sometime. As he led the way over to the Gryffindor table, he thought of the last time after the battle at the Ministry. The loss of Sirius had devastated him and Dumbledore's manipulation about the prophecy only made it worse. He glanced again at the head table. Does he realize how much wrong he does because he assumes he is right? Unfortunately no, Hermione replied. I'm not sure if arrogance is the right word, but he certainly doesn't believe he can be wrong. But we showed him he had been. We can only hope it makes him rethink a few things. When they got to the table, a spot wide enough for all of them to sit together opened immediate among the wide-eyed first and second-year students. Across the table were several of their fifth-year classmates. Did you really? Seamus started but then his voice dropped to a whisper, really battle? You know who? Harry shrugged. I guess. It's the same thing that happened last year when we were in the graveyard. And you killed 8 Death Eaters. They sort of killed themselves. Harry stammered. I guess it's a good thing Ron was there when it came to you-know-who. What do you mean? I mean when he drove him away. Where did you hear that? Hermione asked, cutting Seamus off. Ron told us, Seamus said. He said that he was there as well and if it hadn't been for him. He didn't finish because Harry and Hermione had both turned to look down the table at their old friend who had turned beet red. Beside him sat Lavender Brown. You were there? Harry asked his old friend sharply. I must have missed you. Ron swallowed the last bite of food he had been chewing. They must have misunderstood, he said finally. I said, if I had been there, I'd have. His voice trailed off as he looked down at his food. Let me assure you, Ron, Hermione spoke up, had you been there, you probably would have been taken out early. If not by the Death Eaters then very possibly by me. How dare he claim he was there? Same as 4th year, Harry said. After the second task, remember. He wants attention, I guess. He turned back to Seamus. The only people who were there are us, he said, motioning to Hermione, Neville and Luna. Though we did get some help from the Fred and George. They were there? Angelina Johnson asked. She had moved closer to listen to Harry and Hermione. Are they all right? Did you see Fred? Even after seeing him last week and last night, having Angelina specifically mention Fred by name brought back the sight of him dying in the last timeline, of his body lying in the Great Hall next to Remus and Tonks. Harry swallowed to regain his thoughts before answering. They're fine. We only got some supplies from their store that helped us in the battle with the Death Eaters. I think they did come at the end with Dumbledore's order, but by then it was mostly over. A look of relief passed through Angelina's expression. They didn't mention them in the Prophet. I don't think they would mind, Harry replied. But I have a feeling that the Ministry is very interested in them right now. Why? Now a shocked expression was clearly evident, not only on Angelina's face but everyone around them. They didn't do anything wrong, did they? No. It's because their stuff was so good it helped us beat a dozen Death Eaters, Harry explained. Madame Bones herself mentioned she wanted to talk to them. Something tells me that Fred and George are going to be very wealthy people soon. Wow. Dean chimed in from further down. Can you tell us what happened? May I read your paper? Hermione asked. I'll let you know how accurate they are. I know the ministry gave the reporters that were at the press conference. Silverware slammed down onto a plate and everyone looked around to see Ron storming away mumbling. More fame, more money. Harry. A confused Lavender still sat at the table and watched her boyfriend just leave without saying a word to her. It was only after he'd cleared the door that she realized he wasn't coming back. She got up and chased after him. When Ron had originally risen, both Harry and Hermione had grasped their wands. It wasn't until Ron had moved through the door leading out of the Great Hall did they relax and turn back to the others at the table. Hermione took the offered newspaper and laid it out in front of her. She instantly recognized the picture that took up the entire front page was from her own memory, being displayed above the pensieve. She turned the page and read the main story. It quickly became apparent that the reporter had just rewrote the ministry release using more flowery terms, but the details were accurate. There were additional photos and stories as well. Finally she looked up and noticed not only was the entire Gryffindor table now pressing in on them, but so were most of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. It's mostly correct, she said as she handed the newspaper back to Seamus. Tell us everything, a female voice called and Harry looked to see Susan Bones looking back at them. He then glanced at Hermione and then at Luna and Neville. Hermione and Neville each gave a shrug, while Luna looked on in amazement as if she'd not been part of the story. Fine, Harry said, last evening after dinner, I was tricked by Voldemort into believing my godfather. Harry started. Is it really Sirius Black? Someone asked. The paper said he was innocent, but he tried to kill you. No he didn't. As the paper clearly says, Hermione explained, and what we tried to tell the ministry 2 years ago, Sirius never betrayed Harry's parents. It was Peter Pettigrew. Sirius Black will soon die, as will you, Potter, the voice of Draco Malfoy said from behind them as he and his overgrown bodyguards nudged his way through the people surrounding the Potters. You made a huge mistake last night, Scarhead. They might be in younger bodies but their reflexes were of the 2-year-older minds. Before anyone at the table could blink, Harry and Hermione were out of their seats facing Malfoy with their wands out. Neville and Luna followed closely behind them. Harry's wand was pointed directly at Malfoy while Hermione and the others had their wands on Crabbe and Goyle. What mistake would that have been? Harry asked as he glared at Malfoy with eyes that were now dark green. The part where I beat Moldivort again. The part where 8 of his Death Eaters died. Or the part where I tricked your father into giving his master a fake prophecy. My father. Your father is nothing, Harry snarled. In case you haven't. 20 points from Gryffindor for each of you and 20 from Ravenclaw for you, Miss Good, the greasy voice of Severus Snape interrupted. You will put away those wands or suffer the consequences. Harry's eyes never left Malfoy and neither he nor Hermione or either of their friends lowered their wands. As I told the headmaster earlier, I do not recognize you having any authority over me, Snivellus. A collective gasp rose from the table, but Harry continued on. Hermione and I will lower our wands only when these SS slither back to their table. For 5 years they have been on my case, time and time again you have ignored them. If the professors in this school won't do anything about them, then I will. Potter, you arrogant little. Severus the First shall handle this, Dumbledore said as he strolled into the group. Harry, will you and your friends please put your wands away? I assure you that neither Mr. Malfoy nor his friends are a threat to you. Sir, as I was just saying, for 5 years Malfoy and his miniature troll friends have constantly badgered us. You and the rest of the professors have chosen to ignore it. Harry finally took his eyes off of Draco and looked at the headmaster. Hermione immediately shifted her wand to Draco. You ignored it when he kept calling Hermione a mudblood. You ignored it when he started a campaign against me during the Triwizard, and you ignore it every single time he strolled over here to start trouble like right now. It stops now. Do simple words hurt you so much, Harry? Dumbledore asked in his grandfatherly tone. When those words go unpunished the person never learns there are repercussions, Harry retorted. Soon it escalates from words to actions, from actions to curses. You allow the bigotry that Voldemort champions to grow in this school unchecked, sir. They are just innocent children like yourself. Harry cut off the headmaster as he pointed at the 3 Slytherins. They are not innocent children. They are old enough to become Death Eaters themselves, and unless you do something, that's what will eventually happen. He stole a glance at Malfoy before turning back to Dumbledore. Maybe sooner than you think. Blue eyes were locked on green eyes as the headmaster stared at Harry. Finally the headmaster said, "We shall discuss this later, Mr. Potter. For now put your wands away. Mr. Malfoy is leaving with me. I have just received word from his mother and need to pass along some news to him." "You're just going to let Potter get away with this?" Snape asked, threatening fellow students. "He might have a point, Severus," Dumbledore pointed out as he guided Malfoy away from Harry and his friends. "He's just being arrogant, like his father," Severus replied. "I don't believe so," Dumbledore stated. When they were finally outside the door, he turned to Draco. "Mr. Malfoy, I have the unpleasant task of telling you that your father is currently in St. Mungo's. Your mother has requested you be sent there as soon as possible." "My father? What's wrong with him?" Draco asked. He'd read the article about his father escaping with Voldemort. Draco had presumed his father would buy himself back in favor like he always did. "That is something your mother should speak to you about," Dumbledore replied gently. "You should go pack your trunk and meet Professor Snape in the entrance hall. You will not be coming back to school this year." An hour later, Draco Malfoy walked into a hospital ward where he saw his mother sitting next to a bed. Draco could see the blonde hair of his father on the pillow. Narcissa turned when she heard the door open and saw her son standing there looking at her and his father. She rose and crossed the room to him. Gently she pulled him into a hug. Several seconds went by before she let him go and explained. "Draco, your father." Tears started running down her cheeks as she told her son what she knew and what the healers had told her. "It was the Dark Lord." "No." Draco spat as he looked at his father. "It was Potter's fault, his and that mudblood. I swear all." Slap. Draco looked stunned as he stared at his mother, who was also stunned as she stared at her own hand. Finally her gaze shifted to her son and she saw the red-shaped handprint on his face. "Draco, listen to me," she said quietly. "The Dark Lord did this to your father, I am sure of it." Because your father failed," Narcissa said. "Your father underestimated Harry Potter as did the Dark Lord." She turned to look at her husband before continuing through a faltering voice. "You will leave Harry Potter alone, Draco. You must. I can't risk losing you as well." "You can't be serious, mother," Draco exclaimed. "Potter is responsible and I will." "No." Narcissa exploded as she whirled back to face her son. "You will do nothing. How many times has Potter faced the Dark Lord and survived? He faced your father and 11 others including my sister last night and beat them, and then took on the Dark Lord himself and beat him." Narcissa now had tears in her eyes. "My husband is all but gone, my sister is dead, I will not lose you as well. Go home, Draco, go home and do nothing." Draco stared at his mother for several long seconds, his gray eyes reflecting no emotions. Finally he glanced over at the bed where his father laid one more time before he turned and walked out of the ward. Ginny Weasley had kept mum while her brother had made a fool of himself, but she now sat at the Gryffindor table watching Harry argue with the headmaster. She smiled to herself as she thought of the cauldrons currently simmering in the small alcove of the cave where the boats that bring the first years to the castle docked. She knew it would be very unlikely for them to be discovered there. When Professor Dumbledore turned and walked away, she spoke up. "Harry, you were incredibly vague last night, but if you'd asked me," she paused as she smiled at Harry, "I mean any of us in Dumbledore's army would have gladly helped you." Several other DA people agreed with her and said so. "I appreciate the thought," Harry said. "But I didn't want anyone in danger because of me." He then decided to have a little fun with the youngest Weasley. "Besides, Ginny, you know I think of you like a sister and never would want anything to happen to you." "Oh, that was excellent," Hermione said. Ginny's eyes flew open wide as she swallowed hard. A sister. "Of course," Harry replied. "I mean your mother treats me just like a son, so of course that would make you my sister, wouldn't it?" Yeah, of course. I need to go check on something," Ginny said as she stood and left the table. A sister. I will be your wife someday, Harry Potter. She thought over and over as she left the Great Hall. Harry looked at his wife and then leaned over and gave her a small. You on the other hand, I think of you as more of my wife, he finished with a wink. Your wife? Hermione said with an eyebrow raised. Now if I mention it out loud people will think I am still playing along, Harry mentally told his wife. An idea came to Luna and she smiled. She leaned over and whispered something to Neville and then she quickly got to her feet and walked over to Hermione. Taking her by the arm she turned to her boyfriend. Neville, if you please. Neville got a mischievous look on his face. Oh, yeah, he said. He turned to Harry and started in an official tone. Do you Harry James Potter take Hermione Jean Granger as your wife? Harry looked over at Hermione who was grinning. Without a doubt, he replied. And do you Hermione Jean Granger take Harry James Potter as your husband? Hermione pretended to argue with Luna as they exchanged whispers. Finally her shoulders slumped and she said. My maid of honor insists I should, so I guess I'll take him. Then I pronounce you bonded for life, Neville said authoritatively. Harry, you may the bride. The whole section of the Gryffindor table and everyone else who had gathered around started whooping and cellating as Harry leaned in and eyed Hermione. What is going on here? A Scottish voice broke through the noise. Everyone quieted instantly as Professor McGonagall made her way into the crowd of students. Neville was just marrying us, Harry replied with a smile. McGonagall stared at the raven-haired young man for several seconds before she realized what they had done. As long as you're not expecting married quarters now. That brought a few whistles from Dean and Seamus that quickly died away as McGonagall turned her stare toward them. And Mrs. Potter is it now? McGonagall asked as her eyes found her favorite student. It does have a pleasant ring to it, Hermione replied. Well, I hope if there is an actual ceremony sometime in the future, I will be invited. Yes, ma'am. Of course, ma'am. The news of the wedding spread even faster than the events of the prior night. As they walked around the castle that evening they were constantly called Mr. and Mrs. Potter. They smiled and acknowledged each greeting. That was very smart, Harry, Hermione said as they walked together on the path around Black Lake later that evening. It was Luna's idea according to Neville. She might be strange sometimes, but she is a good friend. That she is, Harry agreed. 20 minutes later Dobby popped up beside them. Winky is wanting to know what Mistress and Master wants her to do with Rat Man. He asked. Harry stopped as his eyes went wide. I mentioned him to Sirius earlier but we got distracted, he looked at Hermione. Should we just turn him over to the Aurors? Maybe we give him to Sirius, Hermione suggested. Or Aragog. Let's go see him, Harry said. We'll contact Sirius and see what he wants to do, he turned to Dobby. Dobby, we'll be there shortly. Tell Winky we're sorry that we haven't gotten to her today. Yes, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby will tell Winky, Dobby said and disappeared. As they started back to the castle, their discussion with Dumbledore arose again. Do you think he'll tell us about the Horcruxes? Hermione asked. I think he has to, Harry replied. If not, we need to find a way to force the issue. I know. We can get most of them out the way so easily. He should have a lead on the ring by now and the locket is already in his possession. If he checks Bellatrix's vault, that's the cup. The hard one is the diadem. I'm not sure how we can find it and make it look. Hermione stopped in her tracks. Her eyes widened and she smiled. I have an idea. We use Pettigrew. How? What? We make him think he was here to steal the diadem out of the room of requirements, Hermione said. We then turn him over to Dumbledore who should be able to get that information from him. Harry stared at his wife for a second before replying. Have I mentioned how brilliant you are, Mrs. Potter? I really did enjoy it when Professor McGonagall called me that in front of everyone, Hermione said. She ran her thumb over the ring on her left hand and smiled. You know, if we do this right, we can have the Horcruxes gone by the end of the summer. Then all we have to do is find a way to kill Voldemort, Harry said as a wistful look appeared on his face. You know what I would to do? I'd to find a way to kill him and make it look like you did it. I would to see what Dumbledore would do if it appeared the prophecy was false. If we can think of a way to do it, I'd like it as well, Hermione agreed. But I'm not going to wait for any fancy plans to fall into place. The longer he is alive, the more people who will die. At St. Mungo's later that night, a drowsy Narcissa Black was just about to go home and get some sleep when she heard the door open. With the ward darkened to allow the patients to go to sleep, She could only make out a few features of the person who stood silhouetted in the light of the doorway. Bella. Narcissa gasped as she saw her sister who was supposed to be dead. The person in question walked into the room and with each step her features grew a little more defined. "No sissy," Andromeda Tonks answered finally. "It's me. My daughter told me that Bella died last night and what happened to Lucius. I thought I would stop by and see, well to see if you needed anything." "But, we." Narcissa started. "You're still my baby sister Sissy," Andromeda remarked. "No matter what has happened since, you'll always be my baby sister. But if you don't want me here, I'll leave." Narcissa realized that not a single one of the people she had considered to be her friends had been by to see her. She looked at Andromeda Tonks, the woman who their mother had disowned because she had married a Muggle-born. As she continued to stare at her sister, Narcissa's whole world came crashing down on her. She soon found her older sister's arms around her as she cried on the shoulder of the last person she would have ever expected to be there for her. Ginny Weasley stirred the last of the cauldrons as she added another ingredient to the simmering liquid. "Sister," she kept muttering to herself. "That has my Harry very confused. She's the one who probably suggested that." She started stirring in the opposite direction per the instructions. "Next week these will be done and we'll see what kind of sister he thinks I am." As she climbed into bed later another thought came to mind. Maybe a small lust potion as well. She closed her eyes as she imagined Harry's strong hands roaming over her body. I bet that bookworm would never let him touch her like that. She'd probably make him read a book on the subject, she smirked as she thought. "Harry dear, write me an essay on the proper places to touch a woman's body." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.